Ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again. My name is Mahesh. I'm going to be the host of your day today and tomorrow. We are really excited to have Conversion Jam this way for a change. Did you think that 2020, given all that it's thrown at us, we're going to lay down and just wait and not run a Conversion Jam? Of course not. Here we are, doing this completely digital. So we really hope you're going to enjoy the two half days we have lined up for you. This is going to be really exciting. We've got some of the best speakers lined up for you. And to guide you through all of this is my role. To ask all the questions together with you is my role. So, couple of quick things. The first one being that it's as much your show as much as it's ours. What does that mean? Well, ask questions, interact. We're going to take you through how you're going to do that in a minute. So it's as much your show. And if you think somebody's not exciting, somebody's not speaking to the point, raise your hand and make it yours. So to join me today as my co-moderator, I have Frida, who's going to come and take us through some of the basics. Who are you, Frida? Welcome up on stage.
Thank you so much. So I'm Frida. I'm head of UX at Conversionista and also a conversion specialist.
Wonderful.
Yeah. So I'm really gonna be your expert sidekick, I guess.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I must say, I'm new to this, or rather, I'm not an expert in this world. I'm not in your world. Frida really is. So hopefully we combine well together. I'm going to ask probably the dumb questions, and Frida is going to come in and say, Maya, stop asking this. We know all this already. Let's focus on this instead.
Yeah.
Yeah, Frida, what are you looking forward to today?
A lot of things. So we have a lot of great speakers here today, and gonna give us different perspectives on what it means to work with Zero.
Yeah.
So I'm really looking forward to this.
Exciting.
Yeah.
And is there anything you want to tell the audience about
Yeah.
about questions, etiquette, interaction?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely. So today we want this to be not only like a one-way communication to all of you. We want this to go in both directions. So during the day, we're gonna ask you questions in the chat that you have to you write on your screen. So we're gonna kick off with the first questions just to get a hang of it. So the first question is should pop up in your chat right now. Is about like now when you're working from home, which department are you happy not to talk to?
Which department are you happy not talking to? All right.
Yeah.
Wonderful, wonderful.
So yeah, we kick off with that one, so we get a feeling for it.
Thank you, Frida. Have a
Thank
seat.
you.
I'm going to take it away and set the stage a little bit today. So, again, really exciting to be here together with you today in our studio. We have a wonderful program lined up. So, as an introduction, my name is Mahesh. I'm an entrepreneur, been building companies all my life. Started my first company, which is a gaming company for kids that grew to 6 million kids in Singapore. Sold that about 12 years ago. Started a next company within TV. That's when I met Conversionista. Our company was called Imagine TV, and we had a wonderful service, but we were really struggling to convert online. And that's when we met John. We worked with Conversionista, and the rest is history, as they say it. Since then, started two more companies, one called Epicenter, and the other one called Fitness Collection, which I've sold to ClassPass last year, an American company. So I've been an entrepreneur all my life. And really, I got introduced to the conversion world about 10 years ago when I started reading up on funnels, how do you think about funnel marketing? And when I met John, everything sort of completely turned upside down for me. John Ekman, who started Conversionista, simply because he made me realize there's a better method to the madness. So that said, I love your world, but I'm an outsider because I've not really been in it for the last 5-6 years. I've read some things about it. I follow some of the influencers, but I'm still an outsider. That's why we have me and Frida. So the reason I'm an outsider and I love this position is because I can challenge chosen truths. And this is true in any industry. When you work in one industry, you just get stuck in the boxes. You just get stuck in the norms. And I believe as an outsider, my role is to challenge that today. So hopefully we can make a great session together. And to set the context a little bit more, we're living in times of a black swan. This COVID, everything around it, the way we are working, the way collaboration works in our organizations, everything has just changed at warp speed. And you guys working in the front lines know how important it is today on some of the basics of conversion. Our grandmothers have started shopping for shoes online. Is digital really made for them? Are all the user experiences made for such people? Digital has always been polarizing in the sense that, some people have always felt left out. There's always this learning curve. I'm really excited to see what this means in terms of user experience going to the future. While we work with our pajamas, at home, the work you do, I think, is more important than ever, given all this happening around us. And what I believe we need in any world, and especially it's true for you guys working on the front lines, making things more easier for users to consume, is we need radical simplicity and we need innovation. And today, one of my favorite speakers, Pep, is going to talk about why we should stop doing the same shit again and again. And that's really the point, right? Let's not do the same shit again and again. Let's try to do new things. Let's try to simplify. And truly, the other thing I believe is COVID has given us all a higher narrative. What do I mean by that? You know, history has told us, has proven time and again, that during times of extreme crisis is when the best innovations come up, is when the paradigm shifts happen. You can go back all the way to 1929. You can go back as recent as 2009, when the whole bubble around Web 2.0, Web 3.0, fintechs, everything started. And COVID is not going to be any different. There's so much innovation that's probably going to come out to life in the next 3 to 5 years. So the question really is, how are you in the forefront of driving that? We've also realized how we have the power of convenience we have today with our technology. And with technology going exponentially, this power is going to get even more distributed. We realize the power of good user experience. We realize the power of standing out, not being the same. We realize the power of stories. We realize the power of human connection. We realize the power of purpose in our organizations. And most importantly, I think we realize the power in each one of us. What can we do to put a stamp on the world to make it slightly better? And today, and tomorrow, Conversion Jam is just more about conversion. Of course, we're going to talk about all the best tips, the practices, and what have you. It's more than about conversion. It's about us. It's about what can we do that can change and make the world hopefully a better place. And to guide us, we've invited some of the best speakers we know. We have some all-time favorites coming back, like Pep, who's one of the most sought-after speakers. We have Lucas Vermeer, who runs experimentation in the most experimented company in the world. We have Talia Wolf. We have Amov, who's going to talk from how she grew Canva, how she was part of growing Canva to 40 million plus users. We have a wonderful lineup of people. And really, what you're going to get out of this is actionable tools, new perspectives, getting you up to speed on the latest, and really to challenge you to do your life's work. So with this introduction, just to finish off with some digital etiquette, you're going to participate, chat, ask questions. If you're checking your email or phone, we know we have sensors. And we'll have enough breaks, so don't worry to get your coffee and tea. Okay? So let's begin. My first speaker really is a dear friend of mine, and that's John Ekman. He's Mr. Conversion Jam. He's Mr. Conversion in the Nordics. Most of you probably know this guy. When I met him, I thought he was socially awkward. Then I started meeting his colleagues, and I realized he was a complete extrovert. So without any further ado, John, take it away.
Well, hello everybody. It feels really, really great to be back with a Conversion Jam. As you understand, it was not an easy decision for us to see if we were going to go ahead with this Conversion Jam this crazy year. But I'm really happy that we are here. And I guess first of all, I want to give a big thank you to everybody in Stockholm and also all the speakers from around the world that has come together and make this happen. And also want to thank all of you attending and being with us this day. There's plenty of stuff out there to be joining, a lot of competition for everybody's attention with like a zillion webinars going on and so on. So I'm really happy we've been able to reach out to so many of you that have been coming to the Conversion Jam before and also maybe are coming for the first time this year. The reason why we wanted to kind of pull through and still do this is that not only is Conversion Jam an arena, an event with speakers that you can listen to, but it's also become a very important meeting place for people in the industry. And a lot of people that work with experimentation, A/B testing, conversion optimization, they're in a kind of a lonely place in their companies. They have a small team, maybe only themselves working with this. So it's very important to be able to meet others and see others and get inspiration. And we just didn't want to give up on that this year, so we decided to let's go ahead and do it. It's going to be very different and a lot of hard work, but I'm really happy we are now online with this here today. As for myself, some of you might have seen me before as the moderator of the conferences and at other things that is going on in the CRO world in Sweden. And I didn't know if you knew this or not, but I decided to take a year and go with my family to live and work here in Australia, in Sydney. And I want to create kind of an adventure for the family. And boy, did I get an adventure. We flew from Stockholm, and the day when we moved to Australia was like the peak bushfire day. It was the worst of all bushfire days in the season last year. And we just flew into this, and we had no idea how it was going to play out for our family. But it turned out to actually be pretty okay. And then we had all these floodings, and we were at a mall, and there was some water that came into the roof and ceiling, and the ceiling collapsed on top of us with all that water. And then COVID came, and we were supposed to be able to go to school and meet other families, and we couldn't go to school, and we couldn't meet other people. So it was probably not the easiest year to move to Australia. They say that Australia is a tough country, so it'll test you thoroughly to see if you're fit to live here. And I think we've been fairly tested, but it's been a rough year for all of us. So I'm not particular in that sense. But now we're here. We are happy. I'm happy because the Conversion Jam is happening again. It's kind of easy to look at 2020 and see it as a shitty year with just bad stuff happening. But there is actually opportunity in what is going on, and I would like to just start the conference by talking a little bit about those opportunities. So my first picture I have here is that, you know, this thing about disruption. We heard it all before. You disrupt yourself or somebody else will. So you can see there's a lifespan of the companies going down. So all the old companies are dying. There are new companies coming in and so on. I found an interesting case which is kind of contradictory to this. I looked at the year that the biggest car makers in the world, the year that they were founded, and I found this. There was a first wave of car companies that came when the car industry started, when the first cars came, and then it was kind of a second wave which was centered around the everything that was going on around the big world wars. And then maybe there's finally, all the way into the future, maybe there's a new big car maker there in the future called Tesla. We'll see how big they're going to get. But so these companies have, despite all the disruption that's been going on, they've been there for a long time, and they've been there maybe because they were funded at a time when there was huge change in society, and we are now again at a period with huge change in society. So I'm thinking like those who grab the opportunity right now could be the next generations of car companies that will be there for a very long time. A second case, which is very interesting, is how Piaggio became the leader in scooters. I don't know if you know the story, but what happened after the Second World War was that there was a lot of wheels and tires left over from creating fighter planes. They didn't need it anymore. And also all the roads in Italy were just craters, and it was hard to navigate a car. So they took those airplane wheels and built scooters instead, and they were able to grow with 24 times in the first 3 years of their operations because they seized the opportunity that the crisis had created. Similarly, the financial crisis also paved the way for a lot of the fintech startups. So what's going on right now is we're kind of seeing the digital shift on steroids. So for the first time, this, which could still be a little bit nice to have for a lot of companies, is really now a need to have for everybody. But not only is the digital landscape shifting, consumers are also shifting, and there's something called the habit discontinuity hypothesis. So this is a theory in behavioral psychology that looks at the fact that when we go through big life changes, we are open to change in many areas around the core change that is happening. So, for example, when people are moving, they have to get a new address. They will have to get some stuff that is associated with a new house. But also they are now kind of game for changing other things, such as their gym membership, their phone subscription, their broadband services, even though the same broadband company that they had before is now, you can also just move and play along with them on your new address. But it's just that we go into these habits of doing the same things, but then a change is introduced, and now everything is kind of up for grabs. So I'm thinking like this, like what more could a digital marketer want? Like there's a huge shift towards digital, and all of these people that have been in their subscriptions and going with their old providers for years and years and years and years, all of a sudden, all that is up for game. So this is an incredibly exciting situation if you're a digital marketer, even though 2020 is still shitty and you can't go and have a beer in Stockholm after 10 o'clock in the evening and so on. But this at least is fairly exciting. So the two important questions that you need to think about is that how will the consumer behavior change and how can we identify these changes? First of all, the key contextual changes that is happening now with COVID is that the cost of making the wrong decision is very high and possibly death for some people. So people now get into this mode. Maybe they've been easygoing and it's like taking risk and it's like, yeah, I'm just going to book this trip. I could cancel it, or we'll see. Or, you know, it doesn't, do I need to take this vaccine before I go to this this country? Well, now it's maybe, it doesn't really matter. We'll see. Do I need the extra insurance on the flight? No, we'll cope with that. But now people are in a mindset where it's potentially really dangerous to make the wrong decision. So now in their decision-making process about everything, they need to be more careful. So that affects their consumer behavior potentially also with your services. And also adhering to social norms can become very important so you don't want to be the super spreader, etc. Of course, interactions at a distance are preferred. And I think also that that's kind of pre-COVID life will get a rosy picture. And you know that we've seen that we see these commercials like the Italian family having their pasta dinner in the garden, and it looks like some setting from the 50s and the 60s, and we think about, oh, how beautiful life was then. So probably communication that is going to talk about pre-COVID sentiments and feelings will have its place and will be successful. And you know, some companies, they're already changing. There's so much of this going on. I'm just going to take a few examples how Delta explicitly talks about how they are cleaning the planes. The Herman Miller ads are now about working from home. I think the one that has struck me the most is that I've given this example a lot of times how Booking.com works, and you go to the site and they say like, you had today's offer and you had the time to book, and so many people are looking at this and you need only 3 left and you need to book it now. And so they're famous for this stuff. But you know, I don't know if you look, but Booking.com doesn't look like this anymore. Booking.com says book now and you can lock in the price. There's free cancellation and there's no prepayment needed. So their messaging has changed completely because they want to tap into people who are still up for grabs to doing this just as long as they don't make the wrong decision. And if they made the wrong decision, they can always change and there's no cost for that. So my idea is this quote: whoever can capture and understand the new consumer behaviors and launch, redesign or new digital services tailored to these needs will be the winner. So this is, I think, is a great quote. And you know why I think it's so great? Because I came up with it myself, because I couldn't find it anywhere. So I kind of, somebody needs to say this, and so I did. Yeah. And the final thing that I'm thinking here is that this is really about what kind of company, what type of company, and who you want to be. It's a little bit about our self-image. So we can take this whole shitty thing that is going on. It's like, we're going down. Or you can go, we're getting by, right? So yeah, we'll see, you know, whenever the vaccine comes, we'll be done with this. Or you can see it like this: bring it on, man. This is the opportunity we've been waiting for, because all the competitors, they will be slower, they won't be data-driven, they won't work with experimentation, they don't understand consumer behavior, they don't have the leverage that we have with all the consumer interactions that we have now that is feedbacking into our system so we can change to this new situation. So this is giving us an edge. And so bring it on, and we're going to be winners coming out of this race. I am hoping that today's conference and tomorrow's as well is going to inspire you to feel like you're this third person. You have the tools, you have the knowledge, you have the power. You're going to outpace your competitors and seize the opportunity that this very unlucky pandemic has created for us, so you can create luck out of that. And with that, I'm returning back to the folks in the studio. This is going to be really exciting, and take it away.
Thank you, John. Bring it on. That's the message, right? Bring it on. And those who really can adapt to this change are the winners. Well said, John. The next speaker is one of my favorite speakers. I'm sure it's going to be one of your favorite speakers too. He's back on popular demand, popular request. He's back. His name is Pep Laya. I'm sure you know of him. He's a legend in the conversion world. He runs the world's most popular training program in online business called Conversion Excel. But most importantly, he's realized it's more than about conversion. It's just not about conversion. It's a bigger thing at play here. So to take us through why stop doing the same shit and how you can differentiate yourself is Pep Laya. Take it away, Pep.
Differentiation. Essentially, differentiation is answering the question, why choose you over all these other competitors that you have? And you have a lot. This image here is only the 8,000 marketing technology service providers. The number has doubled since 2016. So we have this insane amount of competitors. Why choose you? Remember hotels before COVID happened. You would used to, walk up to the hotel, you go inside the hotel, there's a lobby, and there's a, check-in that starts at 3 p.m., and there's a lobby bar, and every single hotel is pretty much the same. You walk into your hotel room, and into the bathroom, and there are toiletries, shampoo and lotion and shower cap, but no toothpaste, no toothbrush. In your hotel room, they change sheets every single day. Why is that the default? Why is there no toothpaste? And why is it like that in every single hotel? Well, the answer is that it's because sameness is the default everywhere. And sameness, the way I define it, is that companies look the same, they talk about themselves in the same way, they feel the same, and they're pretty much the same objectively as well. And why is that? It's because the more mature a category, the more competitors there are, the more similar companies become to their competition. And it should be the opposite, you would think. That the more competition, the more different you would want to be. But that's not really the way the world works. Marketers use competitive benchmarking. Let's see what the competitors are doing. Oh, they have feature X, we need feature X. They have that, we need that. So over time, you become just like your competition. While at the same time, when you're talking about yourself, about your business, you're talking as if you're the only one doing the thing you're doing. Such as this company here, Sendinblue, lets you send beautiful email newsletters. And obviously there are like thousands of companies that let you send beautiful email newsletters. Why do you say it like this? Like, what? I just don't understand. Or take this company here. It's a Swedish optimization tool. They do A/B testing. And this is the presentation. Your conversion optimization tool. A/B testing, multivariate testing, fix leaky funnels. Like, what? There's VWO, there's Optimize, there's Google Optimize, and that's how you're trying to compete? Maybe you're cheapest, but hey, Google Optimize is free. Pricing different, like competing on price only makes sense if you have a structural competitive advantage. For some reason, you can offer a lower price sustainably while your competition can't. If your competition can also offer lower pricing or lower prices than you, then that's insanity. So why on earth would anybody pick this brand? And obviously, you would not even find out that they exist because it's just like every other tool out there. And so what could they do? Could they add more features? Yeah, maybe, sure. They could add more features. But the thing is that you cannot compete on features. Every single feature or service or whatever offering that you add that gains traction will be copied. Snapchat launched Stories 2013, and then Instagram copied in, and now we're fleeting on Twitter, right? You cannot compete on features, or maybe it's a short-term transient advantage, but you need to be a consistent innovator. You always need to be 1, 2, 4 steps ahead of everybody else. Very few can play that game, the innovator's game, to compete on features. And it's more likely that you will die of featureitis. So let's say that you're going to have a go at it. You want to be better. You want to have better features. Well, let's think about it. Can you name more than one product that is objectively better than the competition? Or name an agency, a SaaS service, you name it, that is objectively better than the competition? Well, I was thinking about it. I could only come up with one example. Like Tesla, for now, makes batteries that have longer range than other electric cars and like some better tech. For now. All these other car companies are coming, making electric cars. I think that advantage is going to go away. Remains to be seen. Can you name a product that is objectively better? Yet, when you look at how companies are presenting themselves, when they're making the case, why choose us? It looks like they're competing on better. Choose us because we're better in some ways. While actually you cannot be better. You cannot compete on better. It's not possible. It was maybe possible in the 80s when, before the product quality revolution, when it was pretty normal that you bought a brand new TV and it stopped working 2 months later. Today, we assume that every single TV will last basically forever. That's not why I choose one TV over another, right? That's not a quality difference. So instead of competing to be the best, you should compete to be unique. At least that's what Michael Porter says, the father of modern-day business strategy. And I think it makes a lot of sense. If you cannot compete on being the best, and you have 8,000 competitors, it's very hard to be objectively better. And think about it. People have very limited consideration sets. If I'm looking for an A/B testing software, I'm maybe looking at 3, 5 options, not more. Rarely I'm considering more options. Or same applies when I'm buying juice or shoes or whatever it is, tents, right? So the goal of marketing really is to get into the very limited consideration set. And how will you do that as a marketer? Obviously, the guys that have the most market share, the most awareness already in there. If it's A/B testing software, it's Optimizely and VWO and Google Optimize are my top 3. So if you want to be included in the top 5, you need to stand out somehow. You can't be like that symphony that says, we also do A/B testing. No, I don't need you also do A/B testing because I already have one of those. It's very hard to get noticed. And remember this slide, like the optimization tools are in there, like the bottom left corner there, this 1,000 optimization tools. And you say we do A/B testing. That's not enough. In order to stand out, you need to be different. The only way I will choose you, or the only chance you have to get picked, to be even noticed, the only chance you have that somebody will find out that you exist is for some reason you're different than the others. You need to be different from others. And so why aren't more brands different? I think it starts with the fact that it's very hard to be an original thinker. Most of us have never had an original idea in our lives. We can only imagine things that we have seen before, and it's very evident. You look at any service provider. So think about your company. What are you saying that others are not saying? Have you actually come up with something original, something new? And I think the answer is no. Most of us are not original thinkers, and hence we're copying everybody else. I think if 5 new companies started in some whatever space, and they couldn't see what the other ones are doing, we would see some wildly different companies. But since competing is, public, competition happens in public, we just copy each other, and we end up being the same. Another thing about being original and not having original ideas is also that deciding to do something new and different is scary because it's tempting to be a safe and boring company, to say things that people expect it to say. So this company also wants to be an email marketing software, and this is not a joke website. This is their actual website, and they're saying predictable, safe, boring things because nobody will ever call them out on it. Nobody will mind. Nobody will criticize them. Well, of course, the downside is that nobody will care either. Nobody cares that they exist. Nobody will ever choose them. They will not be in the consideration set of the tools or of the products I'm considering choosing, because I will never find out that they exist. And you might say, oh, but look at the market leaders. Like MailChimp is no different. Well, yeah, MailChimp is the market leader. It does not need to be different. Shopify does not need to be different. Amazon does not need to be different. Whoever is the category leader or the top two, they don't need to be different. You need to be different from MailChimp. Market penetration, awareness is far more important than differentiation. The sheer fact that people know that you exist goes a long way. I mean, every single day when I'm doing social listening on Twitter, I see freelancers who have never run an A/B test in their life. They recommend Optimizely to each other. Hey, you should use Optimizely to run A/B tests. Not knowing anything about statistics or how much Optimizely costs. They do it because they've heard of it, and that's everything. So you, as a new A/B testing tool, you need to be different to have a fighting chance. So if you can't compete really, you can't compete them better, and you need to be different. And so how can you actually be different if you also don't have any original ideas, which you don't? The answer is brand. It's intangible differences. So Patagonia makes outdoor gear, and their outdoor gear is high quality, but it's not really much better than any of their other competing brands. It's basically the same stuff. So I am buying Patagonia because of the brand. And brand, what is a brand? Brand is not what you say you are, it's what they say you are. Who am I, or what does it say about me when I buy your brand? When I buy Patagonia, I'm telling myself and the world that I care about the world, the planet, sustainability is important to me, and I hate President Trump. And that's why I buy Patagonia over, say, North Face, because differentiation answers the question, why buy from you? There's an affiliation here. So in your communication, there's a hierarchy. First level, the bottom level of messaging is you communicate value and what's in it for me type of stuff, the obvious stuff. However, like send beautiful newsletters. But every other company says the same thing. So second level is unique value. What is the uniqueness about you that nobody else can say? What is your oneness? And the third level is worldview, your point of view, the set of values that you have. So let's look into how you can compete or differentiate with brand, some of the options. So there's a type of brand called reverse brand. So reverse brand essentially is a type of brand that breaks the expectations of this category. It removes some things that are expected and adds some new things in. Case in point is IKEA, a brand you might have heard of. So a traditional non-IKEA furniture store, what is it like? It sells high quality furniture that will likely last a lifetime. It's full of salespeople ready to help and transport your furniture home and all that stuff. IKEA removes all that. There are no salespeople anywhere. It's very hard to find anybody in an IKEA. Their furniture does not last forever. In fact, they don't even sell furniture. They sell parts. But what they add in is they make a great looking design affordable and meatballs, right? So reverse brand. Think about what's a standard expectation in your category? What are people expecting? And remove that. And what else could you add in? Then there's a type of brand called breakaway brand. So breakaway brand is It's not quite category creation, but it's changing the use case of a product. You're changing the way you think about a product. So diaper manufacturers used to have a big problem where there was a social stigma against kids 3 years old or older wearing diapers. So parents trained them out of diapers, and diaper manufacturers had, no way of making more money until they came up with pull-ups. Basically, it's just like diapers, but it looks like underwear, and it's for the ages 3 to 5. Suddenly, the social stigma was gone. Parents did not have to potty train their kids, and sales went up. Breakaway brand change. Who's it for? And then there's a type of brand called a hostile brand. A hostile brand is basically putting up a velvet rope and saying it's not for everybody. It's for a certain type of people. It's repelling some audience, and by the fact that it's repelling, it's also attracting another audience. So in this case, this is a famous ad that you've probably seen saying, too advanced. So people who are new to skiing, they're like, oh yeah, definitely don't want to go there. But people, hardcore skiers are like, yeah, that's what I like. Now they're drawn to it. It's a hostile brand. So basically, they're flaunting their flaws. They're proud of their shortcomings. They're proud of their edge cases. And they're saying, it's not for you. It's not for everybody. They're non-apologetic. Coincidentally, this ad that we've been running with CXL Institute has been our best performing ad on Facebook to date. Then other ways of competing or being different on intangibles. Being the first. Coca-Cola, the original, the real thing. Or HubSpot with their inbound marketing. Inbound marketing, it's a terminology coined by the HubSpot people. These two are inseparable. Of course, you cannot always be the first and then lead, social networks and all that stuff, but cementing that you're the real thing, the original, the first comer gives you a first mover advantage, and you can build on it and be like usertesting.com is using that same thing. It's the category leader. It was the first to be, I don't know if it was the very first, but it was first to inside the mind of a customer. And they're still the biggest, Next, attribute leadership. It's when you're better by a specific attribute. So when WP Engine, a WordPress hosting company, launched, they were competing on speed. And that was unheard of. They came out of nowhere, became ginormous. Now, of course, there are so many WordPress hosting companies that are competing on speed, Kinstein, whatever they are. But WP Engine does not need to be different anymore. They're already the category leader. We know it exists, and that goes a long way. Attribute leadership, they chose speed. Or in Winter's case, it's messaging research. There's all kind of user research, qualitative research things out there, but nobody does messaging research, this particular thing, better than Winter. Being the preferred provider. This is the old classic, more Dr. Smoke Camel type of stuff. Tylenol is still using this, the #1 doctor recommended painkiller. What is an opportunity for you here? So if you're selling to, let's say, optimizers, most CRO agencies use Optimizely, for instance. Can you pull that off? Can you see and survey and get data to show that you are the leader and some sort of an elite group of people, the CRO specialist, they use this tool? Or they all use Hotjar. More optimizers use Hotjar, for instance. Heritage. Hard to do in software, but in physical products, it's a common move. Levi's built America, and Red Wing shoes, they were the official shoe provider for the US military during Second World War, and still their brand is carrying that scent from the bygone, better era when America was still great and all that stuff. Heritage. Specialized for a specific market or niche. So it's basically, in this case, Paperbell. They're making scheduling and invoicing software for online coaches, a specific market. Now they're going all in like building out the use cases for having this particular customer in mind. So it's competing in the scheduling software world, it could, the coaches could be using Harvest or, whatever the hell, but this is specifically for coaches. Obviously, if they're successful and if the coaches subcategory gets bigger, more players will enter this niche. Now, the goal for Paperbell is to achieve as much awareness and market penetration inside this market as they can within, this time period that they have. They might have 1 or 2 years. Make your product in a special way. So what that really means is that you have a product, you achieve a certain outcome, and you talk about that the way you do it. In their case, it's a fat loss solution, and what they're saying is freeze your fat off. Freeze your fat off. Do people care how that really happens? Do they understand that? No. Does it matter? No, it does not. But that's their whole messaging. Is you freeze your fat off, and you achieve your outcome in a special way in a highly competitive fat loss market where there's so many products. This is how they stand out. And if you Google their sales results, pretty impressive stuff. Then being hot is a reason to choose you. It's like the Kim Kardashian thing. Like they're famous because they're famous. And you buy their stuff and all the Kylie Jenner brands and so on and so forth. So in software and in agencies, you can be hot as well. So Rome Research is hot right now. In fact, they have a cult. If Rome cult on Twitter and all that stuff, they sell subscription plans that go for 5 years. Like some companies are afraid to ask for even annual commitments, 5-year plans at Rome. Clubhouse was hot for a while, and multiple software can be. So you can turn that being hot, being the thing that everybody talks about, into the reason to choose you. Obviously, you cannot be hot forever. This is like a transient advantage that needs to morph into something else, but it's a great place to start. It's a reason to choose you. Story. Why choose you? So these guys, fish people, they sell fish. Fish is a commodity product, you would think. Salmon, what does it matter what salmon I eat? Or maybe it does matter. They tell the story of how the fishermen with the little hands go out to the sea, and then they catch it, and then that fish is shipped to you, to your house. And they have a tracker on their website. So the very fish that you are about to eat for dinner, you can see where exactly it was caught. So the story of this particular fish, and there was Jose, the fisherman, who caught this fish whose name was something else. So it becomes much more than a commodity product. And then I'm telling myself, I'm eating this fish, and this is like the old times when like the fishermen went to the sea and all this stuff. So narrative. The narrative is what engages me in what I'm going to buy from fish people. Belief. Nike and Colin Kaepernick made big waves. We're all aware of this. And I think that's kind of like, it's telling what the future is going to be like, in my opinion. So if in supply chain management, if I'm manufacturing, if I'm a t-shirt manufacturer, and I have a factory in Bangladesh, I have policies in place that I want to make sure that no child labor is used and all that stuff. I think in the future it's going to be more extreme than that even. Even like when I'm outsourcing SEO people or link building, I care, hey, like tell me your views on abortion and white supremacy, and do you support Black Lives Matter, and whatever it is. Like I want to make sure that I work with the people who align with my political views. It used to be that business and politics don't mix. I think for the next 5 to 10 years, the trend is going to be that you need to lead with your worldview. You need to lead with your values and political statements. Eventually, there will be a backlash, and people will get tired of it, and so on. But I think right now that's where the world is headed. Case in point, Black Rifle Coffee. So they sell coffee beans. Coffee beans is a commodity product. Their beans are good, but so is everybody else's. Instead, what they're saying is that they sell coffee to people who love America, which in these days means that you love Trump and guns. and yay white people. Like the guy Kyle, somebody who went and shot the Black Lives Matter protesters and got acquitted, at least for now, sponsored by Black Rifle Coffee. And so, back in Obama, when Obama was still president, and announced that they're going to accept, so and so many refugees to the United States, they announced that they are going to do some sort of an outreach or support to so and so many veterans in matching that number. So it's all a political statement, and it's really working for them. They're very successful, and reason why choose Black Rifle Coffee is not because of the beans. It's because of the political values that they have. So it's like the anti-Patagonia here. Transparency is a reason to choose you. So this dashboard, you can watch this live. It's ConvertKit, which is a marketing automation tool. And ConvertKit shows you how many trial startups they had, signups they had today, how much money they're making per second. It's real-time public information. You can go check it out. All their salaries that their staff is making, it's all public information. You can go check it out. So ConvertKit becomes, or the transparency of ConvertKit becomes a reason to choose them because you like them. You have some sort of an affinity to them. So think about you. What if you would publish all your internal company documents? What if they were all for everybody to see? What if all internal meetings you had, it'd be live streamed to LinkedIn and Facebook, and everybody can see what you're discussing about your next launch and so on? Like radical transparency. Nobody's that brave, but if they were, oh my God, it will work so well. Individuality, so hyper-personalizing the product. Lost My Name books. So like not only the title, but also like the content of the book is changed based on the name of the kid. So my son is Hayden, my daughter is Amelia. My good friend Stephen Pavlovich sent my kids these personalized books. They love them. And Wonderby, the owner of Lost My Name books, that's how they compete, right? They stand out with individuality. Having the best customer experience is an endless source of differentiation. Chewy sells pet food and all kinds of pet stuff. And the products that they sell, you can buy it at every whatever pet store, Amazon, doesn't matter. The product is not unique. It's what everybody else has, but they're competing on customer experience. It's the little things in the interactions, the emails, the support, a bunch of little things that add up that become a reason to choose Chewy. And then there's personal brand. So I might like Elon Musk, and that's why I buy a Tesla. Who's the CEO of Ford or Mazda or Mitsubishi? No idea. And think about like some of these, Bill Gates and Steve Jobs were the faces of their respective companies for decades. It's even synonymous, and Zuckerberg and so on. So a personal brand can be a reason to choose or not a big brand as well as a smaller brand. So these guys, the founders of Basecamp, very outspoken, writing books. They have very strong opinions on social media. It's very entertaining to watch. They said that the way to compete is to put more you in the product, because your competitors, they can copy everything, but they cannot copy the you in your product. And this is very evident in Basecamp, because Basecamp is not objectively better project management software. In fact, it has far less features and capabilities, and who knows why somebody would use Basecamp other than they like the founders. There might be some practical reasons too. Rand Fishkin, we all know him, and most of us probably like him, and I do. And we might use Moz over Ahrefs or SEMrush because we like Rand, even though he's long gone from Moz. And we're probably using SparkToro only because we like Rand, not because SparkToro has some sort of a meaning to us yet at this point. You don't need to be even a founder. Think about Dave Gerhardt. So he was at VP Marketing at Drift, now at Privy, which is, in a nutshell, email pop-up software for Shopify stores, a commodity product. Very successful, the number one product in the Shopify App Store, because Dave. So personal brand can be a reason to choose you. Some people shy away from it. I think double down on it and make all your employees as the amplifiers of that brand. So whatever you choose to do, think about what can you choose as your competitive differentiation, the reason for choosing use, and then double down on it. If you want to compete on speed, like how can you be 10 times faster? If you want to compete on better customer experience, how can that be obviously clearly 10 times better than any other customer experience? Or if you're going to go double down on a niche, like be so good for that niche that nobody else can compare, and so on and so forth. So double down on it. But who owns differentiation at a company? Who should own it? If differentiation is not a line of copy you write, it's not like, okay, so we have our email marketing software and we send beautiful new newsletters. Now you marketers go put some differentiation on top of it and we're good. It doesn't work that way. It's not some lipstick you apply later. Differentiation should be the very DNA of your company. It's how you make product decisions. It's how you make marketing decisions. Everything stems from the differentiation. So that means the CEO needs to own differentiation. It needs to come from the very top, and obviously everybody else is helping execute that differentiation. So to sum it up, marketing is a game of attention, but you only get it if you stand out, if there's a reason to find you, if there's a reason to pick you. If you're the top 3 category leaders, congratulations. Everybody else, double down on your differentiation. Thank you very much. I'll see you on the internet.
Wow, what a presentation. Thank you so much, Pep. Off the bat, I'm going to ask you straight away. Really, what you said in your whole talk today is that, dear data scientists, dear quants, sorry to break it to you, the numbers don't fucking matter. Is that what you said, Pep?
Numbers do matter, but it's not the whole story. And the soft side of it is more important. Going forward, in order to stand out and have a long-term competitive advantage, you need a brand. And brand is more than just numbers and analytics reports. So yes, I'm going to make the case that the soft side is going to prevail in the long run.
Yeah, no, I get the message. The message is loud and clear that it's just not about those little tricks anymore. It's about coming back to the why. And that's really my next question. So really, the biggest thing I took away from the talk is differentiation for real, value proposition for real. And that's because you truly care about your customer segment, you truly care about the problem you're solving, or you truly care about how you're solving it for this customer segment, right? Now, let's assume, a lot of our audience, they are growth people, marketing people. They're sitting here, they're saying, fuck, Pep is so right. I need to go speak to the CEO. I need to go speak to my board. I need to go speak to my management. How do you really start driving this change bottom up? Because it's really a top-down thing, right?
Absolutely. It comes down to education. It's the same as like, how do we sell the CRO that we need, sell the CEO that we need to do? CRO, same thing. You need education to convince somebody that this is the right move. The CEO is responsible for the future of the company. And so through that, he is invested in doing this. So marketing, marketing is a game of attention. If you do what everyone else is doing, it's hard to get attention. That's the shell of it. And if your goal is to gain market share, which CEOs care about, and build awareness, but when you have no clear product differentiation, no radical differentiation, that's going to be a problem. And it's not an easy problem to solve. So first step is make the CEO realize the problem, the extent of the problem. What I would do is that take your company and take your 10, 20 closest competitors and just look at what is the case they're making why somebody should choose them. And I guarantee you they're saying the very same things, with minor subtle differences that only maybe category connoisseurs might tell. So differentiation requires all-in commitment, and CEO needs to drive it.
Yeah, so serious contemplation, serious reflection, serious going back to the why. And reminds me of Seth Godin, one of my favorite marketing authors, talking about the purple cow, which he wrote, 20 years ago, saying, don't be the next same cow, be the purple cow, and and what have you. Right?
Totally.
So we're back there. Frida, you had a question.
Yeah. Like hearing you talk, really what came out to my mind was that for us, the work in optimization every day, all the time, we have this behavioral principle. We know them like running water. We read these books, and we're basically talking the same language. So, but these principles, when I hear you talk, it's like, aren't we risking becoming a part of that sameness just by all of us having those principles?
Everybody reads the same shit.
Yeah.
Everybody, and obviously all the websites look the same.
Yeah.
What do you do about that?
One of the hardest things to do is be original.
Yeah.
Most people cannot imagine what's not there. Like we want to recreate what they've seen before.
Yeah.
This is also true for consumer audiences, customers in say focus groups. Innovative products do really badly because people want to see what they've seen before.
Yeah.
So, but it's true what you say, that if you only read what everybody else is reading, you will likely also think what everybody else is thinking. Copying is easy, being original is hard. So 2 things. I mean, one, read what other people are not reading, and just synthesize and make a conscious decision that you don't want to be just like everybody else.
Yeah.
So if you look at any SaaS website right now, the zeitgeist that everybody has those drawn, whatever you call it, graphical humans dancing, and whatever. You look at the intercom or whatever website it's that. So first thing, you don't want to be that. Obviously, I'm not saying that that you completely reimagine what a website is about, because differentiation is not just cosmetics. It goes deeper than that.
Hey, Pep, it feels like we're in a spiritual retreat.
It's a problem. It's for sure a problem, and you need to consciously seek out differentiation. It doesn't magically happen.
No, it's almost like we're in a spiritual retreat where we need to find our true purpose, mix categories up because we're trying to be truly original, not for the sake of being differentiated, and come from the right place. That's kind of the overarching, that's what I heard. Am I wrong?
It's true. Mostly what I think, the way I think about it is, all these competitors, the sea of sameness, as I call it, how do you stand out? And you having good intentions in your heart and being mission driven by itself don't stand out. You need to communicate it. You need to be brave. You need to have an opinion about the world. What we've seen with like Nike and Patagonia, where brands are going into politics and taking a stand for environment or whatever, human rights. This is going to be increasingly the future. In fact, I believe that customers will demand you to have a point of view. As if, like in supply chain management, we want to make sure that children are not making the shoes in a Bangladeshi factory. In the same way, if I'm buying CRO services from you, I want to make sure that you are not a white supremacist and you believe in this and this and this, or vice versa. You need to believe that America is the greatest country in the world, and otherwise, no money.
Yeah. Right, Pep, last question before we let you off the hook. Tell us, what's the most exciting thing in the CRO world from your purview right now?
Well, as you might know, I've been kind of out of the hands-on part of the CRO world for a few years now. And I've been more in the CEO duties and thinking about bigger business topics such as differentiation and branding. And now, from my point of view, when I think about a lot of the things that CRO people work on, I'm reminded by how much hate hippos have gotten over the years. And now that I am a hippo, I actually think hippos are kind of cool because hippos don't earn their opinion by being the most important person. Like, you just don't get that overnight. You earn that over the years of having experience and getting insight into the market, into the competitive landscape, the world at large. And so I think Hippo's opinion about product vision, about insights into where the world is going in the market, are actually really important. You cannot A/B test your way into a new category. Like, you need to have a feeling, if you will, that is synthesized based on what you know. But it's sort of a feeling, because like, if you make a case, it's still obviously that we should head into this direction with a company. It's a strategy, but every strategy is a hypothesis. Except you can't test it for 4 weeks. 2 years minimum to test your strategy. So yeah, so most exciting thing for me is hippos.
Wonderful, Pep. Thank you so much. Good luck being a hippo, and looking forward to having you back. You're back on popular request, so good luck, and let's stay connected. Take care.
Thanks for having me.
Bye.
Are you tired of endless Zoom meetings? Can't seem to make it through the work from home day? You should try Conversion Jam. Conversion Jam gives you 95% of the sugar you need for your day in just a few minutes. Try red berry, the original, or green berry, the variation, or the brand new apricot taste. Whatever you choose, Conversion Jam will keep you at the top of your game. 'Cause we're jamming!
Thank you, Pep, and thank you to the Cjam commercial. We really get paid a lot of money to show you that. The next speaker is coming all the way back from Australia again. She is Mo Kiss, senior data girl at Canva. For the uninitiated, Canva is one of the most popular companies from Australia, along with Atlassian. It's kicking some kangaroo ass, if you ask me. 40 million users worldwide. And Mo is here to talk about how do you really go from a startup to a scale-up, applying some of these best practices from the conversion in the marketing world. A fun fact, really, is that Mo's sister, Michelle, was here last year. Mo's here this year. And if John Ekman doesn't fuck it up, maybe we can have the Kiss sisters playing together with us next year. But without any further ado, take it away, Mo.
Thanks so much for that warm welcome. Hi, my name is Mo, and I'm the Marketing Engagement Lead at Australian startup called Canva. So today I'm going to share with you some of the lessons that we've learned along our journey growing up. It's going to be about conversion rate and optimization, but also how you balance your company values with your experiment results, a bit about metrics and moving fast, and what you can learn from your mistakes. So I'm not suggesting that we have it all figured out, because we definitely don't, but hopefully there's a few things along the way that you can take back to your own company that will help you. So at Canva, we're on a mission to empower the world to design anything, anywhere, and with any ingredient. So if you haven't heard of Canva, basically we're a graphic design software that you can collaborate with things like marketing materials, social media posts, all sorts. You can just see a little video snapshot here of the kinds of things that you can create with Canva. Now, it's really important to note that a lot of the work I'm going to be sharing today is actually work that's been done by my completely incredible team. They're amazing. We're now nearly 60 people across the data specialty at Canva. And yeah, I guess you would say our data footprint is pretty big. So within my team or my specialty of data analytics, there's actually about 28 of us. So yeah, a pretty hefty data footprint. So you can't really go to a CRO conference without talking about how many experiments you run. So you might be surprised, or maybe this is pretty average, but we think we run about 150 to 250 experiments every month across Canva. I say we think because the truth is we're a startup and we don't always know what everyone's doing. Us data analysts are not always across the business. So I'm sure there's lots of people experimenting in lots of little ways that we're not aware of. So let's get into it. Most companies talk about a North Star metric, and at Canva, that's really monthly active users. So our MAUs is a big goal for us. We have over 40 million monthly active users. And it's really important that I highlight that at Canva, a monthly active user is not someone who just has a session. It's actually someone that has a positive engagement with our site. So we only count you as a monthly active user if you do something meaningful. So what that means is you publish a design, you share something, you print. There's basically a list of different interactions you have to do to count as an MAU. And basically, you can only fall into that bucket if you actually have an account with us, so if you're a signed up user. But what if I said that we actually have two North Star metrics? So the other thing that we really care about is annualized revenue. And this is basically our revenue throughout the year, which combines both our subscription revenue plus other revenue streams. So these two metrics are going to make for some interesting stories for me. Now, number one, the trade-off when you have two company metrics. This is a pretty good place to start. So how do you manage experimentation when you have two company North Star metrics? So you might be wondering, I don't really get it. Why is this a problem? But for us, most of the experiments we run, particularly for the marketing landing pages where I'm involved, every time we see an improvement in monthly active users, we actually see a decrease in annualized revenue or vice versa. So what do I mean by that? We typically see stakeholders setting experiment metrics like, let's increase the number of signups, but we want to have trials stay flat or increase. We don't want them to decline, basically. And we're often pulling ourselves in two different directions. Just let me flesh that out for you a little bit. When we target signups or basically getting someone to use our free product, it really involves experiments where we're highlighting our free product. So we're really calling it out and pulling attention to it, which obviously distracts people from signing up for trials. And then likewise, when we try and accentuate our paid product, we see less people sign up. And that could be because they mistakenly think that it's a paid product rather than the call to action of a free product. So in January this year, I reached out to the lovely Ton Wesling. I had the good fortune to be stuck in Hungary with him at a conference, and I got his advice on this. And he was like, Mo, this is doomed to fail. You can only have one success metric. Basically, you need to change the company KPIs. So I had a really long plane ride back from Europe where I thought about his advice. And he was right. Having two conflicting metrics was never going to work. But the truth is, the more I thought about it, the idea that I could change our two company North Star metrics was also laughable. That was never going to happen. But for the first time, I realized how wicked the problem is that he had raised and how much we really needed to think about it and try and solve for it better. So I went back to work at Canva and read up on our experiment results, and they all looked something like this. A statistically significant increase in sign-up rate of 2%, a statistically significant decrease in trial rate of 0.8%. And us analysts were writing up our experiments, doing what we thought was right. We were giving the numbers straight up. But what we were really doing was asking our stakeholders, who were product managers and CRO experts, engineers, to basically consider the upside, the downside, and constantly be making trade-offs and weighing consequences themselves, somehow all in their head. So basically, to interpret results, you pretty much had to be an analyst yourself. And this process was kind of unfair. It was putting a lot of cognitive burden on our stakeholders. So my next thought was, okay, I can't change the situation, but we can make it easier by how we communicate. And the key here is how you communicate your experiment results. So for example here, we actually forecast out what would be the impact of the experiment if this was live for a whole season. So for us, that's 3 months. And basically we were able to conclude that we would gain 250,000 signups, but we would lose $5 million in annualized revenue. So if we were to choose variant A, it would result basically in a cost of $20 per signup. So basically, we changed how we started estimating the impact for them. And while this seems really, really simple, it made the what do we do next bit so much easier. So then our stakeholders were in a position to have a really solid conversation about, okay, are we prepared to pay $20 per extra sign up, for example? It also meant that when we have our 2 metrics, we could assess which one was at most risk. So if our revenue goal is at risk, we might decide that we want to go with variant B. But if our monthly active user goal is at risk, then we might go with variant A. And it basically let people get straight to the decision making without having to think through the pros and cons. So the takeaway from this lesson that I learned was communication matters so much. I mean, it's the key skill that we all really need to nail, right? And reducing the cognitive load on your stakeholders by framing your results in terms of likely losses and gains expected from any trade-off and metrics is the key way that you can do that. And really just focus on reducing that load of doing the thinking for them. So number 2, figure out your leading indicators. You might have noticed during that example that I wasn't actually talking about our company goals of monthly active users or annualized revenue that much. Instead, I was actually talking about signups and trials. So let me get on to my next lesson, which is leading indicators. So Canva is a freemium product, and we basically have this wonderful free product. We have a pro version, which is really for people that want to use advanced tools and features. We have an enterprise offering for big businesses. Education, which is designed for the classroom, and lastly, a non-profit offering, which is really just our Canva Pro product, but we give it for free to charities and not-for-profits. But what this means is that most of our work is actually getting people from that free product onto that paid product. So all of our experiments are really focused on increasing trials. So what this means is that we have a subscription model. And I don't know how many of you work in subscription models, but measuring stuff gets really tricky when you don't know if someone's actually going to stick around until 6 or 12 months later. And the result of this is that it has a really big impact on what metrics we can use for our experiments. So what is a leading indicator? I keep talking about this. So for something like monthly active users, it's actually pretty straightforward. We know that if we can get a user to sign up on day 1, that's highly correlated or ideally has a causal relationship with increasing our monthly active users and then potentially our returning monthly active users, which is what we're really targeting. Likewise, if we're talking about our company goal of annualized revenue, we know that the number of trials we get has a direct relationship with how many subscriptions we get, which has a relationship with our overall annualized revenue. So these leading indicators, when used in experiments, let us know much earlier what the likely impact would be, rather than waiting until month 1, 2, 3, etc. But what if I said there is a third metric we care a lot about, and that's finding out who our biggest fans are and who's going to retain. So retention in a subscription model is actually really tricky, particularly in a freemium model. So why do you ask? Well, basically, we have different buckets of users. So some users come back every day, some every week, some every month, some only quarterly or once or twice a year. And we don't want to assume that just because those users churned, that those users churn just because they didn't use us for a month, because their usage of the product might be different. So we embarked on a journey. Yes, the suitcase, the least used item of 2020. Nonetheless, we decided we wanted to be able to figure out what our retention would look like without having to wait months or even possibly years for the experiment to be over. So this is the tricky bit. This is something you probably can't do on your own, and you really need to rely on your data team. The analysis that goes into figuring out some of the more complex leading indicators can be pretty tricky. So I suggest buying your data analytics team a coffee and start that bribery early. The good news for you is that this type of work is what analysts love. Analysts and data scientists are all about this. So if you loop them in, this is actually a project they would get really excited about. So what we found was that there was a particular metric for us, which was an amazing indicator of long-term retention. And most importantly, this was relevant for our free users as well. So we found that if users double activated in the first week, their likelihood of retaining was far higher. So what's double activation rate? Remember how I talked earlier about our definition of monthly active users and how you had to have a good interaction with the product. So that meant opening a design, publishing something, sharing a design. We basically found that if our newly acquired users did those things on 2 separate days in the first 7 days, they were far more likely to retain. So what this means for us from an experimentation perspective is that instead of having to wait until month 12 to know how we're going, we can basically look at an experiment result on day 7, know whether users in our test group have actually double activated, and then have a good indication of our impact on long-term retention. So basically, we could very early tell the long-term success of a particular feature when it comes to retention without having to wait months. Now, this is the most important thing that I actually learned through this whole process. And that's that double activation rate for us was a great indicator of retention, and it was highly actionable for experiments. But it doesn't mean it's fit for purpose in every use case. So what do I mean by this? Well, for an experiment, this metric was great. So we knew within 7 days of a user hitting an experiment whether or not it was successful. But we started using this metric for all of our reporting, for all of our product teams. And now in hindsight, that wasn't actually the best call. So the reason being that in an experiment, you can very easily see if you had an impact on this metric. But when you look at it in terms of weekly reporting, it actually fluctuates quite a bit. And it was really hard to tie things back to what we were doing in the product because it was so much seasonality, trend, volatility. And basically, we didn't know on a week-on-week basis if we were having a positive impact. So what we learned was that double activation rate was great for experiments, but it wasn't necessarily great for ongoing reporting. And so we've actually got a whole suite of other metrics that we use for that. So the takeaway, every metric isn't perfect for every use case. Find leading indicators that are good for experiments and accept that they might not be suitable for long-term reporting. Account for unintended consequences. So one of the strong attributes of our experimentation framework was that very early on, our analysts had the mindset that we needed to make sure that our experiments weren't having adverse effects on particular metrics that we weren't aware of. So this is where our concept of nanny metrics comes in. So let's say, for example, that our trial rate massively climbs, but no one bothers to check customer complaints or refund requests or churn. We could potentially be pushing forward a product change based on experiment results that would see our company in a world of pain in a few months. So we introduced this concept of nanny metrics, which, believe it or not, are a hotly debated topic amongst our analytics team. You might be wondering why. Well, it can get really easy to keep adding metrics to this list. So I've already mentioned churn, customer service, complaints, refund requests. But what about help sort, or bounces, or failure to publish? The list goes on. And the problem becomes that when you have too many nanny metrics, nothing matters and people will start to ignore them. So the analyst group argue and consider really carefully what we do and don't include on different experiments. And we keep this nanny metrics list to just a few. So let's take a look at an example. Most subscription businesses like Dropbox have a form like this. So this basically autofills the bill me yearly box, and it's up to the user to change that to billed monthly if they'd like to. So this UX is requiring a user to actively change it. It does generally lead to longer retention because people pay up front, and therefore more revenue. So we've also noticed this. Unsurprisingly, our 12-month retention for annual plans is far higher, even once you start getting to month 14, 15, 16. So it's a bit of a no-brainer. So we decided to try the exact same thing because we had a lot of external advice. You know, this is what subscription businesses do. Give it a go. So we did. We saw all the good things. Annual plans increased, annualized revenue went through the roof. We pretty much saw a complete inversion of the percentage of monthly plans versus the percentage of annual plans. But thanks to our nanny metrics, we also saw that refund requests increase and customer service complaints did too. Now, the thing to point out is that the increase in both of these nanny metrics was very small, and refunds were issued automatically to anyone who requested one or anyone who contacted customer support. So we actually analysed the uplift in revenue minus the refunds, and the positive gain was still huge. The funny thing is though, we have this company value of be a good human. So even though the change resulted in a massive amount of revenue for us, it didn't actually sit well with quite a few people at Canva. It culminated in our amazing founder, Mel Perkins, standing up in front of our entire company at Global Sit Down and saying that while the revenue impact was huge, we wanted to ensure we did the right thing for our customers. And ultimately, we felt that forcing users accidentally into an annual plan because they hadn't selected it wasn't in the best interest of our users. So if you visit Canva today, despite this experiment result, you will actually see that our product reverted to billing by default to monthly unless a user changes it themselves. And this is all thanks to the nanny metrics that flagged it. So the takeaway for you is figure out what your nanny metrics are and make sure to keep it to just a few. Number 4, values versus results. My favorite lesson of all. So you might be scratching your head after that last example I just gave, where we decided to forego tens of millions of dollars in the sake of customer happiness. But what if I said this actually comes up quite often at Canva? What do you do when your company values conflict with your experiment results? So let's talk about a different example. We had this experiment called the dark focused sign-up experiment, and basically we're overhauling our sign-up page. So what you can see on the left is our control. That was our initial sign-up page, and then you see the dark version on the right, and this is what you would see if you visited Canva from any English-speaking country. And then we also have here what you would see if you were visiting from a non-English speaking country. So the control would still be the same design previously, but in your native language. But what you might notice about the variant here is that this front modal in white is in German, but the background is not localized. So it's not in the local language, or the templates that you're seeing that are a little bit darker are still in English. So we ran this experiment and it was split out by English and non-English locales, and we saw a positive uplift in both English and non-English countries. In fact, the difference between them was negligible. The non-English version, for example, performed nearly as well, despite that the background wasn't localized. So you can see here that the difference was minuscule. So the results show a significant uplift without localization. So do we really need to localize the dark background at all? Well, in this particular case at Canva, it became about values over metrics. So for context, Canva is in a whopping 100 locales. After getting to 100 languages in 2017, we actually launched in 167 different countries in a ridiculous 1 year. And today, I do look at the data a lot. Some of our biggest and fastest growing markets are in non-English speaking countries. So part of our founder Mel's vision for Canva is to empower anyone, anywhere in the world, on any device to use Canva. And part of that vision really means being in someone's own language. So yes, we actually made the decision to localize the background. So I suppose I've worked at previous companies, and I know that this decision that we made at Canva was not probably the norm. I consider myself pretty lucky that I work at a company where a decision like this was simple. You think about that previous example I gave about revenue and customer complaints, and you can see the tone of our organization and what we expect from our teams. But I appreciate, with my previous work experience, that not all companies operate this way. And at this point, I just really encourage you to have these conversations before the results are shown. It can actually be really difficult to get people to go back and think about values in many, many companies after you see really positive test results. So the key takeaway here is discuss within your business what you should do when your values don't align with the test results before you test it. Once you have results, it may be too hard to go back and have that conversation. Okay, so on to the good, the bad, and the ugly of building our own experimentation platform. So this is lesson number 5. So there is a bit of a trend in startups to build in-house rather than buy. So basically, instead of spending money on tools, that same money is invested in the team, who are then able to drive the work. Now, I'm not sure where Sweden is at with this particular trend, but in Australia, it's pretty popular. Now, the good thing about building your own experimentation tool is that your analysts know the details to the next level. They basically can really look under the hood and explain inaccuracies or results very confidently to stakeholders when questions arise. And we've definitely had lots of abnormalities that we've really had to dig into. So we tested most of the major tools on the market. We actually really shopped around a lot. But ultimately we got to a place where no one could tell us what was happening under the hood. We didn't know what the ingredients were or the methodology, and we were mostly left wondering when we couldn't explain really strange results we were seeing. So as you can imagine, that was pretty frustrating for our analysts. So what's the problem? You're probably wondering, Mo. We decided to build this in-house experimentation tool and it went really well. But of course, it's never that simple. So remember I said that we run 150 to 250 experiments per month? Well, that's actually a lot of time, right? So an hour of experiment design, an hour of programming, an hour of analysis write-up. And you might be thinking, you have 28 analysts. This isn't really a problem. You know, if they work a 38-hour a week, you probably have over 4,000 hours of analyst time in a month. So spending about 10% of your time on running experiment analysis seems like a good use of time. The catch is, though, we run lots of small experiments that really don't need an analyst to weigh in. Sure, for our big decisions, yes, we do. But there's also lots of times when the decisions being made are pretty simple and the results are highly interpretable. And in those cases, we definitely don't need an analyst to be across it. Which means currently we're embarking on a whole mission where we're learning that having an experimentation framework that always involves an analyst isn't really scaling with the business. So we actually need to teach others. So we have a heap of technical colleagues, product managers, engineers, all sorts, who can make a couple of small changes to our Python experiment code and run it themselves. And this is really something, this is a lesson we're just starting to learn as we really scale, that basically we need to pass that knowledge on to others. Now, our experimentation tool is actually pretty automated, but it's one of those things where you can always do a better job. There is still a tiny portion that involves some manual work. And basically now we're at the point where we're like, we need to go back and figure out how we completely eliminate the need for any manual work so that we can unblock other teams. And we're also using other methods. So some of the things we're looking at is we've built out an in-house causal inference package. We're trying to teach stakeholders how to better estimate the change, the impact of their changes before they roll them out, so that we actually have a variety of tools, and experimentation is one of the tools in our tool suite. Now, I suppose my biggest takeaway for you is just because all the cool kids are doing it doesn't mean you should. So basically, building your own experimentation platform comes with its raft of own issues. We have a huge data team and we're still really struggling with it. So the takeaway for you is that in-house experimentation, it has lots of pros, but it's just not for everyone. If you have a small team, it's probably not worth it. But if you have a big data team and your business really values interpretability, then it might be worth pursuing. Okay, so let's do a bit of a recap before we turn to you all for some questions. So number one, the trade-off when you have two company metrics. So firstly, reduce the cognitive load on your stakeholders. Provide estimates or reinterpret your results. Basically, don't make people weigh the pros and cons in their head. Number two, figure out your leading indicators. Use leading indicators for your North Star metrics. And most importantly, ask your data team for help. Number three, account for unintended consequences. Add nanny metrics to your experiments and make sure to keep it to the essential few. Number four, values versus results. If you take nothing else away, be proactive about raising this within your team. Decide before an experiment how to manage this. And lastly, number five, building an in-house experimentation platform. So if you have a small team, it's probably not worth it. If you have a big team and you really care about interpretability, then it might be worth it and worth pursuing. So I'm going to leave it there, leave you with some lovely little kangaroos, which our founders are holding, because it would be un-Australian of me not to, and we can turn to some questions.
Really, really wonderful presentation. I'm looking forward to asking you some questions. First of all, one of the things you mentioned at the end was the teaching part, the automating part, and I just wanted to touch upon that. You've grown tremendously the last few years. What's been the biggest change in the way you drive experimentation today versus a few years back? What's sort of been the complexity and the biggest change that's sort of made you, because of the fact that you've grown?
Yeah, that's a tough one. I suppose that part of it is, I guess, a testing culture where we do test everything, but now we're starting to get to the really big decisions. So, for example, at the moment, the thing that's keeping me up at night is how we're going to test a multi-million-dollar spend on above-the-line marketing in the US. So we're really going from a lot of that smaller scale in product testing to really some big ticket items where the stakes are really high, which is definitely putting lots of pressure on the team to keep them busy.
Right, right. And how do you look upon, I mean, you speak in millions and dollars of revenue per experiment, and a lot of companies don't have that responsibility or that privilege, So what's sort of your three best tips to manage the scale at which you run experiments today?
Yeah, that's definitely another good question. So one of the things that we do when we run experiments is we typically test in particular markets. So we often will start with our five main countries, which are Australia, UK, New Zealand, Canada. And we do that because they have really big audiences, they're really profitable, but also it's very easy to test. And then what we do is we actually do rollout of different tests across different markets. And that's because we want to ensure that we see the same results depending on the location. And we also take a really staggered approach in the number of users that we expose to a test. So, for example, we might start a test and only expose 10% of users because we're lucky we have a big audience, so we can do that, which I definitely don't take for granted. And then generally over time, as we start to roll out, will then increase the percentage of users that are exposed to the test. So I suppose we take that responsibility very, very seriously.
Right, got it. And you spoke a little bit about, the fact that you have a large team of analysts, a large team of, people that are involved in experiments. Can you touch upon how do you work with them? How do you get teams to work together? How do you get them to collaborate? Because, everybody has a lot of opinions about when they look at data. How do you bring it together?
Yeah, that's a doozy. I don't think we have that figured out.
No.
The way that it's working at the moment, actually, someone was talking about this with me today. The way that we have it figured out at the moment, and this is a typical scaling problem, right, is we're really lucky that we have good relationships across the business that make it work. But that's, we're getting so big that quickly that's not enough. So someone was literally asking me, like, hang on a minute, if I'm in another group, how am I going to find out about the experiments that are running in your group? And at the moment, we've been fortunate that the data analysts have really been kind of the glue holding that together. But that's definitely a space where we are looking to the rest of the market and seeing how people are doing this well, because we know we need to improve. We do all the typical things like, writing things up in Confluence and sharing results in really big public forums. But I think that the biggest problem is always where there's a miscommunication or a lack of communication. So I suppose that's one of my key jobs, is making sure that all the right people talk to each other.
Right, right. And finally, I hear you have an exclusive copy of a Cjam. Do you want to open it?
Ooh. Well, I don't actually know what this is, but I have this lovely little present here.
Yeah, that's a way of we saying thank you to you. Stay safe in the storm.
Gosh.
We're really running out of time. So if you speeden up that experiment there, what do you see? What do you see there?
Oh gosh. Okay. Whoa.
Look at that. From Love from Sweden, red berries, freshly picked for you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much,
really
Mo, and
appreciate it.
looking forward to staying in touch and continuing the conversation. Thank you for taking the time, and stay safe from the storm that's brewing there.
Yes, and thank you for having me. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Yeah, thank you. Right. So, Frida, what happens now?
So we're about to go into a break.
Yeah.
So for those who have looked into the chat, we asked you what you will do in the break. We got some answers. So most of you answered that 60% you will make a cup of coffee or perhaps take a walk. It's a 30-minute break, but this is actually a bit of a all these answers are basically wrong, because of course you're not gonna take a walk. It need to be a quick cup of coffee, because we do have partners with us during the breaks.
Yeah.
So we have Optimizely. They will have a demo of their best-in-class experimentation platform, and we have AB Tasty that will have an interactive demo session where your feedback will kind of steer the dialogue. And then Coramando will have a talk about Martech, Heaven or Hell. So join those partner sessions, and you can find them in the menu to the left.
So menu to the left, partner sessions. Take a cup of Joe, get your Cjam toast. We've been promoting the Cjam so much, so please get a Cjam toast, and jump straight into the partner room, and we'll see you on the other side.
Many patients come to me without hope. They have tried everything. Imagine when I tell them that there is hope. A single spoon of conversion Cjam every day helps you against depression, sleeplessness, arthritis, acne, hair loss, double vision, asthma, and much more. That's why I and 9 out of 10 doctors recommend conversion Cjam. 'Cause we're jamming! Take conversion Cjam with caution, strictly as advised, and follow the daily recommendation by your conversion specialist. Please note that an overconsumption of conversion Cjam might lead to the following symptoms: drastically increased conversion rates, correct Google Analytics setup, deep understanding of consumer behavior, buy-in from management on CRO practices and budget, improves team spirit and employee satisfaction. Should you experience any of the described symptoms, please contact your conversion specialist immediately.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Conversion Cjam again. We really hope you had a good break. For those that went to the partner sessions, we're very curious to see what you took away. There's tons more lined up for you today and tomorrow. Frida, you had a question you wanted to ask.
Yes, during the break, some of you might have noticed that we asked you another question in the chat. So please answer it. What's the next big thing in CRO?
What's the next big thing in CRO?
Yeah,
I'm really curious to hear that one.
Yeah, we'll pick it up later.
Wonderful, wonderful. We also acknowledge the fact that some of you have had challenges coming into the link today. And if you still have some issues going on, it's not perfect as it should be, you can email us at cjam@conversionista.com. That's cjam@conversionista.com, and we'll send you an alternative link so your experience gets better. We apologize for that, and for those that are having a great time, let's continue. So our next speaker is Marianne Kvanvall. She has gone from a one-woman show who had no clue about what CRO was about 7-8 years ago to becoming the queen of the CRO world here in the Nordics. And she runs growth at Coop. So she's moving away a little bit from the conversion world and taking on a bigger perspective, similar to what Pep was talking about today. So we're going to hear a little bit more about Marianne's journey and her experience from CRO and beyond. Take it away, Marianne.
Well, thank you so much, Mahesh, and thank you for that introduction. And thank you for having me today. And hello, everyone out there in your couch, sofas, whatever. So today I'm going to talk to you about basically how I got the award in the end for the CRO Practitioner of the Year and how we got there. And I want to kick that off with showing you a quote that I actually sent into this application. And it says, I'm currently working at TUI in a 50-50 split role. One of the roles as CRO and UX lead for the 4 Nordic markets, and the other one as CRO manager for TUI Group. I work with CRO and A/B testing for over 6 years now, and my passion for it is still above and beyond. My drive is to understand what and why users are doing things online, and I want to spread that knowledge to everyone I possibly can. I wrote this February 11th, 2020, and little did we know that just 1 month after, COVID would hit us really, really hard. And the whole organization and TUI and what we'd done would never be the same again. So it's with a big heart that I'm presenting you the work that we did, which I think is very, very important to share because we did a lot and we learned a lot on this journey. So let's not talk about Corona now anymore. Let's go back to that kind of, what did John say? The rosy kind of times before Corona. Actually, the first day I stepped into the TUI office as a CRO manager in 2017, I came into an organization which was very tech savvy, but not that big within the CRO area. They were not worse than other organizations at that time. Just them taking me in as a CRO manager proved to me that they really wanted to drive this work further. But I know I had to spread this knowledge wider within the organization, and I needed a plan to do that. So basically, my plan was to do as many tests and experiments as possible within the next 6 months. That was the time limit I set to myself, okay? And I knew that making like many tests will give you growth. We know this for a fact. So that was why I really wanted to do it. I knew that I would have winning experiments like this one where we changed the slider into icon buttons. You know, this classic horizontal scroll that you use to choose which type of journey that you wanted to search for. And it was a huge success, of course, showing like an icon and small text instead. And I also knew that we would have a lot of losing tests, like this one when we changed the text into bullet point, which was a lousy idea for someone buying a really expensive journey and wanting to have a lot of information about it. But it doesn't matter if they're losers or winners within CRO, because the luxury of it is that we can create great insights from whatever results we are making, and we can give those insights and recommendations on iterations to make the tests even better next time, okay? So another reason why I really needed to do as many tests as possible was that I needed to prove the value of myself, okay? Because business, they make a profit and they need to invest that profit into something else, and then they need to see the profit from that. So this time they invested in me as a CRO manager. I couldn't ask for a developer or another tool set or whatever. I needed to show them that their investment was great and that I could bring that value that they were looking for. So doing that work, I knew that I needed to create these A/B tests myself. And thankfully, with that I have quite a technical background, I could actually develop them myself without, having to beg, borrow, and steal from the entire organization. And I think that truly helped me a lot in this, because I didn't have to go and say, I need this and I want this in order to actually execute the test. I could just keep that plan of doing as many tests as possible. Another thing that I did was I involved the stakeholders, the product owners and so on, more than I had ever done before. I sat with them for long times and teaching them about CRO, letting them understand the analysis and so on, so that they felt that they were included and that they felt and understood that I could bring value to their work so that they could actually get better results in the end, that I was an asset for them, basically. I also put a lot of time in sitting down with the developers, and I talked to them a lot about how to code dynamically for experiments and A/B tests, since that often is a bit different. And I also took their advice in what I could do more. And last but not least, I had widespread masterclasses for the entire organization. And everyone can come join. And, talking about that inspirational and fun, which is A/B testing, CRO, and experimentation. And one time I actually also let Google come in to do like a town hall talk for the entire organization. And it could be a smart idea to get like another person or another consultant or agency to talk about the things that you really want to say, because sometimes people might listen even more if someone else talks about it. Anyway, the 6 months of work had passed by, and I was able to get into talk with the Nordic board. I got a 20-minute session with them to talk about CRO, what we had been doing during the 6 months, show them examples of tests we had executed, and also, of course, some results. Where did we get, what was the success and value? So I showed that we had done about more than 60 variation live during this period. Then I actually took the value of these tests. Only during those 2 or 3 weeks tests periods, I took that revenue and accumulated that into an actual number. It wasn't this number, these numbers are fiction, but anyway. What I did then was to take this big, huge number and divide that by the total number of variations and tests we had live. That way I got one number which basically told us that each and every time you press the start button of a test, you earn this much money. The company earns this much more money. And that would really prove the value for the Nordic board. And this went very well. And shortly after, I became CRO lead. And they say, you can now build your own CRO team. And I was so excited about this, of course, but also terrified because no one within my network in Sweden or the Nordics had really done this journey before. So I didn't know where to look. But I read up a lot about it and kind of understood that I need to answer this question. How should I build a CRO team so that it fits perfectly within the organization? Should I go with a centralized solution or a decentralized? This is like the worst A/B test ever because there is no idea how to know what the actual answer is, right? I knew that in long term I wanted to go for a kind of center of excellence approach. But I also knew that I needed to keep this momentum that I already built, like going. So doing that, I went with a centralized approach because I thought then I could most leverage on what I have already built. But to actually scale up from there, I needed to look at my own weaknesses and see where in this A/B testing process do I have my own bottlenecks. So where am I actually a showstopper for myself, essentially? And thinking about that, the answer came down to I need a developer to help me out. That was the first person that joined the team, our CRO developer. And shortly after that, we took in 2 CRO specialists more. And this leveraged us so that I could take a step up to strategy and actually look more over the processes and tools we were using and how to make our optimization program more effective. One of the things we did was to sit down with the developers and have a look at our A/B testing tool. Our developers, of course, hated our third-party A/B testing tool that we had. I think you kind of all recognize that. But what we did was to look into different solutions. And we went into our headless CMS that we used, Contentful, and actually saw that we could build an integration and build our own kind of A/B testing tool within it, directly integrated to everything that the developers did. Very basic, very simple, no WYSIWYG or stuff like that, but it had what we wanted. Some allocation possibilities and a box where you could put JavaScript, which was what we needed. It was actually only like 3 kilobytes heavy, and it was 74 lines of code and was built in like 2 days. So it was actually really quick. So it's possible to do if you just sit down with the right people. Another thing we did was to gather developers and data scientists in order to understand how can we better monitorize and analyze our results. Because, you know, every time you execute an A/B test and analyze it, it's like the same work you're doing over again all the time, and often with the same KPIs. So we actually used a big query through Google Analytics to get the data into our own house-built automated analysis tool, together with these brilliant minds and developers and data scientists. And we calculated that we actually won about 6 hours for every test that we can put into making other tests and growing and becoming better. This all resulted in that we went from 108 tests in 2018 to 247 tests in 2019, which is really amazing. And not only us in the TUI Nordic thought it was amazing, but also in the wider spectrum of TUI Group. They heard about us, and I got the opportunity to go into, one of these huge e-commerce meeting with the big bosses and show what CRO was and show the value of it. Which was amazing for me to be able to do. And shortly after that, they actually came and said that we need a CRO manager for TUI Group. Because at the moment, everything was completely decentralized, right? All of the markets were working with CRO individually. And this was about 8 different markets. So it was a lot of different websites. And me, for myself, coming from the Nordics, I had no idea that someone was working with CRO in Belgium, for example. So I was very happy for this, and I was very glad to get the offer. But what I actually did was I asked them if they could make this a part-time role, not a full-time role, because I thought that it would be better and more beneficial for everyone if I would still have a 50% of my role in one market, more hands-on with the actual team, not only being on that strategic high level and not really seeing what is going on in the market. And they actually accepted that proposal, which I'm very happy about, and off we went. So the first thing that we needed to do was to kind of align on our KPIs. So because we needed to show the value of CRO and of this center of excellence that was formed. So the first KPI that we did and agreed upon was the total number of tests that we executed. Okay, so as you can see here on this dashboard on the graphs, we did about 100 tests every month, and this was amazing to see in itself because no one in TUI had any idea how many tests were actually executed each and every month because we had never spoken before. This was a whole lot of manual work to do because we had like 6 different A/B testing tools, 5 different ways of documentation. We had different analysis tools. So it was a lot of manual work, but it was worth it to start with to come up with these numbers. The second number we did was more of a revenue number where we looked at our biggest winning tests that we had and looked at what would the margin be for an upcoming year if we would push this test live. So we actually got a revenue number which everyone agreed on. Last but not least, 8 different domains, so many different markets within the same company but with different websites. Our third and last KPI was to learn from each other. And we did this through the global CRO showcase, where I think the list, it was not only for CRO people, the list of attendees was like 200 people, all wanting to listen in to what kind of experiments we're doing on the sites. So each different domain got to show their 2 greatest tests, and we would all have a fantastic learning discussion about it. So all of these different bits and pieces, all processes, all tools, all the work that kind of led from the one woman coming in to TUI to the actual award in the end. As you might see through this presentation, it wouldn't be possible with only myself, but I have these amazing teams to thank, both the Nordic team and our Global Center of Excellence. So I want to dedicate this whole speech and also share the award with you guys. So thank you so much for checking in, and remember to keep calm and act on data.
Thank you, Marianne. Thank you very much, and congrats on the award.
Thank you so much.
I have a few questions to just kickstart and see if we can go a little bit deeper.
Yeah.
I mean, you've gone from a Nordic CRO role to a global role. And if you look at it from sort of a 30,000 feet view, how do you think Nordics is approaching conversion compared to, let's say, the rest of the world?
So the rest of the world is a big place to talk about. If we look at maybe the front runners in CRO, I would say we're kind of late after. Not that late. We're not the worst in the bunch. But I mean, we have some countries which are really in the front run. So we have America and the Netherlands and so on. So we're doing okay. We're starting to get the hang of it. I think the main problem for the Nordics has been our size. Because to do experiments, you need a lot of traffic. So that's why I think we're getting there now, and especially maybe thanks to Corona, with more people getting online, we're getting more traffic.
Got it. And I mean, but at the same time, Scandinavia, Nordics is famous for a pilot mentality. It's a great test market for global companies here. It's people are really front-facing. How has that sort of reflected on some of the techniques you can use?
Well, I think that is when people look at CRO, they have this method, which is A/B testing, right? But many see A/B testing as the same as CRO. But there are so many other methods that you can use within CRO, like surveys and other things, and web psychology, to actually improve your customer journey online. So you don't have to use A/B testing. There are so many other tools that you can use maybe as a startup when you don't really have the traffic to be able to scale up in another way.
Got it.
Yeah.
And, you've been in this industry for, 7-8 years now?
Yeah.
What's the most exciting trend you see today?
Oh, I think it's that we still have no idea what's going to happen.
No.
It's that I usually say this in my kind of lectures in schools and so, that if you are going to take away one thing from my lecture, is that we have no idea. We don't know anything.
So futurists are full of bullshit. That's kind of what you're saying, right?
Okay,
I mean, and finishing up here, if you had to go back in time and, do the whole TUI journey again, what did you do differently knowing all that you know today?
Great question. Actually, I would appreciate not knowing what I know today, because if I knew that, maybe I wouldn't have put so much energy into it that we actually did. And we did an amazing journey, and they are going to build up the optimization program again. But I couldn't really do that because I had already done this with an amazing team. So I would just compare it to the greatness that we had.
Right.
No, there's nothing really I would change, but I have learned from organizations before that, so I have learned a lot. And then I applied everything that I learned on TUI, basically. So I think we're just getting better and better.
Wonderful.
Each time.
Marianne, thank you so much for putting a little bit more a human touch to CRO, putting a little bit more face to CRO here in the Nordics, and keep doing the great work you're doing.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, take care, Marianne.
Bye.
So what happens next now? We go through a little Cjam movie, right?
Can't get your family started in the morning? Is the morning routine taking forever? You should try Conversion Cjam. Conversion Cjam gives you 95% of the sugar you need for your day in just a few minutes. Try red berry, the original, or green berry, the variation, or the brand new apricot taste. Whatever you choose, Conversion Cjam will keep you at the top of your game. 'Cause we're jamming!
I must say that our creativity was really high thanks to COVID. So we hope you enjoyed the Jam films. Frida, there's a question we asked the audience, right?
Yeah,
And we're seeing some experts here, right? Who are these wonderful people?
Yeah, so we're at Conversionista and on Conversion Jam every year. We've had this red corner where we have meet the experts. So we're gonna do this this year also, even though we're more in a digital context. So these are experts, and you can actually book one of them. So we have the areas experimentation, analytics, experience design, and growth. So in the menu to your left, you can book one of these great experts that you can meet up one-on-one after the conference and talk about what you need help with. So come a bit prepared, because they need perhaps a little bit of data or a little bit of insights.
Yeah, so it's problem-solving workshop, right? So you come in,
basically.
you get a quick 10, 15-minute, expert view on it. But to get a proper expert view, you can't just show your website or your app, but you need to give a little bit more context. So what we're saying is that come a little bit prepared with some data, some context, so these guys and girls behind us can really give value. And this is a tradition we've had at Conversion Jam, isn't it? So we're trying to do this digitally. We really hope you can come with the right set of data or some kind of context, so these guys can really add value. Yeah. So meet the experts. You're going to see that in your portal there, right there. And then we also had a question, right?
Yeah.
Just before the break.
Yeah. During the break, we asked you what's the next big thing in Zero. So perhaps see if we can say goodbye to our expert and see if we can get the questions up. Yeah.
So what's the next big thing in CRO? And Marianne spoke a little bit about it. We're going to pick that up again after this, after we look at the answers. So, it's interesting on how industries move. On some level, being the outsider, I feel the conversation has been the same the last few years.
Yeah.
Of course, there's a lot of development going on, right?
Yeah.
So what do we see here? SMS marketing, that's funny.
Yeah, this I know for a fact that we had more answers than this. So AI, that's popping up twice, and SMS marketing and bots. But we also
voice,
know that
I remember seeing voice here.
Voice I saw also.
Yeah.
So but AI might be a thing optimizing more automatically, perhaps.
And what's your view on the next biggest trend in CRO?
I would say a part of it is also a bit on what Marianne talked about. We have learned a lot, and just getting out there and doing it, and just understanding that there are more methods than A/B testing in the Zero toolbox. Yes, to include all that, so we get a more overview of all the aspects of our flow. Will give us more in-depth insights on what to optimize.
Yeah, no, great, makes sense. There is a big problem, I guess, in the industry, that people talk about it, but few do it properly. And there's enough of a toolbox for you today. Yes, there's some limitations with traffic and with volume, obviously, given the size of the market if you're local here. But there is enough in the toolbox, and it's really about how you start trying. Yeah. But I'm curious about the voice, and I'm curious to hear your view. What do you think is voice and conversion in the future?
I think it can be a really good big thing, of course, because it's kind of still upcoming, and it's still not perfect. No. So it's like when a touchscreen in the 90s, it was awful, and now it's our everyday life. Yeah. So I think a voice can be that thing for the future, but still have a part of it still needs to mature a bit before we can actually use it. Yeah.
If you're looking at getting shit done, you just want to buy groceries, so you just want you're doing something again, repetitive tasks. Voice could be great. I use it a lot at home. So I'm curious to see how you guys answer as we get more answers here. So our next speaker is a really interesting one. He is called Lucas Vermeer. He lives in Holland, and he runs experiments in the most experimented company in the world. And obviously the question is, how many experiments does he then run? Because Marianne spoke about 100 a month, 150 a month. Does he run thousands? What's the gap? And really, he runs 0. That's the trick question there. But he does have one trick to rule them all. So one experiment trick to rule them all. So let's give it up for Lucas Vermeer. Lucas, take it away.
Hey, thanks for having me. Today, I want to talk about one neat trick that you can use to run better experiments. And I'm calling this a neat trick because it's really a simple test that you can apply to every experiment that you run that uncovers a whole range of different data quality issues that are pretty severe and that you should be concerned about. But I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself. Let me first talk about what this test actually is. It's called a sample ratio mismatch check. And in this talk, I'm actually going to go through 5 steps. First, I'm going to answer the question, why should we care? You might be thinking, oh, here comes another statistician to talk about another test that I need to learn about. So I'm going to try and convince you that this is actually one of the important tricks that you should have in your toolbox. Then second is, how will we know? How does this test actually work? How do we know that we're dealing with a sample ratio mismatch, or an SRM? Then thirdly, who suffers from SRM? How prevalent is this actually? If this is something that is very uncommon, then we might be fine to ignore it. Or is this something that is very prevalent and that we should actually be very concerned about? And then fourth, what can cause an SRM? Once I've hopefully convinced you that this is something that you should be worried about and that you should be on the lookout for, we also want to understand where does it actually come from. Because then fifth, I want to talk about what we can actually do once we encounter an SRM. So first, why should we care? And for years within Booking, we'd been testing for SRM and warning users about this. And I'd struggled every time to explain to users of our internal experimentation platform why this is a problem and what it actually means for their experiment. Until by accident, I ran into a scientific paper that was published by 2 statisticians, and they essentially struggled with the same problem. They had encountered the same statistical test and the same statistical problem. They use a different name, but it's the same problem. And they struggled to explain this to psychologists who were the audience for this paper. And they had a brilliant idea. I mean, this is genius. They realized that if you want to explain to experimenters the importance of a particular trick or technique, you can explain that to them by showing them a series of experiments that are so ludicrous, so ridiculous, that lead to such mind-bogglingly false conclusions that really the experimenter must understand that this is something that they should be concerned with. And so, for example, in this paper, one of my favorite examples that they use is that they have an experiment that shows that imagining applying eyeliner will make you lose weight. Yes. Imagining applying eyeliner, so thinking about applying eyeliner, not doing it, but thinking about it, will make you lose weight. Now, clearly that's a false conclusion, but they actually have an experiment that backs it up. So they ran a survey experiment where on Mechanical Turk, they paid people a small fee to fill out a survey. And the survey had 2 components. The first component was an imagination task. So you had to imagine some scene or some situation. And then the second part of the survey was asking people for some demographic information, such as their age, their gender, and their weight. Now, there were 2 conditions in this particular experiment. In the first condition, people were asked, describe how applying eyeliner versus not applying eyeliner would make you feel differently, right? So think about putting eyeliner on your face. How would that make you feel differently as opposed to not doing that? And in the other condition, so in the treatment condition, people were asked the same or a similar task, but this time not applying eyeliner, but applying aftershave cream. Right, so rather than think about applying eyeliner and how that will make you feel, think about applying aftershave cream and how that will make you feel differently. And so we have these 2 groups, we have their weights, and so then we can compute the mean weight for each group. And as you can see in the results, the reported body weight is significantly less in the group that thought about applying eyeliner. It's about 20 pounds, 22 pounds less. That is my amazing, neat trick for losing weight. So there you have it. Just every morning, wake up, think about, how would I feel applying eyeliner, and those pounds will just shed like, of course not. This is not true. So this is one of the experiments that these people ran, deliberately trying to generate false conclusions. And so they even say in their paper, in the method, to say in experiment 2B, we predicted that an experiment that assigns participants to imagine applying eyeliner versus applying aftershave cream would end up with a sample that is disproportionately female. And as a result, participants assigned to imagining eyeliner would report weighing less than those assigned imagining applying aftershave cream. Now, why is this happening? Well, it's happening because this is an online survey. So participants are asked to fill this out. And in any online survey, participants always have the option to not complete the survey or to close the tab and go away. And in this case, if you ask men to describe how they would feel applying eyeliner, then some of these men will really struggle with this task. And as we all know from our online experimentation work, increasing friction will often lead to higher drop-off rates. And so by increasing friction, in this case, by giving the men a more difficult task, more men will drop off. And we can actually see this in the dropout rates that they report in the same table. We can see that the dropout rates for men or in general are much, much higher. They're about 32% in the eyeliner condition, whereas they're only 24% in the aftershave condition. I think it's interesting that apparently women don't struggle as much with imagining applying aftershave cream as men struggle with imagining applying eyeliner. I think it's partially because I personally don't really know which one is the eyeliner. Is it the one with the brush or the one with the pen? I mean, aftershave cream is a little easier maybe. So if you don't think this is a problem, you can stop watching. If you run experiments and you would be completely comfortable drawing such a mind-bogglingly false conclusion, right? Deciding that imagining applying eyeliner makes you lose weight, if that doesn't make you uncomfortable, then this trick is not for you. But if, on the other hand, I hope you are one of these people, if on the other hand you care about the validity of the conclusions that you draw from your experiments, the things that you learn and the decisions that you make, you want them to be valid, then I hope that I've now convinced you that this is something that we should be all very, very worried about. So the next thing, or the second thing on my list, was then how will we know? So now that I've hopefully convinced you that this is important, how do we actually know that this problem has occurred? How do we know that we're dealing with an SRM, with a sample ratio mismatch? And the answer is in the name. A sample ratio mismatch is a mismatch between the expected sample ratio and the observed sample ratio. Now, the sample ratio is essentially the split. Right? It's the number of people in the control divided by the number of people in the treatment. That's the ratio. And when we set up an experiment, we have some expectation. We tell our experimentation platform, you should split this experiment by 50-50, or you should split this experiment by 90-10. Right? So we have some expectation of what we expect to see. But then we also have counts. We can see in our report how many people are actually in the treatment, how many people are actually in the control. And so we compare these two, and we want to make sure that they're aligned, that they are matched, and that we don't have 50-50 as a setting and then 90-10 as an observation. Now, if you observe something extreme like this, if you run an experiment that should be 50-50, but in reality you get 900 people in A and 9,100 people in B, then it's pretty obvious that we're dealing with a mismatch. This clearly doesn't match our expectations. And this tool is also giving us a warning here in the yellow box. This is not in line with the expectation, and therefore there's a clear sample ratio mismatch. But very often it's not that clear. In this another example, we have 9,965 or 66, and it's not entirely clear whether this variation is to be expected, it's just normal randomization, or whether this is something that we should be very, very surprised about. And so it's very difficult to tell when an actual sample ratio mismatch has occurred. When is the result surprising enough? Now, luckily, statisticians have already solved this for us, and they have a method that's called a goodness of fit test. Basically, you check whether what you observe fits with what you expected, and you can measure the goodness of that fit or the surprisingness of that fit. And the method you use specifically for SRM is also described in this paper by LinkedIn, automatic detection and diagnosis of biased online experiments, you can find online. And if you use these methods, you will find that a result like this is not surprising. That's why there's no warning, but something like this would be far more surprising. Now, if you wanted to do this calculation yourself on a computer, you can either use this calculator or you can use Python. This is literally a one-liner. This neat trick is super, super simple. There's actually a two-liner because Python requires you to import the library first. And then the second line is actually the actual computation. And as you can see, there's only 3 inputs for this particular test. We need to know the number of people in the control condition. We need to know the number of people in the treatment condition, so the counts for A and for B. And we need to know the expected proportion. So that P equals 0.5 here means that we expect a 50-50 split. And what this function then returns is a normal p-value that we also use in regular experimentation to decide whether A is better than B. Right? We compute a p-value or a confidence in some tools to decide whether the result is surprising enough. And this is essentially doing the same thing, but to compute whether there's an SRM or not. Now, given that this test is so super simple, and that the SRM is something that we should be so very concerned about, I'm actually quite surprised to report that, to my knowledge, there's really only 2 experimentation platforms that you can get on the market that actually support this. All the other tools that I'm aware of do not check for SRM, or at least they don't inform their users that an SRM has occurred. And I find this really surprising considering the importance of it as well as the ease. Right? If this was something that was not important or not easy to do, then I could understand that many platforms don't support it. But I found this very surprising. To more that most internal platforms that I'm aware of, so the Facebook and the LinkedIn and the Microsoft platforms, they all do check for SRM. So there's a discrepancy here between internal facing tools and external facing tools. Now, thirdly, I wanted to talk a little bit about prevalence of SRM. Right? Who actually suffers from this? Is this a big problem or not a very big problem? And the sad thing is that we really don't have a lot of data here because there aren't very many publications about SRM that tell us how often this actually occurs in practice. So one of the publications we do have is from LinkedIn, the paper I showed you before. And there they say that in about 10% of their experiments, they actually encounter an SRM, so 1 in 10. Microsoft, or together with Microsoft, I actually published a paper a few years ago on the topic of SRM, and there Microsoft divulged that they have about 6% of experiments having SRM, and those are really the 2 public numbers that we have. So 6 and 10%, those are the percentages that we have. So I can really construct a confidence interval around 2 numbers, but so between 6 and 10%. But that's for companies that have been very actively searching for SRMs and trying to address the underlying causes of those SRMs. So these are companies that have been actively trying to make these numbers go down, and still they're at 6 to 10%. I expect that for those platforms that have not been looking for SRMs, so they're not even aware of these underlying problems, the percentage of SRMs is probably higher. In the field, when I talk to practitioners and I ask them whether they test for SRM, then whenever someone says, yes, I do, then my follow-up question is always, and if you test for SRM, have you found any? And I've yet to encounter anyone who has looked for SRMs but not found any. Like every person I talk to who knows about SRM and checks for SRM actually has found a case of SRM in practice. So I would argue that this is actually quite common. It's just hidden. Now, if you were thinking, well, okay, so this is very serious. It's a very big problem that I should worry about. It's very easy to detect. It's probably very prevalent, okay. But what actually can cause this? Why does this happen? Well, I have good news. We wrote a paper about that. It's called Diagnosing Sample Ratio Mismatch in Online Controlled Experiments. And we found, so let me first tell you about the paper. We went out and we interviewed practitioners, so people running experiments that were already checking for SRMs, and we tried to find all of the different reasons that a SRM can occur. Now, I have to be honest, I'm spoiled. I work for Booking, and we have a very mature experimentation platform. We've been building the experimentation platform at Booking.com for about 16 years now. And so we have found SRM along the way and fixed many of the underlying issues. So when I came into this, I was actually of the opinion that there were probably like 2 or 3 different real causes for SRM. And that was about it. That was what I had in my own work encountered, and I didn't really think there would be more reasons for SRM to occur. So it really surprised me when I started interviewing people for this paper, was that there were actually lots and lots of different reasons that an SRM can occur, lots of different causes that had already been addressed by people before me at Booking.com. Right? Things that can happen that you can sort of fix and then you never have them again were things that I had never considered could also cause an SRM. And so in the end, when we took all of the data that we got from our interviews and we put it together for our paper, we didn't just write down a list of the causes. We tried to make an actual taxonomy and group these causes because there were so many different reasons that we thought we had to give some structure to these different causes. Now, one of my favorite examples from the paper, because the paper also has a lot of different examples of those causes, is an experiment that Microsoft ran, where they had a carousel on the MSN homepage. And what they did is that they would increase the number of images in the carousel. So in the control condition, there's, I think, 10, and then the treatment condition, there's 15 or something. So the number just goes up. But other than that, the user interface is identical. And what they found was that when they looked at the metrics of that experiment, it seemed like engagement had gone down. Fewer people were interacting with this carousel, which is surprising considering that we actually have more content in the carousel now. So you would expect to see more engagement. But then the experimentation platform at Microsoft checks for SRMs, and it started showing warnings saying this experiment has a sample ratio mismatch. There's a problem. And so the development team started digging. And what they found was that because the carousel has more images in it, users can click more. And because they clicked more, the bot detection algorithm would assign or would mark more of those users accidentally as bots. And so the increased engagement was tricking the bot detection mechanism into thinking that the humans that were engaging more were actually bots. And because bots can be a problem for experiment data quality, Microsoft at the time was filtering out these users from the experiment. And so in the treatment condition, the humans that were engaging most with the treatment, the people who were responding best to the treatment, were accidentally being filtered out of the data entirely, resulting in an SRM, because now we have fewer people in the treatment and the same amount of people in control. And so this actually caused not only an SRM warning, but actually caused the metrics to move in the opposite direction. Remember, it looks like engagement had gone down, but the reason that engagement seemed to have gone down is because the really engaged users were all filtered out of the treatment. If they were added back, it actually became clear that engagement had increased. That's why the bot detection mechanism was failing so horrendously. So in this case, SRM is not just causing us, it's not like a false positive, right? In a false positive case, you're drawing the wrong conclusion. You're saying there's an effect here when there isn't. But in this case, it's actually reversing the direction of the effect. We think it's bad when it's good, or vice versa. And that's really not that uncommon with SRMs, that they can actually reverse the direction of effect and not just cause you to draw a wrong conclusion, but a really, really, really wrong conclusion. Now, this is an example of the third category that we draw up in our taxonomy of experiment log processing, which is an SRM that occurs because of the way that we process data in our experimentation data pipeline. And so removal of bots is one example, but we can also have cases where the logs for the different treatments arrive at different times, and this can also cause SRM issues because we don't have all the data for the treatment yet. But let me go through the 5 categories one by one. All the way on the left, we have experiment assignment SRMs. These are SRMs that occur because of the assignment algorithm. So when users arrive to our website or to our app, we have to decide whether to go into A or to B. And if you do that correctly in a randomization strategy, then and you assign them 50-50, you get 50-50. But if there's a problem in the way that you bucket users, or there's a problem in the randomization logic itself, or the user IDs are corrupted, or there's carryover effects from previous experiments. All of these problems with the randomization strategy can lead to SRMs later down in the pipeline. So SRM actually helps you identify all of those different problems. Then the second category is experiment execution. That's once we figured out whether the user should be in A or B, do we then correctly put into effect the treatment? So one of the things that we found when we talked to practitioners is that sometimes in some platforms it can be difficult to start A and B at exactly the same time. I don't know why, but that can actually lead to SRMs if there's a long delay between A and B. One very common one that I see with client-based platforms is that if there's a redirect in only one of the variants, so in the control condition, for example, we showed a page, and then in the treatment, we redirect to another page. If that page is broken in some cases, then it can actually also lead to SRM. So if you get a 404 and only 1% of your users on that page, it can still lead to an SRM. And so again, the SRM helps you identify these sorts of problems. Experiment log processing we talked about. Then the fourth category is experiment analysis. This is where the way that we analyze the data that we've processed actually causes the SRM. These are the nicest ones because these can often be fixed in the easiest way. And so one of the common ones is that you use an incorrect starting point for the analysis. This is what LinkedIn also addresses in their biased experiments paper that I showed you earlier, where if an experiment has been running for 2 weeks and you look only at the users who showed up in the last week, that might sound like a thing you want to do. But if the experiment is actually causing fewer people to come back, then that second week is going to have a biased sample. SRM will uncover that. So SRM will actually tell you, hey, there seems to be an uneven distribution in that second week. So that's another example of a problem that SRM, this one neat trick, essentially will help you uncover. Now, the fifth category is my favorite one. Because it's a little bit special, because it has very little to do with the platform itself. So it doesn't really talk about the assignment or execution or processing or analysis, but it's about interference. It's outside things that can actually cause SRMs. And this is one that I wasn't really expecting when we started this research. But so one that came up, I was surprised, was that some companies have injection attacks or hacks that actually affect their experimentation. People try to put themselves in the B variant because they get a better deal. And so that's one way that an SRM can occur. But the other one that's I think far more common is when us, the experimenters, change settings in an experiment while it's running, and that's causing an SRM to occur. And so one is if you're running an experiment and you pause a variant for a while and then you unpause it. That's one way to cause an SRM. But another is if you use ramping, but your experimentation platform actually doesn't take into account the fact that you ramped. It just changes the allocation strategy without changing the statistics, that will also cause an SRM. And I think I have an example here of a platform that allows you to do that. And it actually warns you. It says changing weights can affect data. Since changing weighting only affects visitors new to the experiment, it can affect your experimentation results. And I think this is a little too subtle. I think it should say, warning, if you do this, your experiment is invalid. That's pretty much the gist of it. And so this will also cause an SRM, a warning to flag. I think in short, there are SRMs everywhere. This one neat trick will help you uncover a whole variety of different data quality issues or problems with your experiment that will all, so to be clear, all of these causes are very serious and will likely cause you to make wrong decisions, such as deciding that thinking about eyeliner will make you lose weight. And so all of these causes are very, very serious, and this one neat trick can help you find all of them. This list is not even complete. When we published the paper, we also put it on online, and almost immediately after I put it online, we actually uncovered a few more that I then later added to the online version. So I'll show you the website later, but we're still collecting, and there might be more causes for SRMs that I'm not even aware of yet. Okay, so I've hopefully explained to you that this is a very serious thing that you can very easily uncover, that can be, what's the third thing? Well, there can be many causes for this very serious thing that you should be worried about. But then the next question is obviously, what can we do? Right? Once we find an SRM, once we've run our experiment and it says, oh, you have a problem, what do we do? Well, here I have some sad news, because really the only basic guideline for how to deal with this is this 3-step process. I can only tell you that you need to check for SRM. Please, absolutely do check for SRM. You can do this manually, or use a tooling I'm going to show you later. Because when you start checking for SRM and you find these SRM issues, you will hopefully also filter out these results and don't add them to the things that you learned. That's already an advantage, right? You don't learn false things. That's hopefully already something that you would be interested in. But it also means that you can start addressing some of the underlying issues that are causing these SRMs. So hopefully you can ensure that in the future you would have less of them. Now, to help you check, I actually built a small plugin for Chrome together with a few other people that you can download on lucasvermeer.nl/srm. And if you install this Chrome extension, what it does is it will actually, when you go to an experiments report on any of the supported platforms, it will actually look at the page, find the numbers that it needs to do the computation, and then does the check for you automatically. So you no longer have to do it manually. So here's an example from one of these platforms where an experiment is running, should be 50-50. Clearly is not 50-50 for some reason. And so the numbers for original experiment in the bottom left are now highlighted in red to indicate that an SRM has occurred, and we should be skeptical of the results that are being reported by this tool. Now, at Booking, if this experiment was running and an SRM would occur, we would actually not show any of the reports at all. And so we don't just highlight the fact that an SRM has occurred, but we distrust the results so much that nothing else is really shown. At Microsoft, I know that they do a very similar thing. If an SRM has occurred, there's a giant warning that overlaps the entire page, and you actually have to acknowledge the fact that, yes, I know that there's an SRM before you can see any data. The extension itself is on GitHub, so if you're interested to contribute, then please share the love, come help us out. We could use some help to support more platforms. Currently, we support about 10, I think, but of course, there's going to be platforms that we don't support, and I would love to have more platforms supported. I hear that Safari also supports extensions now, so maybe we should actually port it to Safari so we can have a bit more support from the Mac side. And the website also has a list of potential reasons for SRM to occur. So I showed you the taxonomy earlier. That taxonomy is also on the lucasvermeer.nl/srm. And there I actually add new causes of SRM when I find them. So if you have other causes that we don't have yet, then please do send them to me, because I'm very interested to hear them. In the paper, we give some rules of thumb also of how to sort of dig deeper and try to find the cause of an SRM. So if you have found an SRM, how do you actually figure out which of these causes in taxonomy it is? I'll go over this really briefly, but basically the strategy is to figure out whether there is some particular either segment or group of users or a group of devices or countries that is suffering from the SRM, because that often hints at the origin of the SRM. Whether the SRM occurs in only parts of your data pipeline, that can also give you a good indication. And then one other thing you can do is if you run a lot of AA experiments, so experiments where you know nothing is actually happening and there's no treatment, and you still find lots of SRMs, then clearly there must be some sort of platform-wide issue that is causing the SRMs to occur. And then you really have to dig a little bit deeper, trying to understand what's going on. If you want to find the Chrome extension, that's on lucasvermeer.nl/srm. There's also a link to the GitHub project there, and a link to the taxonomy paper. I won't ask you to type this over, just go to the website, and there's a link to the paper there as well. And that was my one neat trick to run better experiments. I hope you all now understand how important it is that you apply this neat trick in your experimentation. I hope you I know that you will find SRMs. I don't hope, like I wish this on nobody, but I'm sure you will find them. And I hope that if you find ones that are baffling or that you don't understand or they're new and they don't exist in my taxonomy net yet, then please do send them to me because I'd be super interested to hear about them. So thanks for your attention. And that's a wrap.
Wonderful. Welcome back. Thank you, Lucas. What a nice presentation there. First of all, I just want to start off by asking you, how does it work? How does it feel to work in the most experimented company in the world and to be the head of experimentation? Is that a paradox in its making, or is that the best title there is?
Well, so first off, I joined Booking.com because of that culture of experimentation. So I very deliberately picked this company to work for because I felt that it would be a great place to work. And I've been there for 8 years. And the reason I've been there so long is because it turned out to be right. It is a great place to work. So that's one. The title itself, so I didn't initially work on experimentation. My first role within Booking was actually as a data scientist on the front end, building products for end users. So I was building recommendation engines and ranking products, things to help people find accommodations that they might be interested in. And then I was so interested in experimentation, people noticed that I had such a vocal opinion about experimentation also, that they said, why don't you make this into your day job? And that's why I became responsible for experimentation. And initially, that was just as a product owner. But the company has gone through such an exponential growth in the past 6-7 years that I just grew with the company. And so as we went along, I've been writing my own job descriptions and ended up writing director of experimentation. To be able to do, what are all the things I do again? So essentially I wrote down what I do and then said, this is now the job of director of experimentation. So is it a dream job? Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, got it. It's great that you wrote your own title. That's great. Hey, if I just come back to the subject matter.
I wanted CEO. But for the record,
Sorry?
I wanted to be the chief experiment officer.
Yeah, chief. Right. Got it. I have a friend who has a company called The Universe, and he says he's the boss CEO of the universe. That's sort of his title.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's awesome, right?
That's great.
Let's try to beat that next time, huh? Hey, so for a user, spoke about sample rate mismatch here. From a user point of view, how does not checking for sample rate mismatch affect their experience? So you spoke a lot about it from a practitioner's point of view. But what happens from a user point of view? What's the effect of it?
You mean the user of your product?
Yeah.
Ooh, that's a good question. So I would like to say it doesn't really affect them, but that's not entirely true. So because it depends on the nature of the cause. And SRM is often caused when there is missing data, right? When for some reason, people who are exposed to the treatment are not measured in your experiment. And that can happen, for example, if you're testing on an mobile app, if the app crashes, right, it is unable to report back data. And that could lead to missing data problems. Now, the SRM will tell you that the data is missing. But obviously, from a user point of view, this is also a very bad situation because the app is crashing and they're unable to use the product. So it depends a little bit on the nature of the cause of the SRM, but I would say that in many cases, there's actually a detrimental effect for the users as well. Another common cause for SRMs, for example, is increasing bounce rates, which is often also not a very good experience.
No, that's
good question.
Great. That's great. All right, so not doing it, there is obviously a user consequence that you mentioned. But why do people tend to?
The consequence exists, right? It's just that not doing the check means that you don't notice that this bad thing is happening.
Yeah. No, got it. Got the message. No, but if I just flip it around and ask you, why do people tend to miss SRMs? Is it because there's too much going on in the conversion world and typically budgets are small and people are sort of just trying to live, make the ends meet with what they have in terms of resources, and not everybody has the luxury you guys have at Booking? Or I mean, what's the reason people tend to miss SRMs?
I think it's just a lack of awareness. I think it's just people don't know that this is a problem. They look at the numbers and they do the statistical test and they think everything is fine. And don't realize that actually you should be comparing your expected proportion to your observed proportion because you might be missing data. So really, I don't think it's lack of will or lack of resources, because this is such a simple trick, right? It's just one test that you do and you only need the summary statistics. That's why I wrote the plugin, because it's so easy to do this with what the report is showing you. So I refuse to believe that it's a lack of resource or scale or technical capability even. I think it's purely a lack of awareness, which is why I'm doing this talk, right?
Yeah.
I want more people to be aware of this problem so that we can all be better at experimentation and we can all help our users better, because ultimately that's still the goal.
Yeah, the lack of knowledge is one. Frida, when we were discussing, during the break, you had a question for Lucas.
Yeah. So I was just thinking that at clients, I've sometimes run pretty sensitive tests. So a stakeholder don't really want to push it out 50-50. So you start off by 1090, and depending on how it goes, you can scale it up. And listen to hear you talk about SRM. Is that a completely wrong way of thinking, or can you do it in a good way? What's your thought about that?
Right. So it sounds like what you're doing is what in the literature, so in the papers that Microsoft and LinkedIn have written about this, they call this ramping.
Yeah.
Ramping up traffic. So you start with a small allocation for the variant, and then slowly you increase the amount of traffic that gets to see the new version. That's what you're doing, right?
Yeah.
That's where you're ramping up the traffic. Now, this is what the LinkedIn paper is describing when they talk about bias in online experiments. So yes, doing that in a naive way. By naive, I mean you start the experiment with a small allocation, say 1%, 99%, 99% control, 1% variant. And then you slowly change that proportion as the experiment is running, but you keep running the experiment, you keep collecting data. That could result in SRMs, and I would actually recommend against that strategy. It's also what LinkedIn recommends against. A better way of, if you really want to do it this way, a much better way would be to do what I've called isolated ramping or isolated ramps, where you take, say, 2% of your traffic and you split that 50-50. That's your first test. Right? And once you decided that it's safe, you throw away that traffic, you ignore it from now on. And I'm going to take the remaining 98% of the traffic and split that 50-50. Now, from a risk management point of view, I've now achieved the same thing, right? I still start out with a much smaller impact, a much smaller proportion of traffic, but it's split 50-50 between the small sample that I've had. Yeah. And the second test is now unbiased by the first because it's completely different traffic. And we call it isolated ramping. Yeah. Google it and find something.
Isolated ramping, that's the Google word. Yeah, I must ask you a couple more questions. In times of COVID, working in the travel industry, we from the outside it seems like it's a really big challenge. How do you approach experimentation in these times when your industry is a little bit under attack?
No, I wouldn't say attack, under pressure.
Under pressure.
Look, we want to make it easier for people to experience the world, and it's not easy to experience the world when you're in a pandemic. And so I think in that sense, the entire industry is under pressure. From an experimentation point of view, I think and this applies to, I think, every industry right now, is that consumer behavior is rapidly shifting. And that means that whatever behavior you observe now might not be the behavior that you saw last year, and it might not be the same that we'll see next year. And that has consequences for our ability to generalize any findings. So if we run an experiment and we look at the results, we often assume that these results will also tell us something about the future. And we call it generalization, right? We generalize the current results to the future. But that might not be true for some behaviors that we see. Right? So there might be some things that we see currently that will be different a month or a year from now.
Yeah.
And that's something that we should always keep in mind, but it's definitely more important now. However, I would still argue that looking at behavior now tells you more than completely ignoring behavior now. And so experimentation is still super relevant because it still allows us to see at least how people behave in the short term, whether we've made the experience worse for them in the short term, whether we've broken our product in some ways that we were not expecting. And so we still definitely run experiments whenever we make changes to our product. We're just more careful about generalizing those behaviors forward into the future, depending on the nature of the change, right? If there's something that is a simple usability issue where you don't expect any you don't expect that the mindset of the consumer so much changes the result as just the button doesn't work on iOS, right? If I run an experiment fixing the button, I have some pretty clear expectations on the short term that will generalize out into the future.
Got it. No, interesting. So how do you adapt for consumer behavior change and how experimentation needs to take into account the generalization bias?
I think that consumer behavior change is always there. I mean, we've always had it also with things like Christmas, right? And summer. There are just seasonal shifts in consumer behavior that you always need to be wary of. And with the current pandemic going on, it's just more of the same.
Yeah. Finishing off, we live here in Sweden. It's not the world's largest country. The market is small. Most e-commerce companies have very low traffic. What would be one experiment from the toolbox that you'd recommend? Is it still sample rate mismatch checking, or is it just stick to A/B testing, guys? That should be fine. Or how do you look upon one trick for companies that have low traffic?
Oh boy, I get this question a lot. Like, can I run experiments when my company is so small? And my answer is usually, well, Booking started running experiments 16 years ago when it was small. Right? And people sometimes say, I can't run experiments because I'm a startup. And I go, well, Booking was a startup when they started running experiments. Yeah. And so this argument is always a little bit weird to me, that people say, I'm small, I cannot run experiments. Obviously, you will need to see bigger impacts in your experiments. If you have smaller traffic, you won't be able to find like the minimum tick uplift that Booking can find. But arguably, you don't need to, because if you're a small business, if you're a startup, you actually need those bigger wins anyway from a business point of view. It's not just a statistical necessity. Yeah. It's also a business necessity to have bigger impact. Because if you're a 2-person operation and you make a 0.5% uplift in your conversion, that's not really going to make a meaningful difference in your business. For Booking, it would. Right, the 0.5, that's a lot of money. Yeah. But for a smaller operation, you really need those bigger lifts. So I would still recommend you run A/B test. And when you run A/B test, I would still recommend you do SRM test.
Wonderful. Lucas, you're a star as always. Thank you very much, Lucas, for taking the time.
Thank you, sir. Kind words. Have a great day.
Where are we now? There we are. So before we wrap up for the day, we have a Cjam movie.
Is life dragging you down? You just can't seem to find the energy for your activities. You should try Conversion Cjam. Conversion Cjam gives you 95% of the sugar you need for your day in just a few minutes. Try red berry, the original, or green berry, the variation, or the brand new apricot taste. Whatever you choose, Conversion Cjam will keep you at the top of your game. 'Cause we're jamming!
As a final wrap up for day one, I've invited Marianne back because I'd really like to talk, Marianne, really from the heart. We also have Frida here, obviously. And I just want to reflect, what did you get out of today? Starting with you, Marianne.
Well, for me, it was a really great day, and also seeing, getting so inspired. I mean, I've gone to Conversion Cjam for basically its whole lifetime now. So for me, it's always so inspirational, and getting those people like Peppe and Lucas, and I mean, it's always great, and I get so invested, and I get like, I hope my whole team is watching right now, and everybody within TUI and Coop and everywhere else, because this is where
does it make education easier? I mean, if people sort of understand the practice, for people like you that work with this every day, it must make it easier, right? Then
yeah, for sure it does. And I mean, it's what I told in my speech too, that sometimes you want to bring someone else in to say the same things as you want to tell them, because when you're in your organization, sometimes they might not listen to you that
No,
much anymore,
no.
and you need someone else to say the same things.
Yeah, same for relationships, I can tell. That's why therapists make a lot of money. But Frida, we asked the question at the start of the day,
Yeah.
which was really sort of a cheeky question because we really wanted to reflect on it,
Yeah.
given that you guys at Conventionista, I don't know how many projects you've done, how many companies you've worked with the last many, many years. And you have a lot, right? And you come from the outside
Yeah.
into the inside and then go back in the outside, and you have a lot of reflections around how teams work and how people collaborate. So let's reflect on the first question and hear your thoughts.
Yeah. So the first question of the day was, we were asking you now when you're at home, which departments are you happy not to talk to? And that was a bit of a trick question because if we can get the question up behind us, perhaps,
Yeah.
the answers. So I was really happy to see the results that the biggest answer, the most common answer was actually none. And there are a few of the comments are like, I miss all my colleagues, and I miss to talk to other departments. None, I miss them all. And that's kind of the point that we wanted to take up a bit, because at Conventionista we've been got into when Zero came into Sweden with John Ekman. You had to push those A/B tests. You had to present them like, look what you can do with an A/B test. But then when the industry mature in Sweden, it also became really clear to us that we cannot communicate in that sense anymore, because we can only A/B test a small part of a bigger funnel. We need to consider all aspects of this funnel and really working together with other departments. And myself, I'm a UX designer. That's my background. So having a really clear role at Conventionista and really see how UX and Zero interact, and that you have to build a really great foundation in your experience in order to be able to optimize the best. And that's a way of like you're optimizing in a complete journey, not a specific page or a specific step. So these answers that were really
but some of the issues,
heart.
if I just look at my own experience from back in the day, there's always an issue between, since you brought up UX, the branding side of UX, where they go a lot with the feelings and how the brand should be perceived, and then you have the data-driven UX, and you have everything in the middle, and people sort of screaming in the middle between each other. How do you look upon that changing in the industry?
Well, we were actually in our group. We have sister companies that work with branding, and we really see that's super important, because what we've started now is that qualitative data is also data, and qualitative data. The point of qualitative data is not to the point is not to get a number out. The point is to get that attributes and feelings that users have that's also relevant. They're not supposed to be statistically significant.
No.
They are just becoming aware of the different aspects of what the user experience.
Do you look upon it the same way in your new job with Coop?
Yeah, for sure, definitely. I was very lucky at Coop, actually. I started the same day as our UX lead. So we really bonded, and the first thing we actually talked about was to work data-driven, and that was kind of a vision that we both wanted to get to, and we just then needed to learn, because UX is such a huge word. So I think it's always important to ask the question, okay, when you say UX, what do you mean? And for me, the same way, like when we in the CRO world talk about like personalization, what do we really mean with that? Because it's a huge word. So for me, it was very much like, okay, we want the same thing. Now, how do we get there? And she didn't know that much about CRO. So it's always this continuous to teach and learn and educate each other. Because it's not only the CRO people that needs to educate about CRO. I also need to understand when you talk about UX, what do you mean? What is your vision and take on it?
So we need to spread the gospel from every little world, whether that's UX, whether that's the PPM or PPC, or whatever the different worlds, and every expert within that. You need to spread the gospel and bring it together. And what does it mean to be a leader? To do things like that. How do you sort of build bridges, especially in an industry where people are not naturally extroverted? If I generalize a lot here, how do you bring them together? How do you make them feel psychologically safe?
Okay, so one thing we did just like a week ago at Coop was because with this given situation we have, and it's getting a bit worse in Sweden, so people are ordering a lot of food online. So we needed to kind of save save Christmas and make sure that people get their food, and that they understand how to do it online, because it's a lot of different age groups now than we're used to, and older coming into the pages. So actually, I put together like a war room with different competences, with UX, analytics, developers, CROers, and we said, how can we basically save Christmas and make sure that people can get their food? And also this was huge for our customer service, who are swamped at the moment. And I think in one way, it's this kind of sense of a common enemy, but it's a common goal. Corona is the enemy, basically, and then we have a goal to save someone. We can be the heroes, all of us. To make everyone feel like that and doing something together to let everyone shine, I think that's important, and make room for everyone.
Got it. Interesting. And since you guys come from the outside, when you see dysfunctional groups of teams of people, and you come in from the outside and you're the experts that you need to make it work, how do you typically approach teams that need to work together?
Yeah, a bit different today than we did a couple of years ago. Like historically, Zero, we've had a history of being a bit cocky, perhaps. But like now we get into really bridging gaps, because we've started to have like roles at Commissionista where we are more the people that connects teams and competences, and really figuring out where to put our efforts, because enablers basically, and having those kind of those roles to bridge the gap between departments, because sometimes it's not really the getting a A/B test tool in there is not necessarily the thing that's blocking you from releasing that A/B test. It's something else that has more to do with organization, and then you become an enabler and a spokesperson and someone that bridge gaps instead. And when you have that in place, then you can start to focus on the experimentation program. But until that's in place, then suddenly you have to focus on bringing people together and talking about how we can complement each other.
Right. And you're going a little bit outside the CRO world, right? You're taking on a little bit more of a growth, can I call it that? Marketing growth?
Yeah.
Yeah. And how does CRO fit into the larger marketing piece in a complex set of organization like a complex industry?
I think this question is really interesting, because we always had like a kind of huge marketing strategy, whether it's traditional marketing, online, offline. We spend a lot of money into it. And CRO has always been like the small one coming after, like, can you spend money on me too? And care about the traffic that you bring to the site, basically. Yeah. So for me, it's an amazing opportunity to get basically to be a leader of that whole customer journey. From where the people are actually searching on Google or meeting you on social media and coming into your site, and taking care of them all the way through the funnel, and in the end to the personalization. I just see that as like, wow, this is the dream job, isn't it? Because as CRO like specialists, we always have been like, please, you need to put some money into CRO so that we can take care of all your traffic and work up your ROIs, and make you get more value of the traffic and the spend you have on that. And now I'm actually in a position where I get to make that data-driven, and actually set the scope for that and make sure that we're acting on data all the time and know what we're doing.
Yeah.
So
For a young person starting up his or her CRO career, what is the future?
it's huge. It's whatever you want it to be. And we have no idea, right? It's changing all the time. And that's the beauty of CRO and data, that we have to look at the data and follow all the time. Okay, what's happening now? What's new? And be really quick and agile in that. Not have the big 2-year projects anymore, but take everything in small iterations and MVPs, basically.
Data changes,
Sorry?
The data changes over time. So that's why you need to keep on doing it and doing your research, because like we know before pandemic and during and after is also different. So like Lucas said, also with like trends when it comes to Christmas and summer, and those are seasonal things, but there are other more trends within our technology base and what we like, that kind of development that also changes things, how we need to act within our products and doing optimization.
Right.
So
Wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, we're wrapping up day one. The biggest takeaways for me has been, starting with Pep, talking about how you need to differentiate, finding your true purpose, and going sort of into the soul of why you're doing what you're doing. Of course, we had John from Australia talking about his story and being flexible and agile, and how communication is going to be even more important, and looking back at those rosy times pre-COVID. And then we had wonderful Mo, so who spoke about her different. How do you look at values versus results? How do you really think about conflicting metrics? How do you find your nanny metrics? Really interesting take there. We had Marianne, who spoke about her journey from going from didn't understanding what CRO was and really making an impact on a global scale on a very large organization, but still keeping the focus on the basics. To Lucas, who spoke about SRMs and sample rate mismatch. So we really hope you've got the highs and the lows of the CRO world and the marketing world today. Tomorrow, we have an even more exciting program for you that we hope you tune back in. Before we log out today, we have a couple of little things. So we have a bonus session with AB Tasty at 1 o'clock. So on the left menu, on the left side, you can click on that and see if you want to be part of that. You need to register, as I understand it, so they know you're coming. So click on that there, which is AB Tasty at 1 o'clock. And of course, you have Meet the Experts as well then. So if you have problems, issues, want a sounding partner or a sparring partner, you know where to go with Meet the Experts. Otherwise, enjoy your pajamas, have some good lunch, and see you tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Conversion Jam 2020 Day 2. Frida, how are you?
I'm super excited to have the second day of Conversion Jam.
Yeah, we had a great day 1 yesterday. For those that tuned in all the way till lunchtime, the partner rooms, congratulations. We hope you really got a lot of interesting insights. We did. I wanted to ask you, what were your top 2 things that you got out of Conversion Jam yesterday?
Well, I would say first off, PEP.
Yeah.
That was really, since I'm a bit of a mix between Zero and UX, talking about this, avoiding the sameness was really something that really struck me.
Yeah.
Because in UX, we talk about uniquely desirable.
Uniquely desirable, yeah.
So that's basically what he talked about. And like also getting that into Zero was super, it's going to be super exciting.
Yeah.
So
we also spoke a lot about COVID yesterday, right?
Yeah.
So we were talking today morning when we were having breakfast together, saying, why don't we just ask off a question and to the audience. So what's the question for today to kick it off?
Yeah, we thought that we could start off this day with just asking, will COVID actually change Zero?
Yeah.
So in your chat, you should have that question right now. So just a yes, no, maybe answer. And
And will COVID actually change Zero? That's a great question. I'm looking forward to the answer. We're also in the red zone here.
Yeah.
So thank you for sending a lot of photos of red. We love red here. You can see. I'm trying to be, I'm an outsider, as I said yesterday, but I'm trying to gel in. I'm going to get there.
Yeah.
So these are wonderful red photos. Today we have a really awesome day for you. It's going to be slightly shorter than yesterday, we believe, which is good because we condense, it's really bang, bang, bang. So our first speaker is one of some of the, or rather, let me say it this way. Some of the speakers we have today are going to blow your mind because I've seen some of their work from before. I'm sure you've read about them. So we've really tried to put together a wonderful, wonderful schedule for you today. And as always, we will have more things. We'll have the Jam commercial back on popular request. There's a lot of things going on today as well. Do we have the answers for the question? Will COVID change CRO? Yeah, perfect. We're getting the answers. Look at that. 64, 65%,
You can still keep on answering?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So clearly there's a yes.
Yeah.
I'm also curious to understand how, which is what we discussed yesterday, how user experience is going to change, as you talked about, how consumer behavior is going to change. And there's so much going on. There's so much going on right now. So it's going to be exciting to see how you apply this changed worldview in your work. And what we're going to get out of today as well as part of that. So without any further ado, I'd like to introduce our first speaker of the morning. Her name is Talia Wolf. She is a Swiss Army knife or an Israeli Army knife, if I have to be honest, about anything in experimentation, anything from behavioral psychology all the way to Google Analytics and everything in between. So Talia, the camera is yours. Take it away.
Hi, everyone. I'm super excited to be here today and to talk to you about emotional targeting, how to use emotion in order to increase your conversions. And we're going to talk about how to create experiences that really resonate with people. I'm going to dive into a few things that maybe you have heard before, or maybe you've heard other people talk about today, or in general in the past. But today, what I want to do is actually give you practical tactics to use. So open a new Google Doc or a paper and pen if you're anything like me, and let's get started. Okay, so the power of emotion, how to create experiences people actually want to convert to. Okay, so one of the things that maybe is very obvious is that everyone knows the what. We all know what we are selling. If it's a video conferencing tool, if it's a software, maybe it's a dog walking service, perhaps it's a watch. We know what we're actually selling, the product or the solution, or even if it's a service, we know what we're actually offering. Some companies also know the how. So maybe you have a certain technology, maybe it's machine learning, maybe it's AI, maybe you have 1,000 templates. Maybe it's to do with, let me think, what else could I know? Maybe it's the specific services that you're offering, but you have the how, you have the process. You understand what you're selling, you understand the how you're selling it and how it works, but very rarely do people talk about the why behind the purchase. Why do people actually buy a product or a service from you, and what makes them really commit to it? The why behind the purchase, essentially. Now, the thing is that we always end up talking about why people buy from us, but when I ask companies, hey, why do you think people buy from you? What do you think is the reason behind the purchase? Most of the responses that I get are to do with features, pricing, technology, services, the product itself. It's always about the solution, never about the customer. And I think that is why we get to see lots of landing pages like this, right? We see many, many different types of pages that talk about themselves. Introducing this company. We have the best solution for government calculations, and we are the greatest in the whole wide world. And we have another landing page that talks about the being #1 cloud accounting software. Maybe we see a landing page about the world's best UI component suite for building powerful web, desktop, and mobile apps. So it's very much focused on the product, the features, and what they are selling. However, I strongly believe that if this was the why, if people bought product and solution because of their technology, because they're #1 in the world, because of their features or their pricing, then the biggest companies in the entire world would have landing pages like this too, right? Coca-Cola would talk about the fact that they are the #1 in the world for soft drinks. They talk about what the bottle is made of, how much it costs, how much calories they have, and so on. But you will never, ever see a landing page like this by Coca-Cola, by Lego, Nike, and the lot. And the reason that this happens is because the biggest brands in the world know that every decision that we make in life is based on emotion. It's dictated by emotion. And what that means is that we spend a lot of time making emotional decisions and then rationalizing them. Now, maybe this isn't new to you. Maybe you know this. So let me give you some science. Antonio Damasio, a very famous neuroscientist, ran an experiment many years ago on people that had brain damage. The brain damage that they had was actually to do with feeling emotion. So their entire brain, everything worked correctly, except they could not feel any emotion at all. And Antonio Damasio studied these people, and what he found out was that everything was normal with their behavior, except they had one very big issue, and that was they could not make any decision, not even what sandwich to buy. They couldn't decide anything because emotions are exactly, they really affect decisions. And what that means is that when emotions affect decisions, decisions affect conversions, and conversions obviously affect revenue. Now, maybe you've heard this all before. Maybe you know that emotion and psychology is behind a decision making process. And maybe you've heard many, many psychologists and many different experts talk about how emotion is the most important thing and psychology is important, but you're still creating landing pages like the ones I just showed you. You're still writing iffy copy. You're still making it about yourself. You're still talking about your product. You're still talking about your pricing, and they're making it about yourself. The reason that's happening is because we don't really have the tactics and the, I guess, process to do it better. So today I want to focus on that, and that's what I want to show you. Because at the end of the day, no matter what you're selling, what people really care about isn't the what, it's the why. And this is super, super important to remember. Now, I just want to give a shout out to B2B companies, because if you're listening to me now, you might be thinking, well, maybe emotion works for B2C, but I'm in B2B and that emotion has nothing to do with decisions in the B2B industry. But you are very incorrect. And I can tell you that most of my work as an agency, when we work with companies to increase their conversions, most of my work in 2019 was with SaaS companies, with software companies and B2B companies, because while in B2C, you make an emotional decision about yourself or maybe about your spouse or significant other, in B2B, when someone makes a decision, it's not just about how it reflects on them or their significant other. It also affects the entire company and their team. So, for example, if you were in charge on, let's say, choosing a software for email marketing or changing the email marketing software, you may be hit with many different questions. What if the software that you choose doesn't go over really well and people don't like the software? What if when you migrate all the emails from one software to the other, they all go missing? What if something tanks? What are people going to say? How's your manager going to respond to this? How's the team going to respond to this? What if no one uses this? There's a lot of different emotions that get and triggers that get involved in there. And that's why emotion matters in everything that we do, and not just with B2C companies. Now, I want to walk you through an example. So a while ago, a company contacted me and said, hey, we have a landing page and we're trying to get people to sign up and start using the software. Now, this company, what it does is it helps you create beautiful infographics and presentations and really stand out in the crowd, I guess. And then what they did is I asked them, hey, what have you tested so far? And they said, well, we've tried actually reducing load time. We've tried adding an exit pop-up. We've tried changing the color of the call to action button. We've tried removing steps in the funnel and so on. We've tried many various different things, but nothing has actually worked. And the reason this is happening is because what they did is what many, many companies do when it comes to conversion optimization. And I'm sure you all know this, is testing elements, right? You take a landing page, you duplicate it, and you change one element on the page, the call to action button. And what ends up happening is that you're essentially not really changing much. And even if the blue button wins, you're still not going to know how to leverage that, how to use that throughout the website, and how to scale these results. And that's why when we actually looked at the website, one of the things that was important for us to explain is that conversion optimization isn't about changing elements on the page. It's about solving people's problems. If you can understand the real problems behind people's decision-making process, you can affect conversions and you can increase conversions. So, for example, looking at this website, at this landing page, we saw the exact same mistakes that we were talking about before. People, they were saying that they were easy to use infographic creators. So that's about them. They were talking about the different features and bullets and technology that they have. So this was about them too. And even the main visual on the page was about them. It's a how to use video. It had nothing to do with the customers. So this is where emotion actually comes in. So The emotional targeting methodology, we have actually identified over 223 different emotional triggers, meaning there are different emotions at play when people are making decisions in B2B or in B2C. And what we do is we identify the different emotional triggers and then use that in order to write persuasive copy, choose the right images, and so on. So, one of the most important things to do when you're using emotional targeting, and I think that this is important no matter what you're doing, in order to solve people's problems and really make it about them, because this is what emotional targeting is about. Emotional targeting and conversion optimization is about understanding the different emotions, the pains, the challenges, the problems, the different roadblocks that people are facing on their day-to-day lives, and identifying what it is they want to feel, what it is that better version of themselves that they want to accomplish when they sign up to your service, when they download your tool, whatever it is. So emotional targeting helps us understand the different triggers that affect decision making, and then we're able to optimize a website not by changing a call to action button, but by completely making a strategic change and testing that. So, when we get started with a conversion optimization project, what we want to do is ask ourselves some core questions that, if you can answer these questions about your customers and about your business, you know that you're in the right direction. So, number one, what pain does my customer feel before finding a solution? What are the emotional triggers that drive their decision-making process? What are their hesitations and concerns? And lastly, how do they want to feel after finding a solution? If you can answer these 4 questions, you will be able to write high converting copy, create high converting design and experiences that people actually want to convert to. So how do you actually answer these questions? That's what we're going to dig into, because I can tell you, hey, emotion matters, left brain, right brain, let's look at all the psychology of stuff, but we're here to talk about tactics, and I want to give you specific ways for you to leverage emotion, for you to use emotion in a way that will increase conversions. And I want you to go beyond understanding what the age, the geographical location, the gender, and the browser of your customer is, and to go beyond that and identify who they are as a person and what they're looking for, and be able to answer these questions. So, there's 3 tested and proven ways to leverage emotion in optimization. Step number 1 is running meaningful customer research. I cannot tell you how many times I've stepped into a client's office or on Zoom and have figured out that they have not run meaningful research, customer research. I'm not talking about Google Analytics research. I'm not talking about heat maps. Those are all great things. They help you understand where the problem is. They don't answer the why. Remember the why from the beginning? They don't answer that. And that's why we need to run meaningful customer research. Now, if you're not running meaningful customer research, this to me is a waste of time and money. I can't tell you the amount of companies that do this, right? You work for months and months and months, and you create this beautiful product and you launch it, and everyone in the company is like, yay, this is amazing, wonderful, fantastic, wow, I love this. And you're all, amazing, standing there over that crib saying, this is fantastic and amazing. And then you're like, but why aren't people responding to this? People aren't buying it, or we're getting bad feedback, or it's not working. And then you take a look from the customer's point of view and you're like, oh, they're just seeing butts. Like, we, as companies, we focus so much on what we think the customer wants and what we think and what we know is best. And we don't actually speak to customers, talk to the customers, understand what it is that they need. So that's why you need to run meaningful customer research. And one of the best ways to do that is by running a survey. Now, let me be clear. I'm not talking about a survey that says, hey, why did you come to our website? Why didn't you buy? Or what feature do you love the most? I'm talking about asking questions that will actually answer who your customer is and what they're looking for emotionally. So here are my top questions. What was going on in your life that made you search for this solution? When you weren't using the solution, how did you solve this problem? If you could no longer use our solution anymore, what would you miss the most? And what's the number one thing you'd mention to a friend if you wanted to convince them to give you a try? Every single one of these questions isn't about features or pricing or the product. It's about the emotional state, the value proposition that you are offering. If you right now are looking for a way to stand out in the crowd, if you're looking to find, if you're in a competitive industry and you want to find your unique selling proposition, you need to use these questions and ask your customers these questions in order to identify those. So the only problem is that, as I mentioned before, we are very irrational people. And when we are asked questions, we're going to justify it by rationalizing the questions. So if you ask people why they sign up, they're probably going to say, well, you had the best pricing or the features. So there's a cool tip that you can use, which is keep asking why until there are no whys left. And that is essentially the way I did it with this company. So I said, what persuaded you to sign up? And people said, well, you had the most features, which is fantastic, cool, great. Hey, why did you need so many features? Well, I needed something different than everyone else. Interesting. Why did you need something different? Well, I wanted to create something more memorable. Okay, we're getting there. We're starting to understand what persuaded them to sign up. Last why, and they said, I needed to stand out. I wanted to be appreciated by my peers, by my manager, by my friends. And that is what persuaded people to sign up. This is the why behind what persuaded you to sign up. So using those techniques are is a very helpful technique to get the actual answers. Now, we did the same with this client. We did our research and we figured out that the people, as we said, really want to stand out in the crowd. So we created this variation. It says, make impressive infographics, create beautiful infographics in less than 10 minutes. So it makes it about them, their results. The visuals are of the result itself. And we got a 24% increase in registrations and 76% increase in creation of presentations and infographics. Now, I just want to say one thing. There's many different ways to run meaningful customer research. You can do surveys for your customers and your visitors. You can do interviews. You can actually do competitor analysis from an emotional standpoint, a strategic standpoint. You can do social listening, and you can do review mining. There are many different ways. We're not going to get into them today. But if you're not doing at least 3 of these on a monthly basis, you're not getting to know your customers in a good way. So this is going to be your step number 1, customer research, meaningful customer research. Next, we're going to add emotion to your copy. So before I showed you a complete redesign, right? A complete new hypothesis, a new variation with new visuals, new copy and everything. But sometimes we don't have the resources to do that. And one of the interesting things here is that we worked with Social Media Marketing World, so the Social Media Examiner, to help them sell more tickets for their event, for their conference. And it was really interesting because when we did our research, we actually were able to identify, using those questions I just showed you, to identify the biggest pains people had. And they were to do a lot with not knowing what to do, being overwhelmed with the amount of platforms and strategies and tactics that you can use. And when you look at their landing page, this is their sales page for a Social Media Examiner. There's over 5,000 words and it looks like a blog post. Now, I mentioned using emotion, right? Now, you don't have to do a complete redesign in order to use emotion. We actually ended up adding even more copy to the page and explaining the exact pains that they're going through, mentioning what they've tried and we know that hasn't worked, and then spelling out the results. And by doing that, we were able to increase conversions by 41% and get a 15% increase in sales and revenue. Now, it's all about using emotion in your copy. So I'll ask you, and you can let me know in chat. I can't see the answers, I think, but you can let me know in chat and we can look at this in a second. But what would you rather prefer? Someone who says, the #1 dog walking service in Washington, contact us to book your dog's walk today. Or someone who says, stop worrying at work, we have your puppy. We make sure your loved one gets daily exercises and a whole lot of love until you get home. So there's a difference between making it about yourself and making it about the desired outcome and the emotional outcome of people. And I want to give you a cool emotional copy formula that you can use. So the way it works is you take the feature that you are offering and you pair it with the desired outcome. So when you use this feature, what is the outcome that they're going to get? The emotional outcome. And that actually gives you the emotional centric copy. So let me show you an example. For an online parenting course, one of the features that they had were scripts that you could use to handle backtalk with your children. The actual emotional value of that is that you can confidently and calmly handle any crisis and any situation with your child. So when they wrote the actual copy for that, they said, word for word scripts you can rely on to handle any crisis confidently, even during tantrums and stressful arguments. So what you're doing is you're taking the feature that you have and you're pairing it with the emotional results. So don't just be okay with just saying, hey, we have this feature, but make sure that you pair it with the emotional result. So for example, build faster landing pages is a benefit, is a feature because you have amazing technology. The emotional value is not having to rely and depend on developers. So then you can say, never wait around, build any page in less time than it takes to run a meeting about that page on your own. Okay, so adding emotion to your copy, there's a few ways you can do that. Number one, make sure that you're highlighting the value over the benefits. Make sure that you're telling it from their standpoint, from their point of view. Make sure you're relating to your audience, so you're making it about them, you're talking about their stories. Don't be afraid to actually write a lot more copy than you're used to. People do read. I can't emphasize this enough, but make sure that you're really focusing on leveraging those emotions in your copy. Step number 3, add emotion to your design. So in order to do that, you actually have to do 2 things. Number one, you want to go back to basics. I want to remind you that we live in a world where we see 40,000 messages a day in terms of, this is a real number. It's insane. On Facebook ads, on notifications on our phone, people calling us, and ads that we see everywhere. People are trying to grab our attention all the time. So you have to go back to basics. You have to remember to use just one call to action. You have to reduce the visual noise that people are seeing on the page. You have to think about the different elements that look too messy and they're hard to actually identify and understand. By the way, we did something similar with one of our clients. They have a heat map tool and an analytics tool, and they were trying to see that they're user friendly and that it's a really great and easy tool to use. But what you can't see in this screenshot is that the background of that image is actually a video, and it's showing you how to use the product and drag and drop and moving all sorts of elements on the page. And when we actually did our research, we realized that people were saying this looks like a very hard tool to use. So as a proof of concept, not an actual variation, but as a proof of concept, we removed the background. We removed the background, and just by doing that, we were able to increase signups by 57%. Then we used emotional copy. Then we went into the strategy and we started leveraging the value proposition, and we were able to get an 80% increase in implementation of their JavaScript on people's website. So by leveraging emotion and by removing the noise, which is the most design basics that there are, you're able to actually create better experiences with people and increase their conversions. But let's talk about actual emotions. So what you want to do is use visuals that support your emotional message. And what that means is that if you are trying to say something like Skype, say, join the millions talking on Skype. They're leveraging the bandwagon effect, which is a psychological trigger that essentially says, everyone's doing this, you should join too. Fantastic. Maybe that's the emotional trigger that Skype knows is going to affect people and get people to convert. Great. But the visual that they're using does nothing to support that message. I would have expected to see people from all over the world, or maybe a map of the world with some pins showing you, hey, look, all these people are here and they are using Skype. Now, a lot of companies do this. They say, have peace of mind knowing your house is secured. Cool, that's fantastic. There's all these great tools that I can use, but you're not showing this on the page to me. Over here, there's no emotional copy and there's no emotional design. But when you look at Arlo, they say every angle covered. You see a child and their parent and they're playing in the backyard, and you don't have to see the product and you don't have to know what the product looks like to be able to convert and actually actually really go into this, to buy into this product. And that's what matters. It's about utilizing and actually pairing that message with your design, because the design is going to empower your emotional message. So how do you add emotion to your design? So number one, you want to help your visitors visually. Remember, go back to basics. Then you want to use images that support your emotional message. You want to use images people can relate to or aspire to be like, and I'm going to get into that in just a second. And you want to be able to ensure that emotion is consistent throughout the entire page. It's not just about having a killer hero image that makes you really emotional. It's the whole thing. Okay, so let's talk about some emotion-based tests that you can run this month that are based on the tactics that I just showed you on adding emotion to your copy and adding emotion to your design. Test number one is going to be aspiration versus relatable. The difference here is very simple. Do your customers, are they triggered more by aspiring to be something that they more or less will never be? Or do they respond better and convert better to relatable images? So this is Victoria's Secrets over here, who has an aspirational image, a visual that is really to do with what people would love to look like maybe in the future or maybe one day. It's the difference between showing Michael Jordan and Kim Kardashian as an aspiration, wow, I wish I was like these people, versus a relatable image. A relatable image is an image that someone can see themselves, someone that can look at them and go, oh, that's me. And that is a really good emotional test to run. What do your customers prefer? Someone that they can dream about becoming one day, like Michael Jordan, like Kim Kardashian, or someone when they see themselves and who they are. Very different types of audiences and a very important test to run. Another test you want to run is pain versus emotional outcome. And this is kind of like the old before and after kind of test, where you're trying to figure out what motivates people, the pain or the desired outcome. And what that means is that Basecamp, for example, I think they've changed this lately, but Basecamp up until like a few weeks ago had this, we've been expecting you. And you can see the image of this lady, she's running, her hair's on fire, there's a lot of things happening, and this is the pain. This is how they're feeling. Versus maybe Asana or even Slack that talk about the emotional outcome. Slack is where work happens. It's where you collaborate. It's where all your problems get solved. By the way, this design again on the right-hand side is just another company that uses a screenshot of what their product looks like, and it does not support the emotional message that they're using, but that's something else. And the last emotion-based test that you can run, which I really urge you to try, and I think this is very, very good. So if you are maybe a consultant, you're working inside a company and you're having a hard time to convince people to use emotion, this is a very good test you can run. And that is product-focused versus customer-focused. Product-focused are companies that talk about themselves. By far the easiest free website builder or next generation website builder. Grow your business with an AI-built website. Everything to do with the company, the technology, and how it works. On the other hand, a customer-focused page is one that talks about them. Create a website you're proud of. Or, I did it myself, you can do it too. Create your website in 5 steps. Very different emotional triggers, very different strategies. Customer-focused versus emotion focused. Try it and see what works best, or customer focused. Okay, quick pre-flight checklist to make sure you're including emotion. Number 1, ask yourself, are you making it about yourself or about your visitor? Can your visitor actually see themselves on the page and understand that it's about them and not you? Can people see and feel the emotion throughout the entire page and that they can and all the emotional outcomes that they desire? are you using emotion in both your copy and your visuals? So it's not enough to just say that to give a promise, an emotional promise, but are your visuals supporting that message? And lastly, can people immediately see the why? Go back to that why they're buying that. And it's pretty simple. At the end of the day, you want to ask yourself, you want to stop asking yourself, what is your goal? And start asking yourself, what is my customer's goal, my prospect's goal? Because as Brian Eisenberg said really well, only when your customers achieve their goals do you actually achieve your own. So I want to thank you very much for taking the time to listen to me today. Kind of ran through this because we only had a certain amount of time, but I'm very happy to answer questions on Twitter or on Facebook in our Facebook group and give you all the information that you need. But hopefully this was a great intro for you to start using different tactics, copy formulas, and questions that you can ask your customers in order to better understand the emotional motivation behind their purchase. That's it. Thank you very much.
Talia, wow, you knocked it out of the park. You really knocked it out of the park. I mean, you know, I get reminded of two things. One is, first of all, the passion with which you talk. Brilliant, brilliant. Don't make anybody lose it for you. The second thing, I got reminded, of a couple of things here. One is that what you're really talking about is just basics, right? Why do you do business? What is the problem you're solving? And I got reminded of a quote, which is, don't build better cameras, build better photographers. And everybody focuses on the camera and not on the photographer that wants to use the camera. And as an outsider, I don't work in the conversion world day to day. As an outsider, it just feels like it's the most basic thing, but at the same time, it seems like everybody forgets that and just looks at optimizing the buttons and looking at the numbers and finding statistical significance, which are all important, no doubt, but really, if you put this on a hierarchy, the why is the most important thing. So thank you for bringing this back onto the scene again, and thank you for all the passion. I'm going to start off. We have a bunch of questions from the audience. Your talk has gotten the most questions, and I can understand why, really. So, you speak about meaningful customer research. If we start there, just a very simple question. Why do people jump into putting themselves ahead of their customer goals? Is it because they have innovative bias? So this is my idea. I see it. It's my baby. This is my crib. How can the crib not be great? Is it innovative bias, or is it just not knowing about it? Or where is the problem?
I think there's a couple of things. Number one is the fact that it's much easier to look at Google Analytics data and on heat maps and behavioral data and make decisions. What I can see is the easiest thing to go for. And as I mentioned, it's important to use that data, but it's not enough. And I think that what happens is we get so focused on our message, we get so focused on the product and how hard it was for us to create it, that sometimes we actually skip the basics and go straight to, here's what we have, here's how much it costs, here's what it has inside, 1, 2, 3, 4, please buy this. And then we just skip over the whole idea of the psychology of the customer, of the emotional aspect of a customer. And I think that's also because it's hard. It's not that easy. Many people get on stage, and I've seen this, and countless times, even in the same conferences that I speak at, and they talk about the psychological part of it. They talk about emotion. They talk about cognitive biases, but that's very hard to understand and to actually put into tactics. And even more so when you do go that extra mile and you start doing customer surveys, many times you're not really sure what to ask, and you end up asking questions which get mediocre answers, which put you off doing that research again. So it's about knowing what to ask. It's about being able to pull up your sleeves and do the hard work and really go more deep and take the time to really analyze the results, because I know it's harder to do, but it's important to do. And sometimes we just forget that we are not the customer.
No, it reminds me of what my wife keeps telling me almost on a weekly basis. Don't do selective listening, Mahesh. Listen to me carefully. Listen to me aggressively. That's kind of your message here. Hey, one more question before I jump into the audience questions that Frida is collecting here. So, you gave us a bunch of examples, the infographic company, the course company, what have you. So the question I have is, if you're number 5 in the market, there are tons of infographic tools today. You're number 10 in the market. The Arlo example, you're number 20th in the market. And you're trying to find the emotional desire. You come down to a few of them. How do you end up differentiating, on the emotional side? Because there are few emotions that drive us, the pain, the gain, what have you. So how do you end up differentiating there if you're number 5 in the market versus creating a new market where you're almost alone in your market and you're trying to educate your customer?
Yeah, it's it's two different sets of problems. When you're creating your own industry, you have a different type of issue to work around because it's the trying to figure out how to even tell people that they're in pain and they need to solve it. But when you're in a very competitive market and there's many people, the only way to actually stand out is by not just creating a better product, but by making it about the customers, but by identifying who this person is and by articulating your value proposition. Because they're just look at Asana and Monday and Trello and Basecamp and the gazillion companies that are all doing this, right? And they're all they all essentially at the end of the day, they're the same kind of product with different types of, I guess, user experience, but they're saying completely different messages. One focuses on pain. One focuses on the fact that you will be able to get rid of meetings. One focuses on being able to actually do good work. There's so many different pains that you can identify and try to solve. And I think that the only way to understand this is by testing it. It's by seeing what people respond to the most. And when you talk to your customers and you identify, hey, what were the biggest pains that they had before signing up, then you're able to create an experience for them that's right for them. And maybe it's right on a different company too, but when they're emotionally connected to you, they're going to stick with you versus a different product.
Yeah, no, makes sense. And there's obviously a lot of work to be done coupled with customer segmentation, who your customers really are. And if you're number 5 in the market, you need to find niches. And you touched upon all of that. Thank you so much, Talia. Frida, you have a bunch of questions from the audience.
Yes.
Shoot.
So to start it off, I have a listener, a person in the audience that admits that they have a lot of, they work heavily with A/B testing, heat maps, journey research, and so forth. But they just wonder, Talia, what would you say would be a good balance between this more real customer research that you talk about and the more standard analytics setup that you usually do? Are there a good balance?
You should watch the battle that I did with Dana DiTomaso about this, because we actually addressed this specifically about what matters most, Google Analytics, behavioral data versus the strategic analysis, which is more like the qualitative data. Yeah. And unfortunately, I can only say that you have to do both, and it needs to be balanced. Yeah. It means that you should be using quantitative data in order to find the problems, identify what needs fixing, and then you need to be using the qualitative information that I've been talking about in order to solve it. Yeah. So it works together.
Yeah. Another question then. What would you say is the most common mistake when it comes to emotional targeting that you see out there?
Well, I think it's biases, because once we start getting into the research, you also start having your own hypotheses. And I think it's a regular bias that anyone has is you think you know the customer, you think you understand what they're looking for. And that's why it's super important not to just rely on customer surveys, but to run a few different types of researches and look for recurring patterns. In fact, at Get Uplift, what we do is we have a couple of people at the same time actually analyze different things and see that we're all coming up with similar hypotheses, and we only then present it to each other so that we're not really succumbing to those biases, because there's always going to be biases.
Yeah, super important. So a last one then from the audience, a quick one. what are the top 3 most common emotional triggers out there? Do you have like a
223
Really?
of them,
Yeah.
pick 3.
yeah?
I'll do two. I'll
Yeah.
do the big two.
Yeah.
Self-image and social image. So self-image is how I want to feel about myself, which is how do I feel about myself when I purchase a product or buy a service
Yeah.
or hire someone or use a software. How does it make me feel about myself? So if it's in the B2B, does it make me feel more clever? Does it make me feel more professional? Does it make me feel a better parent because I'm buying a certain thing? So that's self-image. Social image is how I want other people to feel about me. So if we stick to the parenting example, it's the self-image is how I want to feel about myself as a parent, and social image is how I want other parents to think about me. I want other parents to know that I am a very good parent and I know what I'm doing. And I do. And that's the difference between self-image and social image.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Hey, last question before we let you off the hook here. What's the most exciting thing, having worked with so many clients and having tons of, insight into where the industry is going? What's the most exciting thing for you in the industry right now?
I mean, you spoke about COVID at the beginning. At the end of the day, I think I saw everyone mention that there's going to be a huge change in conversion optimization due to COVID. But we didn't mention, is this a positive change or do you think it's going to be a negative change? And I actually think it's a positive change because many companies that were shy about going online are now making that move. They're coming online. They're doing that. I think that positions us in a place where we have a lot more work and we can definitely help out. And be there for other companies. And I'm hoping that I'm going to see many, many more businesses focus on their customers and actually trying to find those emotional triggers and really make it about them and not themselves.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Talia. You're gonna stick around for the Cjam battle. If you're like me, dear audience, and Talia's really pushed your emotional triggers, which she has for me, you're gonna get more of her in our next segment, which is Cjam battle, which Talia alluded to a little earlier. So we have Dana Dimoso, who runs Kickpoint. She has as much experience as Talia does, working with marketing, working with conversion, and really driving things forward. Then we have Talia, who's going to join us and continue the discussion there. And we have John Ekman, who's the founder of Conversionista. So you're going to get 3 stalwarts who work with tons of different industries, tons of different types of companies to really battle a key question. Quants versus qualitative. Take it away, guys.
Is life dragging you down? You just can't seem to find the energy for your activities. You should try Conversion Jam. Conversion Jam gives you 95% of the sugar you need for your day in just a few minutes. Try Red Berry, the original, or Green Berry, the variation, or the brand new Apricot taste. Whatever you choose, Conversion Jam will keep you at the top of your game. 'Cause we're jamming!
Right, Cjam battle. Before the Cjam battle, we have a question for you. And the question, Frida, is...
Yeah. So since we're going into this battle, talking about quantitative and qualitative data, we really want to ask you in the audience how comfortable you are with these 2 different kind of data sets. So you will have that in your chat right now.
So pick one of the 2, and off we go into our Cjam battle. Take it away.
Okay, welcome everybody to this Conversion Jam battle. We are going to look into the topic of qualitative and quantitative data. There are strong opinions about these 2 data sets, and we have brought with us today 2 experts that are going to be battling around this subject. So I am John Ekman. I'm the founder of Conversionista, and I'm here in Sydney. It's just 5:30 in the morning, so this is a crazy setup. I'm here in Sydney, and Talia is with us from Tel Aviv, and Dana's with us from Victoria in Canada. So it's truly a global battle spanning the globe. You can see now how the empires of qualitative and quantitative data are battling it out for domination of the planet. But before we start doing that, I'll let me introduce our two fighters. What do you call it? Yeah. So the first one being Talia Wolf from Tel Aviv. Please tell us a little bit about yourself.
I am a conversion optimization specialist, and I help companies and brands optimize their websites and their funnels to increase conversion. So been doing that for quite a while now, and I'm definitely on the qualitative side. Go qualitative data.
Go qualitative. Go, yeah. And and you're also a speaker. You have you have your own talk at the Conversion Jam this year, coming back for the second time speaking at Conversion Jam. That's great to have you with us. And then we have Dana joining us from, as I said, from Canada. Please tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, so I'm Dana DiTomaso. I'm president and partner of Kickpoint, which is a digital marketing agency based in Edmonton, Alberta, but we have employees elsewhere in Canada. I'm technically in Victoria, BC right now. One of the things that we do at Kickpoint is we work with companies of all sizes, huge down to very small, to help them figure out what they actually need to do in their digital marketing, which could be branding, could be websites, it could be pay-per-click, it could be analytics, aka that qualitative data, qualitative data is where I want to go with this. And certainly that's something that we spend a lot of our time focusing on.
Great. So welcome. The topic of this debate today here is a battle between quantitative and qualitative data. So the first thing we need to do is define what is that. So quantitative data is the data which is basically a counter. It tells us what how many people are doing something on our website, for example, or an app, or what it could be. So we have 3,265 visitors on the homepage this week from Facebook, for example. So then we have the answer to what is going on in our websites, but we still don't have the answer of why it's happening. So that's why we sometimes need qualitative data. So qualitative data, then we look much deeper into people's behavior. What are they clicking at? Where are they leaving? We can also get, when we do user testing, we can get their emotions and feelings about things like that. But the problem here is that we're only doing it with a limited number of people. So we have, for example, 7 people in a user test. So the stuff that we're observing, is it representative for everybody that comes to our website or not? We don't really know. So that's qualitative data. Quantitative data is a counter, and qualitative data is much deeper, but we don't know how many people are doing it. So that would be my definition. Is there anybody at this point maybe who already now want to battle this and say, no, you're wrong, John? Or are you on board with this definition?
I have
a good definition.
Oh,
yeah, I think.
That's all. So
all right,
now you're battling
I'll start
me.
with something.
Okay,
yeah,
Dana, you're kicking.
All right, we'll start by battling you.
Let's hear it. Let's hear it, Dana. Let's hear what it is.
I think one of the things that people say about qualitative data is that, oh, it's not accurate, it's feelings, but it can be turned into quantitative data if you measure it correctly. And I think this is one of the great mistakes that people make when they're setting up measurements, particularly for, say, Google Analytics. A really common thing that people say is time on site. That's what they want to measure. But they don't understand that Google only measures time on site if you actually do something. If you don't go to another page, or if you don't trigger an event, then that timer stays at 0 forever. And I think that that's a mistake that people make, is just trusting the data that it's accurate. There's ways you can enhance that data set to make it more, quantitative, but at the same time deliver that enhancement of qualitativeness to it.
Okay, good. And Talia, what's your definition? Do you want to override that?
I was just going to challenge the fact that you said, oh, once I have quantitative data, I think you said 3,652 people came to the website. So now I know what the problem is. I don't think that's true. With quantitative data, you can find the problem. You can say, oh, there's a problem on this page, but it doesn't tell you what the problem is. And that's where qualitative data comes in. Qualitative data is about helping you understand the why. So quantitative data will tell you gender, maybe geographical location, browser, and whatever, the device that they're using, and maybe where there is a drop in the funnel, but it's not going to get you anywhere unless you actually attach qualitative data to it, which is a problem because most companies will not hear about it because, as you mentioned, they say that's not something that you can track. So they will love to go back to, we are data driven, which is my favorite term in the whole world. You have to be data driven, which is basically saying we don't care about people, we care about numbers, and we want to show pretty graphs on a report.
You don't care about people, you care about numbers, you want to show pretty graphs. Boom.
Okay.
You agree with that, Dana?
Hang on.
Yeah.
All right. So
Okay.
I've totally said
Sure.
data-driven in the past. I feel personally no, I'm kidding. I think data-driven is a buzzword that I think is absolutely overused. I agree. But I think what's nice about being data-driven, as long as you understand the limitations of that data, which again, I don't think a lot of organizations do. When you talk about things like ad blockers and how that blocks analytics, they're like, oh, I didn't think about that. It's like you could be missing 20% of your visitors, for example. But the point of being data-driven, I think, is so that people can really take themselves out of the equation and instead look at the data themselves. So I think when you're looking at data and you're not necessarily looking at numbers, you can have a lot of bias that's introduced, like, well, I like this color, or I think this is our audience. And instead, the data doesn't necessarily lie, assuming you set it up right, which you should. But the data is just the data, and it's egoless, and it doesn't care about your promotion that's hinging on you driving a certain number of people to the site. It just is. And I think that's what's nice about being data-driven, assuming you understand the limitations, of course.
Yeah, but the way that Talia says it, maybe, Paula, you would just like to say you should be people-driven and like data-powered or something like that. So I've heard some other definitions which trying to do something like this. Would you have a definition like that, Talia?
I think it's just to a point that we were talking about earlier, is that when people talk about being data-driven, they just think about numbers and graphs. And I think as a person who goes to work with very big brands and even small brands, I talk to them about, so we do surveys, we do interviews, we will do user testing. And they're like, but where's the data? If I say I'm customer driven, like our conversion optimization methodology is customer driven, they will actually ask me, but you do know Google Analytics, right? So there's this like people, the idea of data only sits in the mind of quantitative data, but that's mistaken, because data is data in all its forms and it has to inform each other. So I just think it's about broadening that term and allowing other terms of data into that basket.
And why over here, Talia? Why have you ended up in a place where the quant data owns the definition of data? It says that you qual people, what you're doing is just wishy-washy. Look at these my nice graphs here. Why did we end up there?
I mean, people are lazy. And sorry, but I mean, people are lazy and they want to show nice graphs. I'm not saying this as it is what it is. And I had a very interesting conversation about this with David, the CEO of Hotjar, a couple of years ago, where, you place a heat map on a website and you're like, I have data now and I can see clicks, but you didn't ask the right questions. You didn't ask yourself, hey, what am I actually looking for? And what am I trying to prove here? What is my hypothesis, before you had placed that heat map? And then you look at the heat map and there's nothing to learn from it, but you try and derive some sort of data from it in order to present something really cool to someone. And I think it's very much the same with Google Analytics or any tracking that you do. If you don't go to your data, so assuming you set it up correctly, and as you mentioned, Dana, that doesn't really happen a lot, but assuming you did, if you go into Google Analytics and say, hey, what happened this week? That's not going to work. You have to ask yourself very, very specific questions when you go into the data. And those questions should be people-driven questions. What are the problems that people are facing? Where are the problems that people are facing? And then try and answer them with the data.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, I think one of the downsides of this, though, is that then you end up in a situation where you have qualitative data, let's say like heat maps, but because it represents such a small segment of the population, you end up over-focusing your time on like 3 people. And I think that's really one of the downsides of it. I know I've been in meetings with very large companies, and we're having an entire hour-long meeting about 100 users that represents 1% of their total user base. It's like, let's focus on the big picture here. And I get that you have this nice software like Hotjar or something else that records this stuff, but unless it's part of that larger picture, like it's not, you're going to end up wasting your time trying to make sure people hover a little bit longer on this button instead of actually thinking about like, why are we here? What's the point?
Yeah. I think that's the issue, that the people really are looking for the easy way round. We're not going into it thinking that. We're like, oh, I found something good, let's just do that. So here, oh, we had an X amount bounce rate. They didn't think about changing the bounce rate according to what they're actually trying to measure. So I think that when you talk about quantitative data, it's very sexy. It sounds great. It's a great thing to show in a board meeting. It's a great thing to show to everyone, oh, the numbers went up. But then I'm actually doing a research right now for a company, and they have so much data, but then I'm asking them, great, but what are you actually doing with all this data? You know all of these things and you're doing nothing with it because you know nothing about the users, because your understanding of your audience stops at their browser and how old they are. So it's mind-blowing to me that there's just like qualitative data is perceived as the well, if I have to, or if I dare to ask in a meeting, have you done a customer survey lately? Well, we asked people why they signed up and we didn't learn anything from that. So we're not doing those anymore.
But I'd like to ask Dana now. Tala, you're saying we're doing quantitative data because we want to show pretty graphs and we want to show number, and it's the easy things to do. We have our data, we pull it up, we make these reports. That makes it sound like qualitative data gathering, that should be a harder task. But is it really? I mean, I've seen a lot of companies struggling a lot with their analytics setup. So I guess I could argue that quantitative data is actually harder, and it's much easier to set up a poll in this tool Hotjar that you mentioned, for example. Talia, would you agree with this, Dana, that it's easier to overreact on qualitative data because quantitative data is harder to get?
I think it's easy to get. I think it's hard to get well. And I think this is something where I've been working in the field now for 20 years. I've had many, many sad conversations with people when they realize that they're not actually measuring what they think they're measuring. Like just explaining new users versus returning users and what that actually means in Google Analytics is probably the saddest conversation I get to have on a regular basis. And also, PS, your bounce rate is wrong. And I think that that's something where setting it up right is hard, but with something like Hotjar, going back to Hotjar is a great example. It's super easy to set up. You get stuff back right away. It feels much more actionable, and setting up proper analytics is difficult. And so that's why they're like, it's not something we're necessarily going to worry about. But also I really like my pretty graph that shows we're going up and to the right. And so I think it's this real trade-off with companies saying, well, we want to be data-driven. We want to make decisions based on real data, but also real data is hard. And if we set goals based on real data, then we actually have to meet those goals, which is scary, and nobody ever wants to do that. Like imagine in January of 2020, everybody set all these great goals for what they were going to accomplish this year. And now everyone's like, I don't know what's going to happen next week, much less in 2021, right? All the goal setting for 2021 has been thrown right out the window. So I think that that's where, qualitative data can be more attractive in some ways because it's fuzzier. But I don't think it should replace quantitative data in any way, as long as you're measuring it right.
Okay, so can I see, I now see two problems here. The one problem is with qualitative data. When you focus on that, then you get a too small sample. So you're actually, oh, look, 3 users clicked this button and 7 other users didn't. So let's run this way and figure out like how we can change that. But so we're on a too small data set. The other one is that, no, let's go for the quantitative data. But the quantitative data is actually wrong because we didn't set up the tracking correctly, and we are measuring, our definitions are all wrong. So which of these two is a bigger problem for organizations?
But I'm going to say that even if your quantitative data is correct, so it is important, and it's probably one of the most important things as a business to know where you are and where you're going, but it's not going to help you grow or scale or change anything, because data is data. You're going to look at it, and even if it's perfect and you had Dana set it up all for you, and I wish Dana would set reports up for my clients, but even if they did that, they're still going to stare at a screen and go, so there's a problem here. Cool, nice. So what are we going to do about it? And then they're going to go into some random blog and they're going to read about one tip that tells them how to increase conversions by 5,000% if they just make the button bigger. And they're going to try that, which is crap, sorry. So if you're not going to pair it with actually qualitative data, with knowing who your customers are and their pains and their concerns and their hesitations and what's actually driving their decision-making process, you're not going to get anywhere. So I feel like let's say that if quantitative data's problem is the fact that it's not always correct, then you can pay someone to actually get that done. The problem with qualitative data is that people actually just think it's not important or just disregard it, and they just completely throw it out the window. So
I think one thing you brought up here, Talia, is that quantitative data is looking at the past. It's looking at what's been. Whereas I think what you're saying is that qualitative data is more future looking. You're saying that it's about growth. It's about getting to the future. So would you agree with this, Dana, that what you're looking is just the past, and that is actually less important than the future, where we're going to go, where we're going to go up into the corner with our graph.
Yeah, I mean, if you only ever opened Google Analytics, all you would ever see is the past. But I think, again, this is where tools like Google Data Studio, there's some neat tools coming out now where you use things like BigQuery data to pull together projections. I think that's where the joy is really coming in. And actually something that we've been spending more time doing, and something that I see is really the future of this, is tying together that qualitative data with the quantitative data. So a great example I have, for example, is user profiling. You know, when they get on the website, and just throw GDPR out the window just for a moment, just to talk about this, because this is for a Canadian company, and apparently we don't care about privacy here. But for them, they have many different, they're a convention center. Obviously, things are a little bit weird for them right now, but generally they have different kinds of people come to their website: wedding planners, meeting planners, convention planners. And through progressive profiling, we can identify who they are. Now, normally that stuff would sit in a separate database, like using something like Marketo, for example, and you would never tie it together with GA. But instead, we're pushing that into Google Analytics as a custom dimension, like the city that they came from, for example. And then you can start to build segments based on this data, and then you can actually start to tie together the offline and online. Or a tool like Full Story or Hotjar, where they can actually tie together individual recordings with Google Analytics sessions, and then you can start to create some sort of markup to say, like, these 3 things happened in these different sessions, you know, you should probably look at this a bit more deeply. And so, yeah, it can be in the past. I think you can certainly do projections, but I also think it's up to you to think about what kind of data can I pull together to have a richer sense of what's actually happening here, without just looking at, here's the numbers, 1,000 people came to the site, great. And then we did a customer survey and 900 people said that they find our blog super useful. But then I look at the numbers here and only 100 people went to our blog. What's going on, you know?
So, by the way, what you're saying, so what I get from what you're saying, Dana, is that, yes, I can find all this stuff out, but I'm not going to know when I actually have to sit in front of a Google Doc and write copy. I'm not going to not going to know what to write. I'm not going to know what images to choose or what my call to action button should be. And that's where this qualitative research comes in. And I think you mentioned, I mean, but both you and I mentioned this whole idea of, okay, you're doing a survey, but the biggest issue with surveys is actually not knowing what to ask. Because when you ask people, hey, what do you think about our blog? Or why did you sign up? You're going to get very technical reasons. Oh, you have these features, or you have that feature, or I love this blog post. You're not going to get the real answers that you're looking for. And that's why when we actually conduct customer surveys for our clients, we're also doing visitor surveys, we're also using heat maps, we're also using user testing, and we're also doing heuristic analysis, and we're also using Google Analytics and Mixpanel and anything that we can in order to combine all that data and look for those repeating themes. And then what matters most are the questions that you're asking. You need to come with the right questions to these surveys in order to get the answers that you need. Because with all that data, if you don't know what to do with it, you're just going to sit there and have a really impressive report with nothing to do with it. So,
yeah, 26 pages that actually tell you nothing.
So much for reports. Obviously.
I love reports. Reports. I just want these reports to also have, like,
I got a report for my birthday.
So here's the thing, like my client just spent a ton of time segmenting their users and building personas. And I'm looking at this, and this is wonderful. They can tell me what type of industry their segment is from, and how much money they're spending, and what features their product best serves for them. So if this person comes, if this is a life coach and they come to our website, these features are the best for them and they can spend this amount of money, which is fantastic and great. And I'm sitting here going, yeah, but how do you convince them to sign up? Like, what exactly is the value proposition that you're going to offer them? And how are you going to convince them before you get to even features that you are going to be the right answer for them? And to do that, you need qualitative data, which is more than just a heat map. You need to get into people's heads. You need to understand how people make decisions. And I don't want to get into too, psychological stuff, but it is psychological. And the way we make decisions is psychological. And simply extracting that part out of marketing and saying, now that we have data and we have machine learning and AI, we can replace copywriters and we can replace designers and just show random stuff on the page and that will convert. And it's not going to. So yeah, I have a beef to pick with these people.
We seem to have some feelings about this.
I think Dana wants to replace
you. How I really feel, Talia.
I think Dana wants to replace you with an AI now, Talia. She doesn't.
Oh no, definitely not. No, actually, and you know what I think? I think actually that AI is totally overrated. I think that AI right now, as it exists in its current form, is just like fancy machine learning and actually quite poor at that. Even Google, for example, like we've had some situations lately where we're running ads and they keep coming back and saying, oh, this contains sexually explicit information. We're like, it's a picture of someone moving a box into a house. It's not sexually explicit. Obviously their machine learning algorithm sucks. And I think that AI is way overhyped for what it can actually do at this point in time. So yeah, I agree. There's no way, like, feel free to hire an AI copywriter and then pay you more when they come back to you later, crawling and asking for your advice.
Okay. That's a challenge. An AI copywriter. Good. Let's wrap this up with so we're trying to see the both sides, trying to see who has the strongest argument for their data case. Let's wrap it up with saying let's say whether we work with both of them. So then we can go in two different ways. So we can go out and do surveys, do user testing. We can find qualitative insights, and then we see like, oh, this is interesting. But we only had this answer from 3 people. Now let's quantify that. Let's see how many people. Let's add the quantitative data today and see how that happens. Or we can look into our quantitative data, look at the funnels, and then we see, look, oh, we had like 8,000 people exiting the page at this step. So we got a problem here. Now let's go with a qualitative approach and find out, let's do polls and surveys why they did that. So which of these 2 approaches is the best? Where do you start? Let's start with you, Dana.
Well, immediately when you said a bunch of people are leaving, I was like, actually what they're doing is they're leaving the tab open and then they're leaving their browser for 30 minutes, which starts a new Google Analytics session. So people who hoard tabs are actually the problem with bounce rates on the internet. That's what I have to say about that. So, which is everyone, except for me. I have no tabs hoarded. I have 3 tabs open right now. So, because I know it breaks things. I'm not going to make it worse.
Oh my
gosh. I think that's, yeah, but again, that's a situation where the analytics
Google Analytics and the internet. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
So I think, yeah, I mean, I think part of what happens when you do rely heavily on qualitative data is you start to think about making decisions based on feelings. And I think certainly this is where bias can really come into it, and we talk a lot about, for example, anti-racist work, right? And how people can say, well, this is what the survey said. Well, yeah, but those people might also be influenced by their own biases and their own experiences and everything else. And so, there's great examples to take it out of the marketing realm for a minute and think about AI. There's examples, for example, in court cases in Florida where an AI judge, basically helped to figure out sentencing and was found to disproportionately sentence Black people to longer sentences than white people because that's what's happened in the past. And I think that's where the data can actually show you where the bias is. And that's one of the things that I like about data is that it doesn't really care about your feelings. It doesn't care about your biases. It doesn't care about your ego. Data is just there. And I think that if businesses are making decisions solely based on feelings, then I think they're going to have a bad time. And I think that's really where it has to be both. You really do have to bring in, like, yeah, of course you can't make decisions based on copy, entirely based on Google Analytics sessions because there's limitations to that data. But I also think that you need to rely on that as well to know if what you're doing is actually being successful or not.
Talia.
Yeah, 100%. So for me, my go-to is always going to be, hey, let's look at the data and let's see what's going on in Google Analytics and in other tools to understand what's going on, where our biggest opportunities are, where our biggest pitfalls are. And then, okay, great. So now that I know where this stuff is happening, how can I identify the story? So I know that there is a huge problem on the pricing page, or I know that something isn't working on the homepage. How can I fix this now? So I'm going to fix that by asking the right questions, addressing the right people, and trying to figure out what it is that people need to see on the page in order to convert. So for me, yes, I'm going to use the quantitative data in order to identify what really needs addressing. And then I'm going to use qualitative data in order to fix that. So it's not more about, hey, where do I, what do I care more about? But it's about using and leveraging both of them in order to make really better data-driven decisions, but but driven over the right type of data and all the data.
Okay. The data-driven decisions instead of pretty graphs-driven decisions.
Yes.
That's going to be the caption now.
So,
great.
Thank you, guys.
Talia Wolf says everyone just likes pretty graphs. That's going to be the thing now.
I mean, you're not wrong. I agree with you. Up and to the right works every single time. Green numbers over red, right? That's what people want to see.
You should have a virtual background, Talia, like with a pretty graph in the background. That would have been really nice. Do we care about data? Do we care about emotions? It's been great hearing these. It's been great hearing these two views on this topic. Thank you for joining us. I'm not really sure if we do. It's a political debate about this, and you I think, Dana, you could become a really good politician because you kind of avoided answering my question here at the end of the last session. That's what you wanted to say anyway, which is actually the way that you were supposed to do it, right? But you didn't talk too much over each other, as we have seen in some other debates. And I'm not sure who's the winner really, but in any case, if we would name a winner, the one who was a loser could still say that they were the winner, because that's apparently how you can roll things these days. So that's I'm not really sure if it's going to make any sense of trying to declare a winner here. I think you were both winners. Let's put it like this. Let's hope that our visitors, our users, our customers are the winners that are coming out of a debate like this. So thank you both guys thank you both of you for joining. Great having you across the time zones. You can see the sun is coming up here in Sydney now, so it's setting somewhere else. It's a crazy world, but at least we are joined by the Conversion Jam now this year across the globe. And thank you for being with us, with everybody that's going to get super valuable advice from both of you in this session.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Ciao.
Thank you, Dana, Talia, and John. It was a really interesting talk. I really loved hearing this. And as a person that kind of meddles with both these kind of data sets, it's super interesting to also hear your perspectives on it. And we have your answers in. So I know it's hard for all of you to read these, but on the top we have the qualitative data. So the question was, how comfortable are you with these different data sets? So qualitative data in the top, very comfortable, pretty comfortable, not that comfortable, and not comfortable at all. And then you have the same thing for quantitative data in the bottom. And yeah, I have a really strong gut. I did not expect this.
No? Tell me why.
Did you expect this?
No, I mean, if I generalize, obviously you expect more here, quantitative data. That's kind of what people...
We do, yeah.
Yeah, that's what people seem to talk about the most. It's bounce rates and traffic. The thing that the guy spoke about. Yeah. And here it sort of feels like, that's mumbo jumbo feeling shit, you know? Yeah. But no, it seems like either people are really, it's really surprising, or there's a big bias here. I don't know what it is, but I hope it's the former than the latter. Yeah. But what did you expect?
I did really expect to have quantitative data to have a bigger, like a more knowledge, I guess, people feeling more comfortable with that part. Yeah. Just because this is an optimization conference, A/B testing, it's qualitative.
Yeah.
So and qualitative has been like coming in the last couple of years, and I really expected a bigger difference. Yeah. But for me, it's promising. Yeah. Yeah,
I mean, everything that Talia spoke about, from my point of view, it's what you look at in lean startup. It's what regular marketing is, right? If you look at advertising and marketing, if you go back to the the classic. It's really about talking about feelings and really evoking the right emotions so people understand how they should associate your product in their life.
Yeah.
All that is sort of the basic 101, and conversion sort of feels like the next step where it takes a niche out of that.
Yeah.
But it's great to see this worlds colliding
Yeah.
because that's really what it is about, right? So no, it's interesting. It's interesting, and I really took a lot away from this, both the battle and talk before with Talia. And really, it is the genius of and. You can't just have one. You need to have both.
Indeed.
That's really what I got out of it. And Frida, you have a story to share, so take it away.
Thank you. So going into, like we've talked about different data sets. We talked about quantitative, talked about qualitative, and we talk about optimization. We talk about these metrics.
Yeah.
And we talk about data points, uplifts, and those kind of things. But what I think often that we forget is the people behind these numbers, because actually people that we are affecting. So I just want to share with you a couple of stories about who are the users behind all these numbers. Let's see if we can get the presentation up on the, but I guess you guys see it. So who are the users behind all these numbers? So I want to start off to talk about Anna. So this is Anna. She's a happy 38-year-old that lives with her family close to Vaxholm, which is basically the archipelago of Stockholm. Living a 30-minute car drive from Stockholm is a bit inconvenient if you want to get to a store. So of course, like in Vaxholm, there's grocery stores, of course, but if you want other necessities, take a bit more effort, especially if you want to go to a physical store. So Anna, she used to have a lot of stores around her. She lived closer to Stockholm before, but like that kind of convenience was not really a part of the decision why she moved to this calm island. She really wanted to just have that calmness. So that was her focus, her and her family's focus. So Anna, she explains that she buys basically everything online. Clothes to the kids, dog food, books, frames, recycling bins, and so on. But most things comes delivered to their door, or she can pick it up at the local eco store. So, well, she also explains that lamps is something that she's not buying online anymore. Well, it was a real mistake, and it didn't turn out well. The lighting was so off, so she's put that on a kind of a blacklist. So fixing all these things online has made it possible for Anna to really focus on the things that are important in her life. Having some quality time with the family and enjoying the calmness away from Stockholm and all that stress. Also, another online shopper, this is Nicola. Nicola, he's a 32-year-old that lives with his family in the suburbs of Stockholm. And there are a lot of things that are new in Nicola's life. With a daughter that's only a 1-year-old and a new house that his family just moved into, there are definitely things that needs to be fixed. And when it comes to Nicola, when he wants to fix these new things, buy things online, and buy new things, it's just not the way to go for him and his family. It's really about when you get to these big furniture stores. This consumerism is not really something that he wants to be a part of. So he moved from an apartment to this house, and with that comes a lot of expenses. But for Nicola, it's not necessarily something to do with economy. It's more about sustainability and not ending up with a home that feels like an IKEA catalog. And if he gets tired of it, he can switch it out. So looking for furniture that fits Nicola's requirements, he's looking into secondhand, and doing so online is a bit of a challenge. It's not really reasonable to go around all these antique stores and secondhand stores and look for something that might be there or might not be there. But even in this case, internet has come in handy. Nicola uses sites like Blocket, Facebook Markets, and uses them as a great source for relevant things for him and his family. And he also admits that he's become a bit of an auction net junkie. It seems like antique stores and secondhand stores, they put up their things on these different sites. So Nicola just have to create some kind of alert that for his requirements, so he gets a notification when something pops up. And that's how Nicola solves his needs. We also have Anita. She's a 69-year-old that lives with her dog in central Stockholm. She runs an accounting business, and at 69, she has no plans on retiring. All her life, Anita has been a strong-willed and independent woman, and when her husband moved into a retirement home, she managed to get her life back on track. And then Corona hit, and suddenly this independent woman was not so independent anymore. With a history of illness, Anita listened to all the recommendations and isolated herself. But doing so meant that she needed to take the help of friends and family to get the necessities that she needed. And talking to Anita, it's really apparent that it's the biggest issue with being isolated is not that she's alone a lot, it's more that all those dependencies. That she could not even go to the store on her own, fix her own things, almost made her depressed in May. She could not even control the small parts of life. So what did Anita do? Since September, she started to buy food from Mathem. She buys flowers from House of Flowers. She buys wine from the wine company. And she buys more online than ever. She's one of those that haven't bought that much online before, but now going in Corona, she's gone there in a so much higher degree. And now she's an independent woman again. We also have Peter. Peter is a 35-year-old from Västerås, now living north of Stockholm with his family. Peter works in the hotel industry, which means that at the moment he's on a short-term work allowance. He spends most of his days with his daughters, and that takes up most of his time. With not that much time to spare, Peter buys things online. But even so, Peter explains that lack of time is not necessarily why he buys things online. Peter actually thinks that experience of discovering a new product is best done in a physical store. So for Peter, it's really about understanding what he is buying and making sure that the products that he buys have a high standard and meets his requirements. For example, when it comes to clothes, Peter likes to go to stores. He likes to get the feeling of a garment, the quality, and try it out, of course. It's all about making a well-formed decision. So, but when Peter found this garment that he wants, he also admits that he's one of those people that goes home, find that garment online, and then buys it for the lowest price online. So he's one of those. But for other tools, such as for other products such as tools and other things, the story is a bit different. Peter finds those online. So to make that well-informed decision, he actually go through a lot of reviews, benchmarking, look up prices, and really compare things. Spend a lot of time digging in and doing the research about the right product for him. So in that case, it would probably go quicker for Peter to actually go to a physical store. And when I think of it, the physical store would have been quicker because then you have a more limited different kind of products to choose from, and you need to trust the expert in the store. So anyway, when Peter decides on something, he needs to be the best. And at that point, Peter just wants a one-click to buy experience. So if you're have one of those e-coms that takes longer time than a one-click to buy, Peter's probably not one of your converted customers. So this was a few of the actual users in e-com, people out there, the people behind the numbers. Yeah. And that's what really we wanted to share with you.
Wonderful, Frida. And I get reminded of a quote, especially with the Peter story, that there is nothing called impulse buying. There's nothing called impulse buying. People have been doing the research. Yeah. It feels like impulse buying when you look at your GA data.
Yeah, exactly.
It says, here, there was a transaction, first time visit, done. Yeah. But there's so much going on behind the scenes.
I think the best, when you do this test, like the best ranking, those kind of comparison review sites have probably got a bump during Corona.
That's
get out there and
that's true. That's true. Thank you for sharing. I think the reason we decided to do this was it's so easy to just get stuck on the numbers. It's so easy to just get stuck on the graphs. But there's so many emotions behind it, and it's an ode to what Talia spoke about as well. That we need to bring the worlds together because there's so much more magic in the intersection of it. So thank you, Frida, for taking the time to share these real stories. Now we're going to go on to a break, a 30-minute break, and as like yesterday, we have partner rooms on the menu to the left, just the third option there. You have your partner rooms. We have Optimizely today. We have AB Tasty, and we have Curamando. You have your 3 partner rooms. Pick in, take a cup of Joe, and go into the partner rooms and see you back in 30 minutes.
Can't get your family started in the morning? Is the morning routine taking forever? You should try Conversion Jam. Conversion Jam gives you 95% of the sugar you need for your day in just a few minutes. Try Red Berry, the original, or Green Berry, the variation, or the brand new Apricot taste. Whatever you choose, Conversion Jam will keep you at the top of your game. 'Cause we're jamming!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Conversion Jam 2020. We're going to our last mile here, the last 90 minutes or so. We really hope you had a good break. We loved the morning session. We looked at all the commands. It seems like it's really stuck a chord. We're excited to continue that trend with you here. Our next speaker is really going to talk about how industry leaders drive growth with behavioral experimentation today. So Chris Goward, who is our next speaker. When companies like HP, Motley Fool, Dollar Shave Club, need help, who do they call? They call this man. And Chris is also a best-selling author of the book You Should Test That. He's a co-founder of Wider Funnel, who's one of the true pioneers. So welcome. Take it away, Chris.
Hi there. Welcome again to another session at Conversion Jam. I'm really excited to be back at Conversion Jam, although not as excited not to be in Stockholm this year. So we're making the best of the situation, of course, but I have some really interesting content to share with you today. So hopefully you'll find a lot of value in what we have to talk about here. I'm talking to you today about how industry leaders are driving growth with behavioral experimentation. Specifically, I'm going to share with you a quick example of a leader in the US, Dollar Shave Club, and how they're doing it. So for those of you that I haven't met, that don't know who I am, I'm Chris Goward. I founded Wider Funnel, which is a specialist experimentation company, in 2007. I wrote You Should Test That, and I've been really focusing on how to create a rigorous methodology in the practice of experimentation at leading companies. So what we do at Wider Funnel, we're a behavioral experimentation company. What that means is that we design digital experiences iteratively. We design experiences that work proven through a rigorous experimentation system. And I'm going to share with you some of the techniques that you can use from what we've developed today. So first of all, though, the goal of behavioral experimentation, this is a subset of behavioral science where we're applying the principles of behavioral science and the findings from that research into customer experience design. It's the goal of behavioral experimentation is to find insights about the emotional and functional needs of your customers. These insights come from asking why a lot, okay, and from all kinds of different sources. We're all living through a global pandemic right now, and you're probably sharing with me and experiencing the second or third wave right now of the crisis, but in the midst of the crisis, there's a lot of irrational behavior happening. I don't know if you're seeing this in Stockholm, but I know that when the crisis first hit in March, here in North America, we were seeing this toilet paper hoarding situation is one example of irrational behavior, and it didn't make any sense. There was never a shortage of toilet paper. It was just unless you understand behavioral science principles, though, it doesn't make sense. But if you do understand, and you can ask questions like why, when something doesn't make sense, asking why often reveals something very insightful. So we do know from the behavioral economic studies that have already been done many, many times that the scarcity effect kicks in these kind of situations, which means that people place a higher value on scarce objects. And it's very, very difficult for people not to fall into this trap. I know even I saw it. I understand these principles very well, but I felt the the pull when I'm in the grocery store and I see empty shelves, you know, the impulse almost at a animalistic level to try to find, you know, my own source of this scarce resource, which I had to talk myself out of, right? It doesn't make any sense. And then this ties into the social proof effect as well, the bandwagon effect, which means that we as people have learned to survive by putting our trust in what other people are doing. And so we want to take these observations of how people act and figure out how do we apply them to our business and our customer experiences to create an emotionally relevant experience for customers. So for example, Dollar Shave Club is a company that where you can subscribe to a monthly replenishment, a monthly pack of grooming gear. And this was a landing page. And what we saw on the landing page when we did an analysis of the customer experience was that there was an opportunity to improve the value proposition here. There were no ratings or reviews or testimonials attached to the products. And we know from this cognitive bias that can be very powerful in some cases. And so we tested this, adding product reviews to the products, and found that small change increased the subscription signups by almost 7%. Massive impact to the business. And in the same experiment, we added in a testimonial banner above the product reviews, which boosted the social proof even more to enhance that effect, to see how much elasticity there was for this change. And that changed the even more dramatic improvement, 14% increase in subscriptions. So huge impact in the business, and that's just one of many experiments we've been running for the last year at Dollar Shave Club. Now, so for those of you who aren't familiar with Dollar Shave Club, I don't think it's very popular in Europe. It's huge in the US, but I encourage you to go to YouTube and find their videos. It's a lot of fun. They're hilarious. When they came onto the scene in 2012, they really created an impact by creating a lovable, quirky, emotive brand, an emotional appeal to people. And at the same time, you know, this is showing the chart of their growth in the blue. You can see that then shortly thereafter, competitors start to nip at their heels and affect their performance. So they really couldn't, what they realized is they couldn't rely on just their lovable brand alone. They really had to focus on getting more competitive in their digital customer touch points and improve their customer experience. So they brought Wider Funnel in at a certain point to help improve the maturity of their program, to improve the experimentation outputs they were getting, and improve their results overall. And so what we did was to bring in a rigorous methodology to help them consistently tap into customer insights and continuously improve the results that they're getting from their business. What I want to share with you today is the latest version of the methodology that we use and how it can be applied in your business. The infinity experimentation process. I want to share with you that you can apply this in your business right now. So you can take components of this that I'll share with you, but what's important is to understand how this works. It's designed intentionally. It's shaped like an infinity loop, of course, which implies that the process is ongoing. It doesn't end. By now, all of you are aware that optimization is not a project. It's a strategy for ongoing improvement. And how this is designed is very intentional as well. So the explore mindset on one side is a methodology for uncovering all of the data that you can access about your customers in various forms. And each piece of data is useful for creating better insights or different types of insights into your customers. And you want to look at user research, your web analytics, cognitive biases and persuasion principles, the goals of the business and the customer, and all of the experiments you've run previously, which I'll show you an example of in a minute. And then take all of this messy data in all kinds of forms and bring some structure to it through a framework. The one that we use is called the LIFT model. This is the first framework that I developed back in 2008. And the purpose of the LIFT model is to put yourself in your customer's shoes, to see their perspective on your customer experiences. And if you do that right, you'll generate all kinds of insights and ideas that can potentially improve your customer experience. And then you want to move over to the validate side. And the validate side, this process is not a messy process at all. It's very rigorous, it's very methodical, and it has to be done in the right order to get the right results, which I'll show you in a second. So when we look at the Dollar Shave Club example, you can see this is the customer experience screenshot of on the mobile experience when you to sign up for a subscription. So you arrive from the homepage or landing page or somewhere, and you click subscribe, and you get to this multi-step funnel. Now, what we have to do to understand what to do with this, how do we improve this sign-up process, is to put ourselves in the customer's perspective. And so that's where the lift model comes in. Many of you have seen the lift model before, I'm sure, so I won't spend a lot of time describing it, but essentially the lift model shows the 6 conversion factors that impact your conversion rate of your customers at every point in time. The core of it is the value proposition. And I'm going to talk a lot about the value proposition here in a moment in these examples. The value proposition is I think of it as an equation that goes on in your customer's mind between the perceived costs of taking action and the perceived benefits. If the perceived benefits outweigh the perceived costs, they'll have motivation to act. And then the other factors can simply enhance or detract from that value proposition potential. So the relevance of the presentation includes the relevance to the source media, the relevance to their emotional and functional needs, the relevance to what their expectations are about that customer touch point. And then clarity is clarity of the eye flow and the imagery and the call to action and the effectiveness of communicating the value proposition to the customer. And then distraction is anything that redirects attention from the primary message, the primary product description or the call to action that you want them to see. And then the anxiety is anything that creates uncertainty in the prospect's mind about taking action. And then finally, urgency is why should they act now? So we'll take these 6 factors, and the purpose of this is to really understand the customer. And we'll sit down with our strategists for every one of our projects and clients. Our strategists come together and they compare their ideas for how to improve the customer experience. And I'm going to share with you actually how we do that within a tool that we've developed called LiftMap. You can see right now, I'm going to show you a screenshot of LiftMap. This shows the screenshot of the mobile experience and all of the potential improvements that we can see here. You can see there's relevance and value proposition. There's branding missing on the first step. There's an anxiety point, that the logo and menu appear on the second step. Some more clarity points. The breadcrumbs are subtle and easy to miss. There's clarity and anxiety. There's some relevance points. You can see as we go all the way down the page, some clarity, value proposition, more clarity points. There's quite a few clarity issues happening in value proposition and relevance. So we've identified potential issues on the page that could be causing problems in the customer experience. And then we categorize them and tag them so that we can then find out what are the main categories of problems that might be happening in this customer experience and how can we potentially improve them. So let's look at how that works in practice. We take, 1 or 2 of these lift points and we'll find solutions or alternatives for how to improve that. So for example, we know that the brand essence is very important to Dollar Shave Club. It's one of the main reasons people buy from them. So we found here, one of our strategists identified a relevance point that you just saw in the lift analysis, which says that there was some non-conversational language starting to creep in. People expect to have a conversational experience with Dollar Shave Club, and if that starts to break down, it starts to feel a little awkward and uncertain. It creates anxiety. And so we saw that there's words here like, which of the following things do you do, which sounds more clinical, like a survey, or oral care. I mean, nobody uses that word. And then the second step, which says, a mouthful, the ultimate shave, shower, and oral care starter set. I mean, I don't even know what that means. It's a lot to process. And so what we did is said, how can we create a better emotional resonance with the brand expectation? So what we do is to change some of the words to match that conversational tone, to say, what part of the morning routine can we help you with? And change oral care to brushing teeth. And then on the second step, to say, great choice, here's what your starter set looks like, right? It's conversational. Those simple changes, simple looking, increase their subscription by over 5%. A very powerful result for the business from some very technically easy changes to make, but they were based on insights about the customer, which makes them powerful. And then from there, we want to pull into even more potential improvements using persuasion principles or cognitive biases. Cognitive biases have become very important and very popular for a lot of marketers, sometimes for the wrong reason. A lot of marketers are thinking of cognitive biases as tricks that you can use to fool your customers into buying. And this is you can see the wheel here of 188 cognitive biases that we know of. And in fact, in our database, we've been tagging experiments that involve persuasion principles and cognitive biases, and we can drill into that data to find out which ones are having the most success from a win-loss ratio, and which ones are actually having the biggest lifts. And we can actually drill into the different types of customer experiences and find out which types of techniques tend to work best and create the best experience for customers. But it's important to understand, and I want you to take away from this, that this is not a bag of tricks that you're gonna fool your customers with. That's not the way to look at it. What these are for is the behavioral experimentation methodology is meant to understand your customers. A mix of methodology is used to truly understand their emotional and functional needs and create an experience that creates a lovable long-term brand relationship with them. Now, the next slide is probably the most important one for you to understand. Take a look at this. This is the mixed method quadrant. And what this shows is that there are many tools that you have available, and each of them serves a different purpose. And so you want to use the right tool for the job and use them in the right way so that you can build on the insight. So you can see there's some methods that are attitudinal, which means that these are methods that reveal what people say or what they think they believe or what they think they're going to do. And which is very important to understand their expectations, but not necessarily important to understand what they'll actually do. And that's where behavioral methods come in at the top there. That observes an unbiased methodology for what people are actually doing. And then on the bottom quadrant, the bottom axis, you can see that quantitative gives you insights about how many people are actually doing this thing, how much effect does this have, which is a high confidence decision-making methodology. And then qualitative on the other side is reveals to you why people act the way they do. And so you want to combine in a very specific way techniques from each area of this quadrant to really get the right blend of insights. And so what I mean by that, I'll give you an example. So say you have a survey that you do with your customers, and you might see some insight from the survey that's surprising. Maybe somebody gave a response that you don't really understand, or it reveals where there may be a problem. But that doesn't give you enough information to really understand the problem, or certainly not act on it. So you might want to pair this survey with another area of the quadrant, maybe up in a usability test, and to say, well, let's drill into why, on a behavioral level, people might be responding in this way, and really find out more to understand it. And from that usability test, you'll get a rich set of information about why people believe the way they do and why they might act the way they do and why that survey result might have come up. But from that, you still don't really have a solution. You don't know how many people are really affected, and you don't know what the right option is to solve that problem. That's why you need to pair it then with A/B testing, which is the gold standard for making decisions in improving customer experiences. So this is called triangulation on the truth. And you can use various methodologies within these quadrants to pair them, always keeping A/B testing as your gold standard for decision making whenever it's appropriate and possible to do that. So for example, with Dollar Shave Club, we saw through user research that they had an ethnographic in-home and in-store study that looked into men's buying behaviors in grooming products. And what they found is that men were largely disengaged emotionally from the shopping experience. You know, they didn't really consider what brand they were buying. They just bought the same brand all the time and the same products all the time because if it works, they're not going to mess with it, right? And so that really posed a challenge for Dollar Shave Club. Because not only are they asking a man to change their brand, they're asking them to change their whole buying habit and experience. And as you probably know as marketers, habits are one of the most difficult things to change. So now that we have insights from this study, we know where to dial in. We know that we have to build on the value proposition for Dollar Shave Club to find anything we can do to enhance that and overcome that inertia barrier. So one of the things that came up that you saw in that lift analysis was that there was this image here, the group of products in the subscription. But the problem with this presentation, it looks beautiful from a brand perspective. It's attractive and represents the products well. But from a value proposition perspective, the gains are lumped and they're not fragmented. So what do I mean by that? Well, this is a persuasion principle, and what this taps into is the pain and pleasure principle, which means that pain is twice as emotionally powerful as pleasure. 2 small losses are actually more powerful than 1 large loss. And so we can take this behavioral science, behavioral economics insight and translate it into a behavioral design insight, which tells us that we should lump our costs and fragment rewards. Think about it like ripping off a Band-Aid, right? You know, if you do it fast, it produces less perceived pain, even though it's the exact same amount of pain overall. Well, if you have, on the flip side, 2 small chocolate chip cookies are actually more pleasurable than 1 large chocolate chip cookie of the same size, which doesn't make sense, but that's the way our mind works. And so when we think about behavioral design, we can say, how do we apply this in this situation? Well, what we came up with was a way to fragment the gains and to split this one image up into multiple images plus even more bullet points detailing all of the products that were there. So what that did is to fragment the gains and create a greater perceived value proposition from the product subscription. That change alone increased subscriptions by over 11%. Now think about that, 11% more subscriptions for the same traffic arriving on the page. A huge, huge impact for the business. But there was also another catch. What we found when we dug into the analytics of this experiment was that a lot of times there was, we when I go into the results analysis, a lot of people overlook this phase where they say, hey, we've got a winner, 11% conversion rate lift, great, like let's lock this in and keep going, right? But if you drill into your results analysis properly and track a lot of rich data around how people are interacting, you can create new hypotheses that can drive growth even more. So we saw in this new variation, there were a lot of increased clicking in this change your selection link down at the bottom. So they were going back to the previous step, changing their selections to compare the prices and the different product mixes. This is what we call pogo sticking, where people are going back and forth. If you see that in your analytics, what that usually means is that there's some confusion in the previous step. There isn't a problem on this page, it's previous. And so what we did is we moved back to the previous step in the funnel and said, well, let's try creating some more clarity. So we added in a variation that added this small message at the bottom saying you qualify for a 15% handsome discount when you select all of these options. And then in one of the other variations, we deselected the less popular options and just selected shaving, which is what most people subscribe to anyway, and also had built that on top of the handsome discount message as well. And there were several other variations we tested, but what's important to understand is that clarification, in addition to the previous increased their subscription conversion rate by another 6.8%, nearly 7% additionally. And that's just the first few experiments. We've been running many hypotheses since then and have continued to see millions of dollars, literally millions of dollars of increased uncovered revenue from this kind of methodology, using a mixed methodology approach to continue driving insights into their experimentation program. This is what we do every day. This is, we work with all kinds of brands and all kinds of industries. So right now we're talking about, with Dollar Shave Club, obviously it's consumer, e-commerce, subscription, but these methods work whether you're in B2B, B2C, e-commerce, affiliate marketing, lead generation, high ticket, low ticket subscription, one-time purchase catalog, whatever it is. These methods have been applied to all those kinds of businesses. And so what we want to do is share the insights that we've learned for how to do that. One of the things I've just launched to help with that is a new podcast. So if you're interested in more information, it's called Insights for Growth, Stories of Innovation. And what this is doing, I'm sharing stories of change makers, what I call intrapreneurs inside large organizations, and how they're making change and becoming customer oriented within their companies. So if you're interested in that, check out widerfunnel.com/podcast, and you'll find the first few episodes already published up there, and there's more coming that we've already recorded. So hope that's been helpful for you. And if you have any questions or would like some follow-up, you can feel free to email us at iwant@widerfunnel.com anytime. And we're happy to answer your questions that way. And hopefully we can see you in Stockholm again next time.
Many patients come to me without hope. They have tried everything. Imagine when I tell them that there is hope. A single spoon of Conversion Jam every day helps you against depression, sleeplessness, arthritis, acne, hair loss, double vision, asthma, and much more. That's why I and 9 out of 10 doctors recommend Conversion Jam. 'Cause we're jamming! Take Conversion Jam with caution, strictly as advised, and follow the daily recommendation by your conversion specialist. Please note that an overconsumption of Conversion Jam might lead to the following symptoms: drastically increased conversion rates, correct Google Analytics setup, deep understanding of consumer behavior, buy-in from management on CRO practices and budget, improves team spirit and employee satisfaction. Should you experience any of the described symptoms, please contact your conversion specialist immediately.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Chris. Love the John disclaimer there. And thank you, Chris, for a really interesting presentation on how to divide gains even more. That was the main takeaway I took from that wonderful talk. Our next segment is a new one. It's a short one, but it's a new one. And this segment, we've called it, This Shit Is Happening.
So out there in the real world, what is going on? So a few news from outside of this conference. So NordPass, which is a password manager, just came out with their new list of the most popular 200 passwords that they have in their management system. So and kind of reading through that list, we are not better than we've been. Like in the top 10, they're only these numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is still the most popular password out there, which is ironic. We're not getting better at passwords. And those kind of passwords take below a second to crack, so I hope you're not one of them that have those. So other news. So an interesting one is that Google actually got in court. They got a fine for actually breaking GDPR rules. And they broke GDPR rules just by trying to follow GDPR, which is really ironic. They actually emailed site hosts, owner of websites, about those sites being removed from Google's tracking. And just by sending that email, trying to follow GDPR, Google actually broke those GDPR rules, which is super weird. Another one is that Instagram, perhaps for those who use Instagram, did a new release. Was it a week ago too? Sometimes they release in different time zones, different times. So Instagram's new release, they focus a lot on e-com. And that has made UX practitioners all over the world accusing Instagram for using dark patterns and focusing not on the user, only on money. So yeah, interesting ones.
That's funny. That's funny, especially with Google and the GDPR and the password. It's funny.
Yeah.
We live in a funny tech digital world.
Yep.
Our next speaker is back on popular request, and that's none other than Mr. Conversion Jam himself, John Ekman. And he's going to talk to us about if data is the new oil, behavior data is rocket fuel. Take it away, Mr. Ekman.
Okay, thank you for that. It's great to be back again. And with being back, I mean the fact that I haven't been a speaker at Conversion Jam for 7 years. I was a speaker for the first 3 years, and then I was a moderator for many years. And now at the 10-year anniversary, I'm back as a speaker, thanks to us having new great moderators in Mahesh and Frida. You've done a terrific job. I'm going to be speaking today about the behavior data. And we're talking about data being like the new oil. So if data is the new oil, then behavior data is a subset of oil. And what is it really? I'll get back to that at the end of my presentation with the answer to this. We always wanted to know more about our customers. So back in the days when we had these long supply chains where we had some ideas about a new product, maybe we tested it a little bit with market research, but then we developed the product, we spoke to the marketing team, they created a campaign, then we went out to the resellers and distributors and saying, now this product is coming, it's going out into the store, consumers are buying it, they're picking up, they're bringing it to their homes, and now they're starting to use it. And this process is like months or possibly even years, and we really want to know how they are using our products, but this is so hard to observe with all these layers of separation between us and the customers. That's how it used to be. So we then resorted to like the second best way of trying to figure out how people, what they thought about our services and products. So we asked them about what motivated them and so on. In our new world, the new way is that now our products and services are digital, so we can directly observe their behavior when they're using it. So we don't have to go through this like whole loop of trying to guess instead. So this is great news for us in this new world. We're also going to talk a little bit about the psychology of the human brain. So speaking of behavior, a very interesting thing that's happened in the last 10 to 20 years is this whole boom in the field of behavioral economics. The most known scientist here is Daniel Kahneman, who wrote this book, Thinking Fast and Slow, which you might have read, you might have started it. I haven't met that many people that actually did finish this book. So if you want to learn more about this field of behavior economics, then I think you should read Predictably Irrational by Dan Ariely. It talks pretty much about a lot of the same topics, but it's a much easier read. And I think it has a beautiful title because we think about irrationality as doing kind of stupid random stuff. But Ariely and all these people in behavior economics, they say, no. People are predictably irrational. We are following the same irrational patterns all the time. So the deal here is for us digital marketers, if we can understand those irrational patterns, we can use them slightly to our advantage. So just to summarize what this thing is about, that Kahneman and his colleagues are talking about, is that there are two systems in the brain, System 1 and System 2. System 1 is the part of the brain that makes almost all the everyday decisions in our everyday life. It is emotional, it is unconscious and fast. And then it has a brother or a sister in this brain family that is called System 2, which is very lazy and says like, oh, whatever you do, don't wake me up. It's so hard for me to do any kind of thinking. So that part of the brain is rational, conscious, and slow. And then we come out there, we want to find out more about our customers' attitudes, for example, versus our products and services, and also we want to find out about their behavior. So we ask them, for example, excuse me, could I just ask you, why did you just go and buy this new painting for your living room for 10,000 kroner or whatever? And then all of a sudden System 2 part of the brain wakes up and goes like, oh shit, I wasn't really awake when this happened. So it now asks System 1 part of the brain, excuse me, but I kind of snoozed there. What rational decisions, what rational explanations do we have for that thing that just happened? Like, it's like, did it really fit the wall in terms of measurement, or was it the right color and so on? But this is not how we make decisions. Because we make emotional decisions with System 1 that we then in hindsight find rational explanations for. And you are probably much aware of this fact already, but we need to kind of establish this now for the rest of my talks. I'm setting the scene a little bit for what I'm going to be talking about. So the situation we have is that we have two worlds. Is that the first at the top is our beliefs about customers, what we think they do, and then when we ask them, here's at the bottom is what they say that they do, and there's a small thing in the middle that we actually do agree on. But we actually have one more problem. It's much more complicated than this, because the customers, they don't even agree with themselves. When we ask them what they do, they say this, and when we observe their behavior, we see a completely different picture. And there's a small thing here in the middle, because now we put our beliefs about customer behavior on the top. So you can see there's a triangle in the middle, this tiny, and this is what we have in common. What is really important here is the intersection between our customer beliefs, our beliefs about customer behavior, and their actual behavior. But now there's a strategic initiative from the board or from the management and so on, and you have all been there. You know what it's called. It's called being being customer-led, being customer-focused, working in dialogue with the customers, being closer to the customer, things like that. And when we do this, that's great doing that. But then we use the wrong tools, we use the wrong data. So we sit down in focus groups, we start speaking with our customers, and now we're getting fed this stuff about what customers say that they do. And you can see that the intersection between what is really important, what our beliefs about their behavior and their actual behavior hasn't changed. So what we need to do is that we need to move closer to our customers' actual behavior. And this is understanding the customer is about reading the digital footprints. Like we said in the beginning, when we didn't have the digital footprints, we had to go out and ask them with this many layers of distancing between us and the customers. But now we can directly watch what they are doing on our website, in our digital marketing campaigns, in our apps, and in our touchscreens, and whatever it is that we have that they're interacting with. So this is a great world for us. And all this data, how are we going to be working with that? Well, this guy, for example, he might be data-driven. Would you consider him being data-driven? I don't know. He says that sales are down 7% from last month, and then he's asking what is going on. I don't think he's data-driven. This guy, I call him data curious. So usually he don't care that much about data, and then all of a sudden there's a data outbreak, and he rushes up and it's like, oh, there's a catastrophe, we need to fix it, and so on. And he has actually answered his own question, which is, what is going on? Well, sales are down 7%, though. So the more difficult question is, why is this happening? But he hasn't answered that, as you might have noticed. A lot of our customers, they want to be data curious. A lot of our clients at Conversionista, they want to be data driven. So they are data curious, and now they want to climb up the ladder and become data driven. And then they get stuck in the middle at this horrible place called data focus. So data focus, that's when we're looking at data, but it doesn't actually drive our decisions. How do you know if you're data focused? Well, you're data focused if you have reports, and you have more reports, and you have reports about reports, and you have dashboards, and then you have reports about dashboards, and you have dashboards inside reports about dashboards inside reports. So it's just a dashboard report hell. Maybe you've been there. But at the end of this, we are still making gut feeling based decisions, so we are not letting our data drive our decisions. This is a really, really tough climb for a lot of people in many organizations. So we have two kind of problems here. A, we don't use data the right way. That is, we are data focused and we are not data driven. Two, we don't have the right kind of data. And this is now where it gets really interesting. So what I've done up to here is basically setting the scene for what I really want to be talking about, which is behavior data. So here we are again at this image. If data is the new oil, behavior data is what? I promised I was going to tell you, but you're going to have to wait just a little bit longer to the end of the presentation. What I want to show you now is how you can apply behavior data in a project. The way we used to do it is that we used to have these two data sets, the attitudinal data set and the demographical data set. The attitudinal data set is typically the motivations, the feelings, emotions around our products and services in relation, for example, to our competitors. So how do you feel about this versus this? And would you be more likely to choose this over this? What if we change this to this? Then how would you feel? How would you think about this? Those are mostly attitudes. Then we also had the demographical data set, which is how old people are, where they live, what are their hobbies, have they been to university and things like that. Let's look at a case where we'll be using these data sets to try to understand behavior. Skandia gave us this job of trying to create a landing page for a savings advisory service. And we had this idea about how this landing page would work. The person who came to the website would probably first look at the face and the eyes of this other person in the photo, because we have a huge tendency to be trying to decipher other people's faces and also follow where they are looking. So most likely, secondly, the visitor here would go to these questions in this little bubble here. And we put the questions there because we thought it was, if we can tell the customer we understand your questions, it's more likely that we can also have the answers to your questions. And look, yes, here are the answers over here. And now what can happen here, as you can see, the eye gaze of the visitor on this page follows kind of an arc, so they would maybe follow and go down to this callback request button here, Ring mig. Also, it could be like this, that we first look at the eyes, the face, and then we see the questions, and then we see the answers. But because we read from left to right, we would now do this Z-like pattern and go to this callback button and maybe go over to the right here as well. We don't know. Okay, let's be data-driven. We want to be data-driven, right? So we are now going to look at the data set. And this is the actual data set we had from this project. So the person who comes to this website is 43 years old, lives in Sollentuna, Nykvarn, Lerum, Danderyd, Nacka, and has been to university, likes golfing, likes sailing, likes downhill skiing, wine tasting, stocks and financial magazines and things like that. So that's great. It's like we have all this data on the customer. Let's now go and see how we should design this page. So we have two alternatives. The button could be on the right, or it could be on the left. So again, 43 years old, lives in Sollentuna. So the button should definitely be on the right, or maybe on the left. I don't know. And the golfers, the golfers, they always want it on the left, or no, that was the sailors, right? Or the downhill skiers. But he went to university, so. Well, as you can see, this data doesn't make any sense here, right? We don't have the right kind of data. So we're a couple of highly paid consultants sitting in a meeting room and debating whether it should be on the left or the right. And then we go oh, what are we doing? We need behavior data for this. So we create two PNG files, go down to the coffee shop, give a couple of people some vouchers, and do a quick eye tracking study, and comes back with this result. And as you can see, regardless if we had the button on the left, on the right, most of the people in this study followed the Z-like pattern. So they go back to the left to find the button there. So we decided, let's put the button on the left-hand side. The point I'm trying to make here is that if we want to change behavior, we must focus on behavior data. The way that we want to influence behavior, then we need to be working close to the actually observed behaviors. And not because the demographic data set doesn't have a very strong, what we call predictive power. It is not very good at predicting online behavior in this context, at least. Here's another example. This is not a client of ours. This is something I found out on the interwebs when I was surfing. I was looking for a new dishwasher. Somebody told me the old one had broke. They said you should get a Miele one because they last longer, so you don't have to go through this experience again. Okay, I'll do that. And I clicked through it on right away to this product page, came to the Miele G4910 Scovers, which you all know, they're all-time classic, great piece of equipment. And then I was highlighting the product name here, and then it says, we offer a price guarantee. This was very interesting to me. So I'm thinking what's going on here? Well, they probably used a tool like Hotjar or Full Story or Session Cam or any of those session recording tools. And they can see that people are now highlighting the product name. So that gives us the answer to the question, what is going on? They're highlighting the product name. What is more interesting is the question why. So why are they doing that? Well, the hypothesis then must have become they are doing it because they're going to copy it and paste it and go to a price comparison site and get a price comparison. So if this is a person who is about to leave our site, what would be the perfect counter tactic at this point? It would, of course, be to offer a price guarantee. And all you people that are listening to this, you are clever people. Most of you know Swedish, so you have probably already noticed that they offer a price guarantee up here, right? Did you see that? No, you didn't. Because why? Because when our visitors are on our website, you need to think of it that they're watching your website through a toilet roll, because they have this very narrow field of vision, and they see only the stuff that is very, very close to the spot where they have the visual attention right now. So you need, whatever you're doing, you need to present it at the right time and in the right place in order to be able to influence the customer's online behavior. Good. Another example from an airline, and I was buying an airline ticket. I was about to give them 3,851 kroner. The only thing I needed to do was to fill in my credit card details, and that would now get my money instead of having an empty seat on the flight. I just need to fill it out, click continue, and we're done. No, there's an error on the page. Can you see the error? Can you see, where's the error? It's like, oh, it's down there. It was below the fold, right, on the desktop. Okay, so what they're doing here, they're thinking that people, they will check all the parts of the page to really make sure they have filled everything correctly. No, we humans, we don't act that way. So I don't have the data for this site, but my hypothesis is that probably 95% visitors or more of their visitors will actually fall into this trap and get this error message. So I know that, but this company, they don't know that. Why? Because they're not measuring this. I checked the Google Analytics tag, and they are not tracking the event of filling in this box. So they have no idea if people are doing this or not. So they're wasting money. Our visitors are constantly trying to tell us things. The only thing we have to do is start listening. So this is not about complicated data or strategies or things like that. They're all the time just trying to give us so much feedback in all the digital footprints they are creating. The only thing we have to do is just be careful and get our stuff into place to be listening to our customers this way. But demographic data must be good for something, do you think? Well, it is, yes. So I took this quote from Brian Eisenberg, who has provided me a lot of inspiration over the years, and he said this in one of his blog posts. Then we often see these extravagant personas that are delivered by many agencies, and they are great when you look at the canned demographics that might be relevant to how they buy media. So apparently, the demographical data is good for media buying. So if we backtrack to this Scandinavia savings advisory, so this person who was a golfer and lived in Sollentuna, well, if we want to reach him, well, we put some ads close to the golf course. Or if he's a downhill skier, we put some ads close to the Väsjöbacken in Sollentuna, right? So it's really good for buying media. So that's where it all came from. But we have become stuck in this world because now we need another type of data. We need behavior data. Okay, so now we are in behavior data. We have understood the value of behavior data. But there are also different types of behavior data, such as quantitative and qualitative data. Quantitative data is a type of data that answers the question, what is going on and how often is it happening? So we have 3,789 visitors that exited our website on this page. So we know that's a problem. We know how many there are, but we still don't know why they did it. So then we need qualitative data to answer the question, why did they exit our page here? And you need to think of yourself as a kind of CSI professional. So you're using the quantitative data set, the qualitative data set, and you are finding small clues. And when you have the bloody dagger, when you have the fingerprint, when you don't have the alibi, then you can nail the conversion killer in this crime story. So this is how you need to be thinking. You're working back and forth with qualitative data and quantitative data. And if it's one thing that has been a very strong theme in the last, let's say, 5 years of conversion optimization, it is this highly valuable process of working back and forth with quantitative and qualitative data. So let's take a look at 2 cases where we did this and see how you can do that. First of all, quantitative and quantitative data seems to be not working in this way that we want it to. So they seem to live in separate streams. The first one, the quantitative data, is favored by the business owners and the people in the ongoing business used for reporting and forecasting, and management typically have a very high liking of this type of data. The qualitative data, who is unfortunately in many cases, in many organizations, not connected to the quantitative data at all. It's favored by product owners when developing new products, new insights, and also a lot of people that work with this are enthusiasts for this because they've seen how good it is and they are really excited about it. But it's really hard to discuss between these 2 separate streams in the company. And I would say, unfortunately, a lot of companies, the quantitative part has a majority of budget and focus and interest and so in organizations. Okay, 2 cases I promise, quantifying and qualifying, the 2 ways that we can work this, get this to work. First of all, we can do quantifying. So we come up with rough hypotheses based on qualitative insights, such as a benchmark, a best practice, something we saw in a previous project that we did. We might go and do some research, some user testing, and so. But the problem here is that we don't know, we see some findings, but we don't know how many people they affect, so we don't know the impact of this problem or this potential. Also, when you're doing this, you need to be watching out for this thing called confirmation bias. Confirmation bias is the fact that when we are looking, we are trying to confirm what we already believe is to be true. Sometimes I say that marketing is trying to prove that you're right. Science is trying to prove that you're wrong. Because the scientific approach is the so-called null hypothesis. So you put up a hypothesis, this is what I want to disprove. So I'm trying now and disproving it in many ways. And if I can't find that is wrong, well, then it actually must be right. So that's the scientific way of doing it. But in the marketing world, we have a tendency of grabbing the data and just, yeah, I knew I was right all along. So watch out for that when you're working with this. Here's a customer, a client that we work with that had this e-commerce website. You can buy something or you can put it into your wish list. That's great to do that. And then if you do that, unfortunately, you would have to log in or to create an account. It's a little bit of an extra step. And if you create the account, you come to this page to create the account. And so our idea of how this would work was this. Ain't nobody got time for that, because we've seen in so many projects that if you have the small benefit of creating a wish list and the cost is filling out this huge form, people are not going to do it. But that's just our qualitative insight from previous projects and so on. So we don't know the effect of this on this website. Let's look at the quantitative data. As I said, here we go into the process of quantifying our qualitative findings. So we have two questions. How often is this happening? And does it have any impact on any important business metric? And the first thing, we find out that 214 users used the wish list out of 357,000. Okay, so it's almost nobody. Like we said, ain't nobody got time for that. But does this matter at all still? Well, what we saw in this sample of the 214 users was that their e-commerce conversion rate was 6.3%. versus 0.68% for everybody else. So it's 10 times as high. So we have this thing that nobody uses and it converts like crazy. So it becomes a given that there's a tremendous potential in lowering the barrier and trying to get more people to use this function, because it happens too seldom, but it's still very highly valuable when it does. So what about the second approach of working with qualitative and quantitative data? That's when you start with quantitative data. You dig down into your data to find anomalies and patterns and outliers, and then you resort to qualitative data to answer the question, why are those things happening? You first observe how big they are and where they happen, and secondly, why do they happen? I'm going to show this with a case that we work with a client around IP telephony. So this is where typically migrant workers, they start a subscription to call home to the land that they came from. They have other clients as well, and this was before the breakthrough of Facebook Messenger and those types. So I think they probably behave a little bit differently today. Anyway, so we were looking at a number of landing pages for this client. They had tons of landing pages, and then we looked at the conversion rates and data for the various landing pages, and then we found this one which was kind of an outlier. It had an incredibly high conversion rate, and now we're thinking like, what's going on here? So we then made a heuristics assessment of this landing page and trying to find the mechanisms in the user interface that was different from all the other landing pages. And we found three things. First of all, this landing page had a flag, so it would tell the person like what country they would be calling back to. Not that they didn't understand that, but it would reinforce this message. Secondly, this landing page was talking about what the people were getting out of starting this subscription. So they would get 800 minutes of calling, whereas all the other ones, all the other landing pages were saying you're going to have to pay $24.90. So here's in general, like, what do we humans like to hear most about? Like, what we're getting out of it, what's in it for me, or what do I need to pay? So the hypothesis here was that it was much more valuable and much more persuasive to talk about what you were getting. And the third aspect was that there was a check mark here below this button as well. So then we had taken the quantitative observations, so we knew for sure that this landing page was outperforming the other landing pages, and then we made a heuristics assessment to understand why this was happening. And I could argue that we could have gone a bit deeper with a qualitative research there. We could have done user testing and so on, but the difference was so big, so we immediately put this to an A/B test, and then we proved the hypothesis, but with the tremendous uplift that this design principle, when applied to all the other landing pages, the uplift it was able to create, which was great. All right, last and third and last case. This is about a B2C financial services case that we had. So we were, it was a one landing page. It had only one product. It was very, very simple flow. And the client, as you can see, wants to be anonymous. So the flow was this. There was a landing page, an application form, a thank you page. Like I said, very, very simple. And we looked at the quantitative data to see where the problem was located. And first of all, we noticed with Google Analytics that the bounce rate of this first page was pretty okay by our standards. You know, not a perfect, not an incredible disaster or anything. And then secondly, the click-through rate on this pink button was, you know, not bad. And thirdly, like the form conversion rate was like, oh my God, almost nobody survived that experience. So now we're thinking like maybe we should have a closer look at the form. Yeah, that could be like one idea. So what we did then, we used session recordings, which is when you put a script on the website that records how people are, what they're typing into the form fields, how they're moving their mouse, where they're clicking and so on. So we did 200 recordings with Hotjar, and we noticed a very, very interesting pattern, like a binary pattern. People would either fill in the whole form, very few of them, but some did it, or they wouldn't even start the form. And this is kind of unusual because in most cases we see that people, they come in, they might start a little bit, and then they get this like, no, I'm not going to do this, I'm grabbing a cup of coffee instead, and they're out. But here people didn't even start at all. And now we're thinking like, what if they're not starting the form? Maybe they're not even on the right page. What we then did was this exit intent poll, also using Hotjar. So people that are on the desktop website, they're now moving their mouse and they're leaving the browser window, and then we kick this exit intent poll. I'm not a huge fan of surveys in general that's ask general questions about the website. What do you think about our website, and how would you rate it, and so on. But when you're doing this like highly targeted exit intent poll, I think is a great tool, because what it's done, it's only targeting the very, very segment that we have a problem with. Those are the people that came all the way to the conversion form page and decide to leave. Those are the ones that we want to figure out how can we get them to stay and persuade them to complete the form. And then we asked them, what did you want to do on this page? And they said they wanted to find more information. And now you're like, duh, because this is how they came to their page. The button clearly says apply now. So are they a little bit stupid or what? No. Let's backtrack to the System 1, System 2 brain thing we were talking about before. So System 2 is asleep, like I said, and System 1 on this page goes like, yeah, there are a couple of USBs, I don't know, I'll click this pink thing and see what happens. And then what happens is a boring form, and then the System 1 of the brain goes like, oh, boring, I'm out of here. So our conclusion here was that the form wasn't the problem, it was the symptom. We could have created the highest converting form on the planet, but that still wasn't the problem. The problem was that we were taking the wrong type of visitor to the form page. What we then did was that we simply added a read more button to this page. Now the read more button created a separate funnel, a separate conversion stream, which for this client was worth something like 1 to 1.5 million kroner on a yearly basis. And you're asking now maybe, to add a read more button and to A/B test it is not really rocket science, is it? But I'm a little bit like, yeah, actually it is. And you're thinking maybe like, does John have delusions of grandeur? It's not like Conversionista invented the read more button. No, but what we really did, we had our framework, the optimization wheel that we used, and we used this like highly valuable method of combining quantitative and qualitative behavior data, which is what this talk is all about. So let's look at this case again with the lens of the method that we used. First of all, we used quantitative data, Google Analytics, to figure out where the drop-off was. Then we went up to the top of our model, to the brain, to the behavior analysis part, and then we asked, hey brain, do we have enough data to give the answer to the question, why are people dropping off? And the brain goes like, yeah, let me think. No, sorry, no. Okay, so then what we do, we backtrack and we go down to the tools and research phase in our framework, and we add a second data set, which is these session recordings from the forum. And then we go up to the brain again, hey brain, we got more data now, can we now answer why people are dropping off? And the brain goes like, no, sorry. And then we add a third data set, a qualitative data set. So these two new data sets are qualitative with they're a little bit quantitative because we did enough recordings and so on. So, and then we go back with this to the brain, and then we ask the brain, can we now answer the question as to why people are dropping off? And the brain goes like, yeah, because I'm starting to think about the system 1 to system 2 thing. So maybe people are in the system 1 mode and they're just not ready to apply yet. Okay, so now we have a hypothesis that we could add the read more button, but you know what? We have a lot of hypotheses. So how do we know this is the most valuable one? Then we apply our prioritization framework, and the prioritization framework says that we think this is the one that has the biggest potential. But we're still not done with the process, because the final step is that we apply the A/B testing framework to prove the financial value of the hypothesis we had. So what you were seeing here is this back and forth between qualitative data, quantitative data, and using behavior economics, and all that comes out of that process, make it into a strict prioritization method and prove it with A/B testing. And that's what you're getting. When we do like this, then we can produce these case studies that has like tremendous results, and anyone who has this kind of method could be creating these results over and over again. Okay, I'm at the end of my talk. So if data is the new oil, behavior data is what? It is rocket fuel. Because when we want to analyze and understand and also influence and change online behavior, we need to look at behavior data, and we need to combine the qualitative data set with the quantitative data set within behavior data, and then finally prove our hypothesis with A/B testing. So this is what my talk was all about. Thank you so much for listening, and now I hand it back to the studio.
Thank you, John. As always, the inspiring guy that John is. But really, John took the debate or the Cjam battle from before and went clearly towards one side. And some of the questions we got from our viewers is a lot about that. So Frida, we had a question for John that's straight out of the bat saying, John, you killed qualitative here. You
Basically.
just went quantitative.
Yeah.
Or did we miss the point? Or what was the question, Frida? If you can make it more clearer.
Yeah. So I'm gonna read it. But can you for real understand the why with the quant only? Sure, there are both quant and qual people using the data wrong. You should not ask the customer why, but observe. That's the first thing you learn when you do user testing. I do not see qual versus quant, but how to mix the both. So what's your thought about that, John?
I was hoping that's what I was saying. I don't know. I just must have completely then missed the point. I don't want to make a distinction. Actually, the key point of my talk isn't the value of quant versus qual, or that the other one is important. It's beyond that. It's behavioral data versus attitudinal and demographical data. So And within all those data sets, you have, of course, both quant and qual. Yeah. And so the key point I was trying to make is that for a very long time, and I've been very frustrated in the line of work we've been doing with Conversionista, that when we are giving these like personas, and we are giving these data sets about where people live and how much they can shop for, and whether they're like a dog person or a cat person. And then let's try to create some influence, like some behavioral influencing hypothesis out of this, and we just fail because it isn't the right type of data. So that was a key point. And I think within the behavioral data set, we need to be working with both quant and qual. Just I would say, I'm not the only person saying this, like everybody else almost, Talia definitely, Chris definitely, have been talking about how do we combine the qualitative and the quantitative data set, because I think that's probably one of the strongest trends in this business, if the business of CRO for the last, say, 5 years, is this beautiful interplay between qualitative and quantitative data. So I'm sorry if that didn't.
It was more provocating you, John. It was provocative because we know you have a really good life outside with the beach in Australia, compared to most of us watching and being.
Yeah, I was getting lazy, maybe.
You're getting lazy. Yes, you needed a kick in the backside there. Hey, couple more questions. You were talking a little bit about the last 5-year trend with combining and the beautiful intersection, which we touched upon early in the morning as well. What are the things that is exciting you about the industry? Are people waking up and doing more? Is that exciting, or people just understanding the power of working this way? Or I mean, what is sort of the bigger usage trends that you see amongst practitioners?
Well, I think definitely this qual and quant thing for sure, and data was only quant, and now qual has made its return and has owned a place in what we do. And I think a lot of both agencies like ourselves and also clients work a lot more with that. And I think I see a lot of, like when I listened to Marianne's talk and I heard about her impressive story, like creating the team. So I think there's definitely a lot of companies out there that are building in-house teams, and they're doing great work, and what they're doing really matters as well. So that's very positive. But it's kind of it's like the world is splitting a bit, because on the other side, we also still see a lot of companies that still hasn't kind of gotten it, and they're prioritizing other things, and which then of course makes me a bit frustrated. So I see that the world is tremendous work, tremendous advances in for some companies, and then some people are just kind of hanging around there and still.
Yeah, there's clearly a winners take all here as well. But if you had a magic wand and you could kill one or two buzzwords that people use with no context, no meaning, what would those two buzzwords be and why?
I think one thing that made a huge that I thought about a lot was the fact when Pep was saying that we've been giving the hippos so much shit over the years, and now I hang out with them a lot, and actually they earn their right as a hippo by doing smart, like insightful things over a lot of years. So just to kind of don't take what they're looking at. Then don't give that value just because they're a hippo. And if there's somebody that doesn't know this, the hippo is the highest paid person's opinion. So whoever has the biggest paycheck in the room gets to decide. So it's a negative way for us practitioners to describe and interact with the higher ups, the decision making people above us, so to speak. And Pep said, like, what these people are saying actually makes a lot of sense. So I think that if maybe we should kill the hippo and just be very, very humble and say, like, these people, they just have a different skill set than we do. Yeah. So what if we team up with these people because they have some insight? Probably, I mean, another. I think it's actually Pep who said it. It's or somebody else. It could be, I don't know, Craig Sullivan or Tim Ash or whatever. Because it's the brand police or the business prevention unit. So that's something that I've been using a lot in my talks, and it makes a lot of laughs and so on. But you know what? Why don't we just go out and be friends with the branding people? Because they have a lot of insights that used properly which I think Pep's talk was a lot about. When used properly, this could like give what we are doing a real boost. So let's kill the hippo.
Wonderful. Hey, so it also seems like COVID is making us softer and nicer, which is a nice thing to see, and it's not so many enemies unnecessarily. That's kind of what you're saying, and it's really, Frida spoke a lot about it yesterday of how we should work together and bring people together. And if I ask you a question there, what are some of the biggest mistakes or classic mistakes organizations do that are starting their CRO work? Is it trying to do too much at the same time? Is it being confused where to start? So if I'm a big organization, I've just started really moving everything online thanks to COVID. I'm going off gear 5 now. What are some of the biggest mistakes to avoid?
Okay, I'm sorry. You were kind of asking a lot of questions there. So you've been at it for because you started with like I'm in the beginning, or was it like when after 5 years? I'm not like.
Okay, no, fair point. So I'm an established company offline, right? I'm an industrial company.
Yeah.
I've realized the power of digital. Realized thanks to COVID, everything we've been speaking about, I need to go gear 5 on this. They're starting to understand the hang of this. What are some of the biggest mistakes that you think they should avoid?
I think probably one of the things that I talk a lot about is that you need, when you're working with experimentations, you need to work with 2 parameters. One is quality and the other is velocity. And I think that some of a common mistake that organizations do is that they double down on one of them. So they said, I think Marianne, for example, she said in the beginning of her journey, she said the one metric she wanted to like really improve was the number of tests. So that's a great way to start. That shows that stuff is happening here. But if that's the only thing you do and you're only focusing on the number of tests, like for a longer period, you're going to run into the ditch, because that's not going to do it for you, because you also need to do all the user research, all the qualitative stuff, hook up with the brand police and whatnot to improve the quality of your hypothesis that goes into the testing process. So I think listening to the people that are advocating for more in-depth studies about like qualifying the hypothesis that you put into work. I think that's probably a pitfall that a lot of people fall into.
So really quality and velocity, not just focusing on number of tests you do, which is a good start, a great way to get going, but also the quality of the test. How do you integrate with the rest of the organization? How do you really make sure the quality of the hypothesis is really good? That's wonderful, John. You're going to stay on for a little bit more, but I have no questions that are going to put you on the spot anymore. But we're going to have a question for our audience, right, Frida?
Yes, we just want to know what you've learned during these 2 days.
Yeah.
So that's the question. Open answer. Just give it to us.
Give it to us. What are some of the biggest things you've learned? It's free text. Go for it. So we'll reflect on that question. And since we have John on the line and we're making sure that he doesn't eat dinner in Australia right now, he's going to stay on and we're going to reflect together what have been the biggest takeaways from the last 2 days. So stay tuned.
Are you tired of endless Zoom meetings? Can't seem to make it through the work from home day? You should try Conversion Jam. Conversion Jam gives you 95% of the sugar you need for your day in just a few minutes. Try Red Berry, the original, or Green Berry, the variation, or the brand new Apricot taste. Whatever you choose, Conversion Jam will keep you at the top of your game. 'Cause we're jamming!
John, I must say though, you have a career waiting for you in movies, in ad writing, in filming. How do you feel about your Conversion Jam films? Let's talk about that first.
These films, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. It was I who insisted that we should do something like that.
I know. I was in the meeting
doing something. Yeah. And I think everybody else was pretty skeptical because I guess they weren't too sure about my filmmaking qualities. But I actually made almost all of what were in those films myself, and I had a little bit of help with the sound, and they were of course not the greatest quality, but that's also not the point. They were supposed to be a little bit tacky and cheap. So,
Yeah, a little bit cheap, tacky, but really, there it's proof in the pudding. Hippo won there, right? It was a good Hippo call. It was really a good Hippo call. Well done, John. I mean, I was very skeptical when you pitched it. It was the most cheesiest thing I'd heard this year, but the way you've executed it, that really brings me to a point. A lot of people struggle, in my opinion, within teams to communicate ideas. And how do you get past that barrier? Because you, that is a wonderful communicator, had a hard time, convincing three of us in our room here, saying this is the best thing. And your final punching argument was, do you have a better idea? So shut up. I have this idea. Let's do this. That was your punching argument. And sure, we didn't come up with more ideas because the punching argument got us to the ground. But let's reflect on that, just using this, a very comical way of explaining how communication can work and how execution is important. What's your reflection there?
The reason we almost been doing a bit of a quirky stuff, and I just don't want it to be just another conference. So I think by now, 10 years down the road, also some people that's been with us for some years are expecting to see that kind of stupid, odd Conversion Jam stuff. So we had to figure out a way to get something in there. And this was, I don't know if it was a great idea, but it was the only idea I had. And then I just figured, and like you were not 100% in on it, but I just figured if I just do this and show them what I'm thinking, I think they're gonna like it. So it was kind of the proof will be in the pudding. You don't see it now, but just wait till I give you the first movie. You'll see that I think you're gonna get it. So
yeah,
I was just convinced too.
No, it's interesting because a lot of times
maybe the three of us loved it and everybody thought it was crap. So
no, I don't think so. We did a little poll and apparently everybody loved it. So no, we have data. We have quantitative data to show, and people are trying to find the most Googled term in Sweden yesterday was this jam. And they couldn't find it.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah. Sure.
No, but it also brings me to a point, which is, really, it's not about silver bullets, is it? It's about lead bullets. You made different variations of it. It was not the hallelujah moment. We're not waiting for the hallelujah idea. We just went and did, or you just went and did it. And there's something beautiful about that. And a lot of organizations, again, as an outsider, in my experience, get stuck to find the perfect momentum. And I think this is a fun little example of saying that it's not about being perfect, it's about being good enough and getting going. So John, while we have you here and while we're waiting for some more answers for our last question there, let's just reflect together, and Frida, please join as well. From yesterday all the way to your talk right now, let's start with PEP. What did you take away from PEP's really interesting talk?
Was that a question to me?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, so I think that what I got away, I think it also relates both to what both Talia and also what Lucas was saying, because I think that in optimization, I'll go into a bit of optimization theory now, but there's something called a global and local optimum, right? So when you're working as an optimizer, and I actually did study this in my engineering studies, there's something called a solution landscape. It looks like one of these maps, like 3-dimensional maps with like valleys and mountains and things like that. And what we optimizers are doing, we're climbing up the hill. So every optimization algorithm tries to find the steepest way to like make it up to the top of the mountain. And once you're there, every road leads downwards when you're at the top. That's like the definition of an optimum. But the problem is that when you're standing on Kebnekaise, Mount Everest is right behind you and you don't see it. So how can you work yourself out of the so-called local optimum to find the global optimum? And I think that what Pep was talking about, he said, like, we're just trying to push these buttons. We're trying to be just like everybody else. And now we need to understand the true way to do this is understanding the key concepts of these differentiation strategies. So with Pep's input, if we didn't think about that before, now we have something new to test. We've been testing the buttons, we've been testing the copy, we've been testing different stuff on our website. But what about if we go back to the fundamentals and testing one or clearly defined differentiating strategies versus what we have right now? That can take us to a new optimum, a much higher ground. Yeah. And I think the same thing
Talia did the same thing because she was implicitly saying the same thing, only this time with emotions, right? Don't test the buttons, don't test this and that. How do we test instead how it resonates with people's emotion? And then finally, I think Lucas, when he talked about the SRM, that is typically like, on this, like, again, about executing a lot of tests. We're executing tests. We are showing an uplift. But what if like 10% of those tests are showing the wrong conclusion? So now what he's saying is that we need to look at this, because the velocity isn't the only thing, but that the quality, the insight to that is going to take us to the next higher ground where we can start our work from. So that's a common theme I saw with those three. Sorry, I talked about three speakers. You only asked me for one, but you
No, but it's good because, I mean, we're trying to really, tie the knots together, right? And that's really good. You're bringing it together. And if you look at the answers to some of the question we asked to the audience, it's really what you're talking about, John. It's asking a lot of whys. That's kind of what you're talking about, which is implicitly what Talia spoke about, or explicitly what Talia spoke about, and implicitly what Pep spoke about. Then we spoke about emotional conversion. So what is the trigger that gets people to really connect with your message, which is really what Pep spoke about, because it's about differentiation for real. It's not, here is, my email software, here is my next email software. It's green versus blue. It's not on that level anymore, because we have matured and the competition is really global now, that you have all kinds of services for every little niche today. So how do you really differentiate for real? So that was really what we're talking about. But if you zoom in a little bit on Mo and what she spoke about with nanny metrics, values versus results, what did you guys take away, starting with you, Frida?
Yeah. So a part of it with Mo was I really took with me a lot with this values versus results, because that's also something that I think that most people are not really thinking about, that the values are also important, what you stand for as a company, to make sure that the results you have are actually aligning with the values. You're not contradicting them. So just setting a ground, just having values and have a conscious thought about what are our values and which tests and which kind of solutions are in line with our values and which are not, is an important thing to just remember. That was something I thought that we're not talking about perhaps enough.
No. John, would you want to add anything more, or do you agree?
Yeah, I agree. And I think that if I want to add a little bit of detail to that, she also talked about doing the values first. So first you check if the test might conflict with our values. And if it might conflict, then we're not going to do it. Because once you have proved a positive result, it's very, very hard to go back on those millions of dollars. So I think that was a key takeaway for me. I think also the nanny metrics, just for a context out of Canva, they call it nanny metrics. I've also heard a lot of people calling it counter metrics. So as soon as you set up a text, you have what are our counter metrics? And if you what I've also learned from the organizations that do a lot of testing, like Lucas was talking about, Microsoft, LinkedIn, Booking, etc. So they are now so optimized. So it's really hard to do anything that has a high uplift on something that doesn't have a downward pressure somewhere else. So they're kind of just shifting between the versus KPIs. It's really hard to get a significant uplift without any negative effect. So then you need to keep a really good track of what all those potential negative effects are.
Yeah. No, interesting for sure. And if we just focus on a little bit on the other side of it that we spoke about yesterday with Marianne, and also a little bit today now with you, John, was learning to work together and really breaking organizational barriers, your own niched barriers, whether I'm a UX designer, I'm a brand UX designer, I'm a CRO, I'm a data analyst, I'm a hippo. What is the main takeaway to learn to work together? Where do you start? Is it let's just have coffee and start talking to each other? Or where do you even start? How do you learn to work with each other now?
I think that one neat trick to to paraphrase Lucas, as one of the clients that we work with, they had a problem. The contact center, they were saying what are you doing with the website? I was looking at it and it's broken. There used to be an image of a dog here, and now there's an image of a cat. I don't understand this. The customers are complaining. What's going on? And then they say there's an A/B test going on. Oh, what is that? We didn't know about that. Yeah, but it was in the email that we sent out last week. We're going to do this A/B test, so you have received information on it. But then they decided A/B testing is like perfect for gamification. So what they started to do, they just started a competition. So this week we'll have this test running. So everybody can guess what it's going to be, and the winner gets something, blah, blah, blah. So now it became a game or a quiz or whatever that everybody wanted to participate in. So they just took the simple concept of A/B testing, made it into like the company game every week. And then all of a sudden, everybody was interested. So that, I think, was one neat trick that they did.
Yeah, and Frida, the same question to you. We spoke a lot about during the breaks education and teaching, and that's an important way to build the bridges. Can you share some more thoughts there?
Yeah, it's a lot to do with like all departments. They really need to educate the rest of the departments about what they do. It's like the same thing when we work with the CRO or UX. We need to educate other departments on what we do, what the purpose of it, and what the other departments can use us for, perhaps. Because like users they do not have 10 different like views on this product. They have one.
Yeah.
But we're like sometimes we can act as all 10 different departments act as if we're communicating with the users on a different way than the team next to you.
Yeah.
So we really need to make sure that understand just that we're actually all talking to the user, and all of us are just building one image of us as a company, not 10 different things.
Yeah.
So just being humble and talk to the team next to you is, I think it's a good starting point. Invite.
Yeah. No, I agree. Ladies and gentlemen, what my biggest takeaways have been? It's really on 3 levels. The basics. Get the basics right. Understand your customer. Why are they even interested? What are the alternatives? What is in the consideration set? Really appeal to the emotional side, and then measure with everything you can and get them right, as you heard in the battle. So get the basics right. Why are you doing this? And really, if you care for real about your customer's problem, if you care for real about your mission, all these things come naturally to you. That was one of the biggest takeaways I got. You heard that in PEP, you heard that in Thalia, you heard that a little bit around in different conversations that we've had the last 2 days. That's the basic. The gravy really is that you got a lot of tools on how do you think about everything from sample rate mismatch, conflicting metrics, the nanny metrics, or the counter metrics. You also got a lot of gravy around behavioral experimentation. How do you look at data in context? How do you really think about human beings with predictably irrational, lenses on them? That's the gravy. And the topping? That's the jam. What is conversion jam without the topping of a jam? So we really hope you enjoyed the last couple of days. Conversation continues. You have all the films online, right? So they can access everything. You can access everything online. And if you have any more questions, thoughts, comments, don't be shy to write to us. See you next year.